What is up, guys? How we doing? Getting set up here. We're down to the final couple Chaos Head streams. Probably today and tomorrow are the last ones. Today we'll do the Aoi route, and probably we'll get into Remy's a bit. And then tomorrow will be Remy and the true end, and then we'll be 100% complete. I did another sprite edit today for the thumbnail. I actually had a lot of fun making these. Last week I did the Fez sprite edit, and this week I did another sprite edit for the thumbnail. So those have been fun to make. Hope you guys enjoyed. I made her hair actually the color it is in the anime. We'll get going here in just a second. As is tradition, we'll wait a couple minutes for everyone to join. How do you guys think of this spray edit? Who's all here so far? Wandering, Alpha, Vibin, Khan, Kyler, Jupiter, Liz. Oh, hey, Liz. Are you getting all delusions, neutral ones included? We've done all the positive delusions, and I think we're only missing one negative delusion. So I'm gonna go back and get the last negative delusion I'm missing. Because I did one stream where we basically watched all the negative delusions. It was the stream where I put Hazuki in the thumbnail. If you're looking for that, Liz, if you want to see my reaction to all the negative delusions, it's that one. I think they titled it, like, Where's Hazuki's Route or something. Which, that was meant to imply my reaction to all the negative ones is Hazuki's Route. Get it? Because she's bad. I was being clever. So I think we're just missing one negative delusion, which I'll still watch. I don't think I'll do the neutral ones. We've done a couple neutral ones, and they're just kind of like... I mean, there's not much to react to them. Like... There's just... And it also doesn't have an achievement, so I feel like even the devs are kind of like, eh. You don't really need to do the negative delusion one. Bruh. This was an interesting route. Which one? The Aoi route? This is probably the most important character route in Noah. But will it be better than the Kazupi route, man? Kazupi route was pretty S tier. For any other game, I'd be like, oh, for this one, I'm like, okay, probably boring anyway, knowing this game. Yeah, Jupiter. I mean, we also have... Fear not, though. We're still going to be doing visual novels and things like that. We'll probably get to more side adventure ones later, but next we're going to be doing a game that I have been, like, genuinely looking forward to. AI Nirvana Initiative will be our next, like, visual novel stream. So stay tuned for those. I'm pretty passionate about that series. So if you want to see more visual novel-like stuff while I react to it, of course, we've got more games coming up. Considering it's you, you probably won't like the route. What does that mean? Cuba didn't seem to love this one all that much. I mean, I didn't hate it. You nitpick everything? Well, that's kind of the point, right? Like, the Kazupi route was really fun. I did genuinely enjoy my time with that one. The route made me want to reread the entire series again just for certain things. That's kind of wild. It makes me feel like, though, that I'll get annoyed because I'll feel like a lot of it should have been incorporated into the common route. That's probably... I'm gonna go ahead and guess my own prediction of, like, why wouldn't you put this in common? You know what I mean? Second. All right, cool. Cool. Now I gotta remember what save I did. I posted, by the way, if anyone wants it, I posted my Fez sprite edit where I put her in the GeckoCon High uniform. I posted that on the Steins Gate Reddit if you guys want that image. Feel free to use it or do whatever with it. I had a lot of fun making the sprite, so... I mean, I don't know what you guys would use it for, but if you want it, it's yours. Feel free. Also, what's up, Jade? I don't know if I said hi to you. Welcome. This Sena route would be really hard to incorporate into common. Yeah, but is there going to be, like, info in the Aoi route that should have been in common? Oh fuck, I don't remember what save I did. It finally clicked for me what Fez reminded me of when I saw it. Yeah. Like, I literally did the sprite edit just because, I thought of it like the pun. I couldn't help myself. That's literally the only reason I did it. Like, Liz. Yeah, where the fuck is the guide? I started the stream without the guide. Big whoops. I waited the 10 minutes to get the stream started for the notifications to go out, and then we hit the 10 minutes and I didn't have the stream or the guide up. Rookie mistake. Guys, absolute rookie mistake. You would think I hadn't done 20 Chaos Head streams already. Actually, what is this? It's like... This is like the 15th stream, isn't it? Fastest Chaos Head Noah streamer of all time, baby. You said you made what? I made a sprite edit. It's in the last Chaos Head stream. I made a sprite edit of Fez. I also, just like I did a sprite edit of Owie for this stream. Those have been really fun to make. Plus, it's like making me like get a bit better with Photoshop. Okay, I can't use this chapter 5 lock because... Oh no, we might have to start the whole game over. Oh wait, no, I can do the chapter 2 one. Because, Owie's route is in chapter 3. I'm going to play the, Owie route myself now. Just finished the Kazupi one. Really liked it. Nice, so did I. So I'll be finishing the game like you tomorrow. Nice. Well, enjoy your experience. Feel free to come back and watch the VOD after so you can compare our reactions. Bliss? I probably won't watch you play Nirvana Initiative because I've been pushing back the series for no reason. Agony. See ya. Bliss. Didn't get to watch your stream yesterday because you were doing your own episode of your podcast. Nice. If I just answer her questions wrong, right, that's good enough. Like if I just go, no, 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 no. Hey, Matt. Anyway, what did you ask me, Jupiter? What did I stream yesterday? I streamed a game called Shadow Warrior 3. I didn't really know why. I didn't know what to stream yesterday. I was gonna stream Dead Cells again yesterday, because I streamed Dead Cells on Tuesday, and I was gonna stream it again on Wednesday, but since it's one of those roguelike games, I didn't feel like it would be very different from the previous stream, because I would need to level up a lot to like get to where I needed to be at to stream Dead Cells again for it to be like an entertaining stream. So I just streamed Shadow Warrior 3 because it was free on Game Pass. And it was really fun, but it doesn't seem like the type of game that a lot of people on the channel were interested in. It was kind of like a Doom Eternal clone. I played very similar to Doom, where you had like all these weapons and you had to like use a lot of momentum. By roguelike, do you mean like permadeath? Sort of. Dead Cells is permadeath, so like when you die, you do have to restart the game, but you keep your like leveled up stats. So like every run, you become more powerful. So I figured I'd have to do a bunch of runs off stream and really level up my character to make like a big difference for streaming it again, or else it would just be another stream of me doing like the first 2-3 chapters all over and over again. Like I need to level up my character enough to like make it to the end game before streaming it again, I think. Permadeath means no overall progress. Well, yeah. I don't know what you call it when you reset the full game, though. I remember you mentioned it was similar to Duke Nukem. Yeah, it was very similar to Duke Nukem because it had like the punny like jokes and humor and quips and stuff, but a bit more PG-13 dialogue than Duke Nukem. Game was really fun, right up my alley. That's like the kind of game I like to play. But yeah, it doesn't seem like a lot of my subscribers are into watching that kind of gameplay. Y'all like the weeb games. The visual novels, the JRPGs, and so it's such and such. Which is fine. I get a lot of my JRPG experience from doing the streams. Because JRPGs aren't really games that I think I would do, like, I would play by myself. So a lot of what this channel does for me is help me, like, it's really expanded my game, like, horizons, I guess. This channel has made me play a lot of different games I normally never would have played. Which is nice. But then, yeah, obviously, like, whenever, like, some parts of, like, a JRPG get, like, boring for me or whatever, I can still talk to chat and, like, interact with people and stuff, so that always helps the experience. Let's try the Arkham Collection. Oh, yeah, speaking of, the Arkham Collection, did you guys see that Suicide Squad game got delayed? It's only getting delayed by a few months, though, so it's probably still gonna be fucking garbage when it comes out. Almost to Alley Route. We're almost there. It was delayed, yeah. I forgot to warn you, you could have just done the quick load from Chapter 3. Yeah, you're probably right. It turns these kinds of games into a job, but you get a new cultural and gameplay experience. I guess, but I don't really view it as a job. Like, I still have a lot of fun with these. The Chaos Head streams have been a blast. Like, regardless of my thoughts of the game or whatever. Or, like, it not being a game I would have played in my personal time. Like, I'm not fazed by that. I think it's a lot of fun. The streams have been really fun. What is up with my webcam? Stop. I really gotta, like, change my setup. Like, move my lights around. I get really annoyed by the pixelation my webcam does. Sometimes. I think part of it is I've got, like, a dual monitor setup, but my second monitor is actually, like, a TV. It's my old TV. And it's huge, and it partially blocks the light from, like, this side of my face, which I think is what causes my green screen filter to freak out, because there's, like, a shadow overcast. Chaos Head more popular than Steins Gate. Oh yeah, that reminds me. The first Chaos Head stream got 1,000 views, which was definitely not what I was expecting. So thanks everyone who's been watching and hanging out and playing with us here. I was just saying though, like, I mean, I'll just continue. Saying like the streams have been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of it's been quite a blast. So. Definitely been having a lot of fun. Did we miss the route split? I feel like it was supposed to happen already. It's in Chapter 3. Are we not in Chapter 3 anymore? But I didn't say or see she swung her sword. I think we missed it, though. You went negative, it's neutral. Fuck. Whatever. Quick load will be faster than load. That's fine. It's not really a big deal. We'll get there. This is pretty deep into chapter 2 anyway. So it's when you meet her in the subway car then? Because the dialogue on the guide says her text there is she'd actually swung. But that's not what was listed. So I was looking for a different scene, or did I just miss the line? It's when you meet her on the street at night. Oh, right. This one right here. I hate the Cricket Mobile sound effect and the ads are always on. I'd never seen that ad before. Also, I think what's really funny is if you try to Google Owie, you only get like a very specific image. You only get very specific types of images when you look her up. So you guys should just go ahead and Google her. Safe search off. Anyway, she'd swung her sword. Cowering on the spot. I covered my head. I think we're in it now, right? I gotta, like, warm up my voice. If I had dodged it, it would have hit my head for sure. I doubted it would have cut me. But with that kind of force behind it, it would have given me a concussion and permanently dented my skull. I hated pain. Oh, wait, no, we've already read these. Girl B looked down on me coldly. This chick wasn't normal. Waving her sword around in the middle of a crowd. Is there no audio? Well, I guess there are a lot of silent scenes in this game. This chick wasn't normal, waving a sword around. Wait. Was she in the midst of a hit and run? Was she a spree killer? A spree what? You mean serial killer? Could she be the new gen culprit? Or the demon girl's accomplice? Let me ogle you more. That's a yes. Canonically, Takumi is into Aoi. If it's with this girl, I'm willing to get down on my hands and knees and beg with my heart and soul. Okay. Definitely not how the other routes questions are. Yes. If given the choice, I prefer being stepped on. I've got nothing against a little sword play, if you know what I mean. Yes. I forgot how many questions we've done. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. She's gonna kill me with that sword either way. Not if we're down on our hands and knees, she won't. Help! Don't kill me. No. The next thing I knew, I was trembling. It felt like I was this close to pissing myself out of sheer terror. Takami's natural state. Pissing himself in fear. What don't you understand? I'm only asking if you can see it. I mean, it's such a weird, like, premise, I guess. Like, it seems to be a natural reaction to being threatened with a weapon, right? Where he's, like, on the ground, like, freaking out. She's like, come on, bro. What do you mean? What's wrong? Do you see it or not? This would be like if someone was waving a gun in your face and was like, do you see I've got the gun? Why are you freaking out so bad? I don't understand. Can you see the gun? What the hell was she talking about? If I said I couldn't see it, would she kill me? How was I supposed to answer if I didn't even know what I was supposed to be seeing? Calm down. I'll ask again. This sword, the D sword, can you see it? Huh? D sword? It was the first time I'd ever even heard that word. It had to be referring to the sword she was holding, but... Oh, that was it? Oh my god, even in the Aoi route they don't explain that shit. Bruh. I forgot this is early enough in the game where he still doesn't know what the fuck that is. Good thing that the central concept of the game still isn't explained by Chapter 3. Wouldn't want that. Oh my god. And I guess we're just off to the races now until Chapter 8, right? Well, no, there's one scene where... There's always the scene in every girl's route where they, like, try to go to school, right? And, like, we get a little backstory about them as they go to school. One day, Aoi decided to go to class. She didn't like any of her classmates. She was quiet and kept to herself. But she knew by going to school she would be able to find her father some way, somehow, and kill him. Is my prediction for what her going to class description is. Where's Masumi's D-sword? Yeah, the real hero got robbed, honestly. I'm gonna miss your answer. What side adventure entry will you be playing after? Whichever one's on sale around the time that I complete Nirvana Initiative. But probably Chaos Child, if I was to do another one next. But I gotta give my channel a break from all the copyright strikes that I get when I do the Mages games, which is why we're doing, like, Nirvana Initiative. We might do a couple games in between, because not only do I want to do Nirvana Initiative, but also the Resident Evil 4 remake comes out, and that's, I think, gonna be really fun. Is the stream lagging? Are we good? Resident Evil 4 demo's out now? Yeah, I know the demo's out, but, like... I don't really want to play the demo. Because, like, I know I'm gonna buy the game. Lag? What lag? Okay. I was just checking. My stream just gave me a notification that it was, like, not sending enough data to keep a stable stream, so I didn't know if it, like, broke. But yeah, since I'm gonna buy the remake already, I don't know if I want to play the demo and, like, sour myself. I always feel like if you play a demo for a game you already want to buy, it's pointless. It's like I don't watch trailers for games I'm already, like, sold on as well. It's like if I'm gonna buy it, I just I'm neutral. Like, I'll watch trailers or I'll play the demo if I'm, like, on the fence, right? Of, like, oh, I don't know if I want this. But if it's, like, I already have played through the original Resident Evil 4, so it's like, I know I want it, because I like the game. Okay, we sure it's not lagging? I just got another notification of, like, the viewership went down, and it says that the stream's bitrate is lower. Usually those two things happen where, like, it lags and people are like, I'm out. What type of game is Resident Evil 4? Resident Evil 4 is the game that, like, defined the, like, third-person shooter genre for a generation. It's a very, like, campy horror movie type thing. It's just a lot of fun. I think it's, like, by far the best Resident Evil game ever. It's just so good. And yeah, it's got this, like, serious edge to it, but it's, like, got campy humor in it. It's really funny. It's hard to describe. I think B horror is probably the best way to describe it, though. If you like non-permadeath rogue games, one of the best ones I've played is called A Wizard's Lizard. Alright. I'm actually not too into those types of games. I've only recently started to get into them because I really liked Vampire Survivor. And then, what else after? Or yeah, I really liked Vampire Survivor, so that got me into wanting to try some of the other games, like Dead Cells. Okay. Looks like we've caught up. I wish more of the remakes would do the Metroid Zero Mission thing, where they include the OG game with the remake. Or I wish they would do what, well, I've got one last bit of the tangent before we start the, Owie route proper here. I wish they would do the Halo 1 anniversary thing, which, for those of you who don't know, they're in Halo 1's remake, they do this really cool thing where there's a button where you can switch between the two versions of the game on the fly. So, like, if you press, like, say you have it hotkeyed to the tab button on your keyboard. If you press tab, it'll go to the original, like, classic version of the game. And then if you press tab again, it'll go to, like, the remastered graphics and sounds and things like that, which is really cool, because you can kind of see, like, how every area in the game, like, as you're going, like, looks different. But I don't think any game, or, like, any remake has done that since. And I think that's so cool. Some games are so different with their remakes that it wouldn't work. I feel like there aren't a lot of remakes, though, that are so different that wouldn't work. I feel like there's so many remakes that are, like, shot-for-shot remakes that don't have that feature, which is really disappointing. But I thought that was so cool, because you can, like, switch between the two. And that's a lot of fun. And I wish more remakes would do that, especially when they're, like, shot-for-shot. What else? I mean, just a lot of remakes are like that. It almost seems more rare that, like, a remake actually goes in and fixes and changes a lot of things from the original game. Like, it looks like the Resident Evil 4 one might, and it looks like, Dead Space kind of did, but mostly all it changed was adding Isaac's dialogue and adding some extra cutscenes. But most remakes are just shot for shot. Anyway, I was wrong. It isn't about her going to school. It's her sitting in the train cab. So let's see. A solitary train car stood stock still near Shibuya Station. It was a car that was open to the public, with many referring to it as the Green Frog. The fuck? Aoi sat inside it, biting her thumbnail. She looked out the window and watched the passersby with disinterest. Biting your thumbnails, an anxious habit. She and Takumi had spoken at length yesterday on this very train. And today, she'd come here once again. She hadn't gone to school. Attendance was the least of her worries. She was constantly driven by feelings of impatience. As a result, she would often get very irritated with others, leading to her fairly harsh behavior towards them. Where the hell are you, Atano? Her voice swelled with hatred, all of it directed towards a single individual. She dug a hand into her uniform pocket and took out a piece of paper. It was a small, crumpled scrap of paper, torn from a memo pad. Written on it was something resembling an algebraic formula. Hey, I've seen this before. Fun to the 10th power times intelligence to the 40th power equals IR2. The letters were faded and dull, perhaps due to aging, or perhaps because it had been written in pencil. Ew, gross, pencil. Only one part remained barely legible, and that was IR2. No, it all seems barely legible. It was the scribblings of Aoi's father from a long time ago. Needless to say, she did not exactly treat it like a holy artifact. Instead, she simply kept it close so she could always remember the hatred she held for her father. Well, she's talking about how much she hated her father, so I was right about that. Her family was happy once. However, the moment her father had scrawled a certain formula onto this piece of paper, slowly, silently, yet certainly, madness began to envelop everything. Aoi's father had once been a corporate scientist. She had just been an elementary school student at the time, and while she did not understand the type of work her father did, she knew he was always busy. He was rarely home. Occasionally he would come home and show his affectionate side, but that almost never lasted even a day. He'd be back to work before anyone knew it. It was not that she disliked her father, but she was disappointed to find that she could not think of a single time her family had ever sat down for a meal together. Then came a day about 6.5 years ago, where her father returned home from work. Unlike his usual calm and collected self, he had been brimming with excitement.
Sena,
your old man's discovered something amazing. This is something that reaches far beyond even a Nobel Prize. What did you find that's so amazing, Dad? This formula will change the world as we know it, overthrowing the mechanisms behind its very function. It's monumental. As he spoke, he held a memo pad before Sena's eyes. Written on it was the IR2 equation. I spent so long searching for this. I couldn't come up with anything, no matter how hard I tried. Project Noah had slowed to a halt. It reached deadlock. But with this formula, the project can advance to the next phase. I never would have guessed it was in such a strange place. I feel as if the divine light itself has blessed me. Right at Tokyo Station. I was just walking by. What are the odds? Have you seen Tokyo Station? The size of that place. It's enormous. Is he asking if his daughter has ever been to Tokyo Station? Wouldn't he know? She's like 6. There were these essays on display in one corner of the station. It was an exhibition by the Ministry of Education, showcasing essays from a nationwide writing contest. Can you solve the equation? It's already been solved, Matt. That's the answer, IR2. There's nothing to solve for. There's no variable. The essays there were all written by excellent students. Did you know about it? Or perhaps, did you apply? I didn't know about it, I think. I don't know. I'm 6, Dad. Is IR not the variable? No, I think IR is like what it means, right? Like how in trigonomic equations, like sine, cosine, tangent are not variables when they're written out like this. So I feel like IR is like just a thing. Isn't X the variable? Well, X can be, or like anything can be the variable, but like just something that doesn't have meaning in the equation, right? Fuck, it's been years since I've done math, but like, this is the multiplication sign. But yeah, most of the time X is a variable, or like Y or C or whatever, just a letter that doesn't have meaning. Isn't X int X intercept? I think so, but in this context, I think it's a multiplier, right? I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is all like an entirely made up equation anyway. X is the multiply symbol, but I feel like X gets replaced by like a dot as the multiply symbol most of the time, right? Because people, they don't want to make that like easily confusable mistake that Alpha just made. Um, where like a lot of people would look at this equation and be like, "Oh, what is X equal?" You know. So I feel like the multiplication sign is normally a dot because it makes it look confusing otherwise, or like what Jupiter did of the like X int. People would think like, yeah, solve for X or X intercept or something. This equation IRL has no literal meaning. How dare you? This is the equation. This is the thing for the delusions. The delusion equation. Imagine knowing math. Dude, I don't fucking know math. I think the highest level math I took was trigonometry. I fucking hate math. F is for friends who do stuff together. It's 2023. SpongeBob memes aren't funny. Were they ever, though? Were they ever? I actually bought that one SpongeBob game. What was it? That fucking Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated. I can't believe I bought that. What an absolute waste of money. I haven't even played it, dude. I've got a really bad habit of doing stuff like that. Where I'll buy a game and then just never play it. I don't care how much someone would enjoy it if they didn't have the nostalgia. Yeah, I mean, I played it as a kid, so like, fuck if I know if I would be nostalgic for it. Isn't that a freshman sophomore thing you learn? What? Trigonometry? I mean, I took a college level trigonometry course, which was much more in depth than like a high school level trig course. But I mean, I don't pretend to have taken a high level math course at all. I think I capped like in high school. I think I capped out at trig is like sophomore. What high schools did you guys go to? Trig wasn't offered at my school. Every time I mention my high school, like everyone like dunks all over my high school, bro. It was, how did you guys have like my high school definitely did not have trigonometry offered. My God, at my high school, the highest level math class was algebra 2. was an option. Wow. Fuck me, guys. Everyone's like, bro, I took trig in like sophomore year. Okay. I think I know because like in my high school, you probably could take higher level math classes through my high school. My high school had a partnership with our local community college, where if you were high enough of a level student, you could take classes at the college. So like my junior and senior year, I took a lot of classes at my community college. Um, like that was offered. So like my senior year, I was mostly just at my local community college. I wasn't really like going to high school much. Um, but like that's where we and like that's where you would take higher level math classes, I think. But I wasn't like an advanced math student, so I didn't do that. But I would go to the college for like I took a biology course at the college, a chemistry course, history, and things like that. So I took a lot of government, fucking literature, things like. So I was taking a lot of classes like that at the local community college, but no, not at my school. Did you guys have AP calculus? I don't think so. Maybe though. Um, but I didn't take it. Most people at my school started taking college level classes my junior year. That was not a normal thing at my school. I think it was just like when I was in high school, I think it was just me and like I think like 10 other people from my school that I knew were doing it. My buddy and I took the most college classes when I was in high school from our class. Is the high school in a normal math class? You pay some money and it counted for college credit. Actually, you didn't have to. My high school subsidized your college class if you took them while you were in high school. So that was cool. Like they would pay for it, so I didn't have to pay for those classes that I took at the community college. Sam has the smarts. Yeah, despite how often I normally act on stream, I am, kind of a smart kid, believe it or not. You would never believe it based on how I act during these streams, but in real life situations, I have my moments. Hey, Francisco, what's up, man? I have a rare smart moment once in a while, yeah. Not on stream, but IRL, occasionally. Okay, I don't want to talk about math anymore. Let's keep going. I'm over talking about math. Speaking of school, though, my high school actually just started planning our 10-year high school reunion. So that's traumatic. I just got the invite. Okay, well anyway, let's continue. I don't want to talk about it. The 6-year-old girl doesn't know about the fucking essay contest she was supposed to enter. Long lost boy crush? What does that mean? Is how this thing's worked ever actually explained? Not to my knowledge, no. Maybe it'll be explained in this route, but this equation is just like literal just a random explanation. Or like just to kind of set dressing. Like, this equation means a lot, and then that's kind of it. My school district no longer has things like Algebra 1 or 2 and Trig. It's now just all lumped together. Yikes. Okay, I don't want to talk about math. If you had, I'm sure the judges would have adored your entry. The irony in this, of course, being that he's not paying enough to his, he's not paying enough attention to his daughter for her to, like, be entered in these competitions. That's not true. I'm not very good at writing. Yeah, she doesn't strike me as the type that would be good at writing. Is that what you think? Well, I think you should have more confidence in yourself. Maybe I'd have confidence in myself if my dad was around. Dad? So you found another person's essay? Was that the big discovery? No, not the essay. The essay itself is of no consequence. The only important part is scribbled on the back of the page. So he, like, randomly just started rifling through these kids' essays? The essay was sitting in a clear plastic display, so you could see the back of the page through it. It likely wasn't specifically meant to be displayed like that. They just happened to be transparent. I'm absolutely certain that the event organizers never meant to show the backside of the essay. The odds of me finding that formula were astronomically slim. I wonder if this is what they call a miracle. By formula, you mean like math? Yes, that's right. It's a very difficult mathematical formula. Can you really change the world with math? Yes, you really can. Everything about your old man's research involves changing the world with math. That's like how every person you've ever talked to in your life that, like, deludes themselves into thinking they like math, that's how they justify it. And, like, that's immediately the first thing everyone that's ever liked math has told you. Everything in the world is based on math. Oh my god, everything is related to math. You wouldn't have X without math. You couldn't do this without math. Shut the fuck up. I don't care. I would rather do none of those things ever if it meant I didn't have to deal with math. Okay? Christ. But that's literally every person that likes math is like, it says that. Ever. You know what I mean? That's got to be like a universal experience, right? Maybe I'm crazy. Alright. Really? I don't know if I believe you. This is also me. I don't believe you when everyone says, like, stuff related to math. I don't know shit about math, and I've made it just fine in my life. If it wasn't for a little app called, fucking Wolfram Alpha. Has anyone heard of this app? I feel like this is the, like the OG, like, AI calculator thing. That's like how I got through all my fucking math classes in college, was using that Wolfram Alpha thing. Someday, I'll prove it. Just you watch, Sena. It has been over 6.5 years since that day. Gritting her teeth together, she shoved the paper back in her pocket. She gazed through the window, her eyes focused on the dull sky above. Undoubtedly, the world would change soon, just as their father had said. Sena's own world had already undergone many drastic changes. Vileness, havoc. Everywhere you looked, you'd find more. It had become an unfathomably hideous place. A world like that can't be allowed to exist. I'll kill that bastard. And stop it myself. Do you ever play VR games? Did you know humans are just constructs in VR chat? Did you know you too could be a cat girl if you just played a VR simulator? But seriously, thoughts on today's thumbnail? I thought it was fun. Do you know there's a sequel to Groundhog Day in the form of a VR game? God, I don't know much about VR at all. I get motion sickness, so I really haven't invested any effort into learning about VR, because I'm just like, I would never be able to play these games. Her hair was already black? Yeah, but I made it to match the anime. The official way to consume this game and its story. But VR game is motion blur that you can't turn off. I'm out. I'm basically out of like regular games if they don't have like the ability to turn motion blur off. Like if you can't turn off motion blur, I'm like out of your game already. Did you finish the anime? No. I got to episode 9. I'm just kind of bored of it. Whoever invented motion blur, I want to fight him. I just don't understand why motion blur is the default setting on in like every modern game. Is there anybody that likes motion blur? Because I feel like this is a common discussion I have with everybody. Everyone's like, yeah, I turn off motion blur. I've never once had a conversation with somebody that's like, bro, I can't live without the motion blur. It makes me feel so immersed into the world when I spin around and I can't fucking see shit. Like, no one has ever said that. At all. I don't know why motion blur is on by default. It doesn't look good. It just makes you feel sick. It's just bad. It's a straight up disadvantage if you're playing like a competitive shooter, because it blurs the environment, so therefore you can't see other players. Like, I don't understand why you would ever have it. But everybody's like, it's a default. Every fucking game, every industry game is like, yeah, we got fucking motion blur in our game. Why? Who asked you for this? Who said, let's get motion blur in this bitch? I can't live without motion blur. Have you guys ever had a conversation with anybody? Do you know, do these people exist? Is anyone in the world like, yeah, I like motion blur. I think it adds an artistic rendering to the game I'm playing that, like, visually pleases me. What? I don't believe you. Anyway, that's my rant about motion blur. Is motion blur a performance thing or accessibility thing? I doubt it. It's definitely not a performance thing, because motion blur decreases your performance, because the game has to, like, blur stuff. So it adds, like, a filter, so I think it decreases your performance. And I can't see how it would be accessibility, because it makes me feel sick. So I can't imagine someone that has, like, a disability is, like, their visual experience is improved with motion blur. Because I would imagine, like, if you had a disability, it would just make things worse for you. Besides anti-aliasing, it's the first thing I check for to turn off. Wait, why do you turn off anti-aliasing? Is it just too performance intensive for your computer or something? Anti-aliasing is the good shit, right? It's the thing that gets rid of, like, the blocked edges on your computer, right? Or on the, like, character models and stuff. Yeah, like, it's, like, smooth the jagged edges of stuff. It makes games run worse. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Okay, that's fair. Because, yeah, anti-aliasing is, like, probably the most graphic-intensive thing for, the game, for sure. It takes a lot of, I don't know what you call it, memory space to run anti-aliasing, so yeah, your game will run a lot better if you turn that on. Hey Kagami, JRPG looking thingy. This is a visual novel that we've been playing for the last, like, 4 weeks now. I think I've been playing this. Yeah, I think 4 weeks now. How you been doing? I've been doing good, man. Just streaming out here. Trying to be a big boy streamer. Though the struggle of being a streamer is still irritating. But I'm still trying. I got really heated this morning. I don't get the YouTube algorithm, right? I got, really heated because I was watching this person who had, like, half my subscribers stream a game that I streamed, like, a month ago. And he had, like, way more viewers than I did. So I just don't get what the algorithm is doing. I don't get how it worked out in, like, that guy's favor. But not me. I responded to your messages this morning. Yeah, I took a nap after, I sent you those messages, so I haven't had a chance to respond to it yet. What game? It was Fire Emblem Engage. The dude was streaming Fire Emblem Engage, and, every stream, he only had, like, 4,000 subs, and I've got 8,000. But he had, like, I think quadruple the viewership I had. I just couldn't, I didn't get it. Like, I don't know what the algorithm did. He didn't even have, like, a clickbait thumbnail. His thumbnail was literally just like the game. 40 viewers, scary. I know! What? I'd have killed for 40 viewers on my Fire Emblem Engage playthrough. But he, like, consistently had it, because I looked at all of his other streams, and all of his other streams, like, consistently had that much viewership, and I was like, what? So I don't know if the algorithm was just, like, pushing his channel, or what? Or, like, if, because my YouTube channel's older, it won't push, like, my streams out to people. But his was, like, very clearly, like, getting recommended. So I don't know if he was, like, view-botting it, or what. But, like, he had a lot of comments that were all like, oh my god, like, this stream got recommended to me. I'm watching it because of that. And I'm like, I, like, hear that once every, like, month. I hear that from, like, one person. That's like, oh, hey, this stream got recommended to me. Some guy streaming Engage right now, 6K subs, 100 plus viewers. That's what I mean! Like, I don't get it. What? I think I streamed Engage, and I had, like, 10 viewers. Like, what? I just don't get what I'm doing wrong. I tag the videos. I make the thumbnails. I don't know. I give props to the people who try and keep going. Yeah, I definitely keep trying. But I almost sometimes wonder if it would be easier, like, if there's something, like, shadow banned on my account. Like, if my account's shadow banned, and I should just start a new channel. And just see what happens. And I could, like, simultaneously stream to both accounts or something. And, like, if that would help. Some Spanish guy, 3K subs, 40 viewers. That's, like, literally, I don't get it. Like, every person that, like, because I browsed the Engage streams earlier, too, Kyler. There was, like, nobody streaming with, like, under double-digit viewership. But, like, when I streamed it, fucking nothing. I had 10 viewers. I don't know. I don't know what I do wrong in the algorithm. I try hard on the thumbnails. I add the tags. I do the YouTube things. I stream daily. Consistent schedule, same time every day. Just unlucky, bro. Twitch is dying. I don't know about that. Twitch is owned by Amazon, so like, I'm not really sure it could die. Like, it might lose a couple of its more popular people every once in a while, but like, I mean, Amazon's always going to be able to float the money to it, like, to keep it going. And, not die, but lose to YouTube. I mean, it never passed YouTube. I don't think. This guy with 16k subs has 8 viewers. Oh. That makes me kind of feel better. I wonder if some of these smaller channels just are view botting. Because I know you can do that. Wheat, by the way. I know you can buy, like, view bots to pump up your sub count to, like, make it easier to start on YouTube. View botting kind of just bruh. Yeah, but it helps though, because if you have more viewers, like if you are streaming the game at the same time as other people, people are obviously more likely to click on the stream that has the most, like, viewers in the stream. YouTube Live sucks, yeah. Apparently they're working on improvements for YouTube Live. I got an email from YouTube the other day. Every month they send out a newsletter to, like, people who make content frequently. I got an email that says they're working on, like, improvements to YouTube Live, which will be great because I would like more improvements. Honestly, I don't know what they would improve, but I mean, I guess that's why I'm not an engineer. Islands in the stream? What does that mean? Yeah, basically, if anyone has any suggestions to improve the content, to improve my streams, get it out there more, whatever the case might be, please let me know. Comment them in the Discord, on the stream, wherever. I'm willing to take suggestions as to how some of these channels with like 3k subs have more viewers than me. Play better games. Anyway. So, he's at his traditional spot in the route. We've, like, basically made it to Awie's route now. He's at the spot. The 7th new-gen incident's happened. He's thinking of what girl can he cling to their leg desperately of to save him from his own cowardice. And this route, it's the purple-haired Kurisu. Do gift card giveaways? Do you think I'm made of money, bruh? Think I'm made of money? They ever do that thing with multiple thumbnails? The thing with multiple thumbnails is the shorts now. That's why you can't change the thumbnails on shorts anymore. Videos and live streams don't get multiple thumbnails now, but shorts do. So, like, the short I made of the Kazupi route, I don't know if some of you guys saw it, but I made a short I thought was pretty funny. I had fun making it anyway. Of the Kazupi route. It's like a minute, you can see. It's just basically like where I predicted the Kazupi route. I saw it. Yeah. So, the thumbnail for that, it actually... The video got, like a violence tag on it, obviously because the thumbnail is really graphic. Which is one of the first time I ever got that. So because of the thumbnail. But what was frustrating is because, so it got the violence tag, which, like, I think is also, like, a mark against my channel, but, like, it wouldn't let me change the thumbnail. So before I posted it, there's, like, a thing where you can request a review on it. So I sent a request to YouTube that's like, hey, you tagged my video for violence, but that's because of the thumbnail that you're forcing the video to have. So if you let me change it, we'll both be happy. And they were like, no. They told me no, and it's still gonna be that violent thumbnail or whatever. But yeah, now like you said, Kyler, it's mysteriously changed to the different thumbnail, like, after I sent that thing. So they basically told me to go fuck myself, left it with the violence tag, and then changed it to, like, be a non-violent thumbnail. It was, like, really bizarre. But yeah, the short is basically a clip of my reaction to the Kozubi route, which, I thought was really funny. And tragic. But if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's like literally 40 seconds. I'm trying to do more shorts because I think shorts are like a good way to promote my channel. But that's why I created in the Discord, I created that stream clips thing. So if you guys want to make like highlights of events that happen in the stream or whatever, I can make like shorts out of them, because I think shorts are like the way to go for promoting the channel. So yeah, just anytime you guys are like, oh my god, that was so funny, stream moment, put the clip it, because YouTube live stream lets you clip segments of the stream. So make your clip of the stream, post it in the stream clips thing, and I can probably try to make a short out of it. Because I think shorts are the way to go. People like shorts, YouTube shorts. YouTube really sends them everywhere, and they're good, digestible, like 30, 60-second clips. Try the different YouTube thing. Do a few without your face. Do some where you're the average YouTuber soy jacking. Isn't that all of my thumbnails, though? So basically, try some where I'm not in the thumbnail. Are shorts not just clips from longer videos? No, I have to... I mean, technically they can be clips from longer videos, but I have to edit them separately. And, like, make them different videos. 10-hour QBI tangent short. Well, technically, that would be shorter than most of my tangents, but not what I'm looking for. That's huge clip. I don't remember a stream where I said that. To be honest with you. Everyone knows the best way to make a good platform is to take away your options for no reason and blame you for not picking. Yeah. It's really frustrating. Yeah, they like took away my option to make a thumbnail, and then a bad thumbnail appeared, and then they were like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, I wouldn't have picked that as the thumbnail. We both could have been happy, YouTube. Put hashtags on your short? I usually put a hashtag in the title. Or is there a different way to do it than what I'm doing? Most of my shorts are usually like, hashtag, you know, or like the short I posted yesterday, I put like hashtag Fire Emblem. My COD short got like 1.7 views. It's because YouTube will recommend like shorts to people like very often, and there's a whole like subset of people who will literally just go through and watch shorts for entertainment. So yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. Like, I think, like, all of my shorts have always gotten a couple hundred views. Like, YouTube's really able to do it. Every keyword I put in my COD shorts title was a different hashtag. Oh, so you just put all the titles in the hashtag? I'd like YouTube shorts if there was a scrub bar. What's a scrub bar? The red bar on YouTube, it lets you do fast forwarding. Oh, do shorts not have that? I've actually never really tried to, like, scrub through a short. Molten Pig, I saw your post in the subreddit. Had to come see. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome. Oh, I wonder if I should have posted that sprite elsewhere as well. Now that I think about it. How are you doing, man? I'm now gonna do that real quickly. I love those hashtags, Kyler. A classic. Good, that's good to hear. You actively filter out shorts with ad blocker? You can do that? That's actually wild. I didn't know you could do that. I don't, which means they're inaccessible to me. You have to replay the entire video because you can't rewind. That's wild, because like normally on YouTube videos you can just like double tap the other half of the video and it like goes back like a couple seconds. I'm like obsessed with that feature. I can't believe that's not in the shorts. That's crazy to me. You can delete anything from any web page with an ad block thing? That's crazy. I should probably keep going for the stream, right? Molten Pig probably showed up and was like, hey, what's up, man, guys? And then I'm just like chilling, talking about random stuff. Keep my tangent counter too. Yeah, well, you know. Molten Pig joined and was like, oh, I'm so ready for some Chaos Head content. And I'm just like, anyway, so here's how shorts work on YouTube. Alright. Let's keep going. So he's now clinging to Sena's leg. He wants her to be the heroine of this route. Your consciousness must be strong enough to create positive from negative. We're still kind of in samey dialogue here from the other routes. The purple-haired girl is the one he's clinging to this time. When the two of us went our separate ways, she'd given me that piece of advice. She knew something. She had a D-sword, and she seemed strong. Why does she seem strong? Just because she's got like a sassy attitude? Would she be my savior? If not, I was doomed. I'm impressed by the level of details that some of the characters in these backgrounds have. I wonder how they drew them. Did they just have them sketched real quick? Like, these girls both have, like, really cute outfits for, like, not being relevant characters. They're just random, like, literal faceless background NPCs. Actually, not even NPCs. They're just JPEGs. But, like, those are cute outfits. Like, those would be actual, like, character designs in a real game. You missed out on easy clickbait? It was her birthday yesterday? Oh, tragic. I didn't know. I like the routes of Fez, Kazupi, and Sena is only Takumi choosing what girl he can trust. Yeah. Pretty much. That's what I mean. It's basically like choose your heroine for these routes, right? Like what girl do you want to be the Sailor Moon of your route? Is this still Takumi's perspective? I think we're just full Takumi now, right? The following day, I made my way to the front of the station. Then you have the Yua route. Good news, my stomach's not hurting. That's good. The Yua route was so fucking bad, dude. It's not even like a choose your own adventure. It's literally just sit in the fucking room. God, the Yua route was so bad. It could have been so interesting. And they just made you sit in his fucking locker. Ugh. Wasted. Absolutely wasted. Kidnapped simulator? Yeah, I guess so, dude. Fucking A. Yeah, bro. It's got your favorite ED. Who cares, though? Is it worth it? Is it worth it, though? Could you not just watch the ED? Also, I like that the lambda symbol is here. Remember, like, 5 years ago, when people seeing this would absolutely make people be like, Half-Life 3 confirmed, and now everyone's given up hope on that game ever coming out. So no one makes those jokes anymore, because it's actually just all too real and heartbreaking. I actually don't even know if that's what that is supposed to be, but that's what I'm going to say it is. In all honesty, I really didn't want to go back out there. After all of the traumatic Esper BS, the front of Shibuya Station brought back nothing but bad memories. Adding to my stress, like usual, there were way too many people. The area around Hachiko was absolutely infested with normies loitering around. It'll Never Happen sequels have happened lately. That's true. A lot of, like, Metroid Dread was kind of a It'll Never Happen sequel too, because it was a sequel to Metroid Fusion from like 2003. I also posted today the first part of my Metroid Fusion playthrough from years ago, because it's now playable on the Switch. If you've got Nintendo Switch Online, you should check it out. Metroid Fusion's really fun. Yeah, Alpha. But yeah, it is weird that Half-Life 3 never happened, but I think Half-Life 3 never happened because Valve like makes so much money off Steam, and I think they're just afraid of any negative like will towards Valve in general, like making people not use Steam, because Steam is like got to be such a money maker. So I think they were afraid that if they released Half-Life 3 to negative reception, people would use, like, Epic Games Store or something instead. Because they'd be like, I can't believe they ruined the Half-Life franchise. I'm never doing anything with Valve ever again. And then, like, abandon Steam. I think that's why. Like, it was probably too much of a risk. They have to spend a lot of money to make Half-Life 3, and then what happens if people don't like it and stop using Steam because of it? That's probably why it never happened. In my opinion. I'm sure there's probably some other things to it too, and there's probably some like truth and lies mixed in between there, but I bet you that's part of it. Like some executive at Valve or some like businessman was like, oh, fuck that. Do you see how much fucking money we're making by doing absolutely nothing but hosting a store webpage? No, we're not making another game. Anyway, everyone's glancing at him and sneering, and they point their phones at me. Tragic. But when I turned around to look away, my eyes wandered up toward the towering O front. The very building where I had committed my social ostracization only a few days ago. Videos covering every angle of that night continued to make the rounds on the internet, and they would likely continue to spread across the world for all eternity. Erasing them was pretty much impossible at this point. I was going to spend the rest of my life as the internet's favorite punchline. I could only dream. I was so frustrated, angry, and sad. It made me want to get as far away from it as I possibly could. But knowing Shogun would kill me the second I tried to escape, I was forced to painstakingly stand my ground. Why would Shogun try to kill him when he escapes? Because Shogun's also apparently going to kill him when he doesn't try to escape. So, like, what's the difference, really, at the end of the day? I cautiously stepped foot into the train carriage known as the Green Frog, trying my hardest to avoid looking at my surroundings. Oh my god. Let's reuse this CG, but from a very specific camera angle this time. What's the focus of this image when you see it, you guys? What do you think the artist was trying to convey when they made this picture? It has a lot of artistic merit, really, when you, like, get down to it, the brass tacks. Needs less shoes. Yeah, personally, I'm also not a fan of the... What did he call them? Takumi, I remember, went on a very specific rant about the different types of socks. These are, like, not knee-high socks, right? Because they don't go to above the knee. They're not thigh highs. I don't know what they are. But yeah. Not a big sock guy myself. This upcoming part? Sumigasm. Oh god. I would personally prefer leggings to long socks. Not that it really matters, but still. That would be my answer to Takumi's question. Unsurprisingly, there she sat, the train's sole passenger, Aoi. It took me a minute, but I realized that the reason why no one else was in the car was likely due to her own handiwork. She used her Gigalomaniac powers, or whatever. Chapter 8 at this point, and he's still referring to Gigalomaniac powers as what the fuck ever, I don't know. You again. Did you locate any errors? What the fuck does that mean? Like, we know now in the context of us having completed the game, but, like, that dialogue at this point in the story to Takumi means fucking nothing. She's like, do you encounter errors? And Takumi's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's literally that meme where, Walter and Jesse are talking. And Jesse's like, do you know the errors in our system? The world isn't perfect. And Takumi is Walter White, and he's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, shaking my head lightly, I handed her the Crunchy Kun I'd bought in advance from the local convenience store. It was my way of getting my foot in the door. I know it's not much, but I hope you like it. Oh, no, please don't worry about it. Thank you very much. That's how I thought it would go. All according to the stupid-ass Japanese custom. But even though I knew it was idiotic, not even I would stoop as low as to ask for protection without giving something in return. Here's this popsicle. Can you save me from the government? Thanks. As payment for her services, I would give her 3 Crunchy Kuns a day. It was an offer even Sena couldn't refuse. Big brain thinking. For me? Thanks. She accepted it with surprisingly little resistance. Everything was going according to plan. What flavor do you get, Nishijou? For me, it's soda or nothing. What? Oh my god, is she actually kind of smiling in this? So this background is I think a little different because it's more of an angle and she's kind of smiling a bit. What is a soda flavored popsicle, by the way? I wouldn't have figured hers is soda flavored because it's blue. Oh, I guess it's a common thing. Well, no, it actually just looks like all soda popsicles like you make yourself. No one, like, sells them. It's a popsicle that's soda flavored. Yeah, but I guess I mostly meant, like, is there a brand of that? Like, is that a thing? Ooh, this popsicle looks really good, though. It's a Coke popsicle, like, dipped in a cherry sauce thing. That looks really good. Anyway. Sena excitedly tore open the wrapping and took out a popsicle. It might have just been my imagination, but it almost looked like her mouth had curved into a slight smile. Man, just how obsessed with those things are you? You're practically asking for a stomachache. Actually, wouldn't it not give you a stomachache? You usually thought that, like, ice creams and popsicles usually soothe your stomach. Isn't that the thing? Mine's cola flavor. Which is soda. What? Excuse me? Cola flavor's heresy. Burn in hell. Sorry. Sorry, I like things. I'm sorry. I meant soda. Also, though, if you were trying to get someone to be agreeable with you, wouldn't you just lie there and be like, oh my god, I love soda too? Whose ice are those? Ice cream? Yeah. I made her mad. I thought about telling her off for getting upset over something so trivial, but I figured I'd better keep my mouth shut. I really like her popsicle sprite, though. It's my favorite in the game, because no one else really holds anything, but she always looks so derpy, like, with their popsicle. I really think it's funny. She's just like... every time. Why did they go frog when they could have just gone to ice cream? True. Everybody likes ice cream. I kind of want a popsicle now, for real, for real. Anyway, taking a bite out of her crunchy kun. Sena shifted her probing gaze to me. Who just takes a bite out of popsicles? Okay, I guess that's a question for our next tangent. Not a real tangent, but just a quick question for chat. Do you guys bite into your popsicles, or do you just, like, suck them until they've, like, melted in your mouth? Get one of those long popsicles in the plastic sleeve that cuts your mouth? No. Absolutely not. I fucking hate those. I would get a real popsicle. The thought makes my teeth cringe? Yeah. Like, just biting into them? That's so, like, wild. She just, like, fucking man modes it. Who bites the popsicle? Some popsicles are, like, softer. I guess. I've never really been a big popsicle person, though. I'm actually really not a, like, frozen food in general type of person. I like ice cream, but I don't eat it too often. My teeth are sensitive. Ever since I got braces, like, years ago, when I got my braces off, I don't know what it is, but, like, I guess maybe, like, the metal, like, clamps around every tooth, like, just made my teeth super sensitive, so, like, if I eat like more than a scoop of ice cream, like my teeth always start going like, you know what I mean? And it hurts. So I just typically stay away from like ice cream and popsicles and stuff. Sena definitely a top. Oh yeah, I mean no question. She's absolutely a top. She would not be with any guy who has any type of backbone. She would definitely be the type of girl that's with Takumi because she would love being able to like fucking step all over him. For sure. No doubt in my mind. Her and Kazupi are like the two I could actually see Takumi ending up with, like realistically dating. Because Kazupi is like her equal, or like Takumi's equal. They're very similar. They have so many things in common. They're both like awkward and don't want to talk to people and like can find comfort in just being together and things like that, which is another reason why I really like her out. But I can also see him ending up with her, with Aoi, because Takumi's so pathetic. She would totally like stepping all over him and like just abusing the shit out of him. There's someone nearby who makes natural popsicles using fruit. I can see someone biting those. The standard store-bought ones? Nah. Yeah, okay. I agree with that, Alpha. For sure. For sure, for sure. But yeah, those are the two girls I could actually see Takumi ending up with. For real. Or these two.
I don't think he would be with Remy. I mean, he would want to be with Remy, but Remy's the type of girl that would never be with Takumi. I feel like she's the type that's so fake, she would just constantly lead him on, always. And never actually date him. Like, they would do all kinds of cute couple things together, but Remy would post it on Instagram later, like me and the bestie. You know what I mean? That's Remy. She's absolutely that kind of girl. What do you want? How about an explanation of all the shit you were talking about earlier? That would be nice. Why'd she have to be so intimidating? The look in her eyes could turn me to stone. All I wanted was to ask for help, but it felt like the sheer anxiety alone was gonna kill me. I was already bad enough at talking to 3D girls as it is. But see, this is what I mean, though. Like, I can see she's totally excited by the fact that he's all flustered. I took a few deep breaths and just barely managed to calm myself down. From what people said, they put Kazupi's route as the weakest in LCC. But didn't people also say she was the weakest route in this game? I felt like I was getting told that people didn't like this route, or her route in this game too. Even though the correct answer is objectively Eula's route. Just Yua and Nanami. I actually really liked Nanami's route though, so whatever. Common route and Yua route are objectively the worst in the game though. I want you to help me. I definitely gotta warm up the voice acting muscles. That was weak. Weak stuttering game. I'm better than that. I'm better than that. Hang on. Alright. You got this. Master the voice. Well, I have mastered the voice over several streams, but I'm not in it yet. We gotta get I haven't really talked that much about like the actual game stuff yet. We've been fast forwarding for the first hour and a half. So I haven't had a chance to warm up the vocals. I also don't have like a vocal warm-up routine. How'd the courses go? I still haven't done them because I'm procrastinating like an asshole. So I really need to do those vocal courses soon. I want to get those done before I do the next Psy Adventure stream. That's like my goal to myself, is like do those voice acting courses before the next visual novel. Because even though AI Nirvana Initiative is a visual novel,
it's voice acted by, like, it's got English voice acting, so I won't have to read as much. But I definitely will. That's like my goal. I'm telling myself that. I'm gonna stick to it. Before the next side adventure novel, I do the voice acting class. But I won't have to for Nirvana Initiative, because I actually love every voice actor. In Somnium Files, or Nirvana Initiative. Date's voice actor is my favorite male voice actor. Greg Chun. Aiba's my favorite female voice actress. Erica Harlacher, I think is her last name. So there's a lot of good voice acting in that series, so I won't need to speak as much about, like, or I won't have to read everybody's lines. But I'm gonna do the courses before we do the next side adventure one. So when we start Chaos Child, I will be in a good enough spot to, like, really try to flex those voice acting muscles. How do you feel about the Japanese VAs for Chaos Head? To be honest, I talk over them so much, so I don't know. I mean, I've heard bits of them. I like Kazupi's. I think it does a pretty good job of portraying her, like, spastic nature. Takumi's does a pretty good job of portraying how pathetic he is. Like, you can definitely get the, like, shrill from his voice, so I think that's pretty good. I don't know. I think those would be the two standout ones for me. Need to check what visual novels I have in my unredeemed key list. If you have any Psy Adventure unredeemed keys, Jupiter, I would take them. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So I could stream them. Oh, I also like, Sua's voice actor. I thought Sua was fun. I forgot about him. Because he only gets a chance to, like, flex his voice in the very, like, last chapter of the game. But I enjoy his voice actor too. Because I like that he's got the switch in personality, and that changes how he voices the character. I think that's fun. What's that supposed to mean? I forget who's saying that. Oh. I'm being targeted by the new gen cult. I told you about him before, remember? That Shogun guy. Didn't mean to go that high on Shogun. That's fine. He's... I know for a fact he's reading my mind. He can read minds? What is he? Okay. Why would she be surprised that he could read minds? She knows Kazupi. Wouldn't she be like, ah, yes. Mind reading. Like, I could understand this being a weird reaction, like her being like, he can read minds reaction if she doesn't know Kazupi, right? But since she does, I feel like once you know someone who could do something like bizarre like this, that you wouldn't be as shocked anymore. You'd be like, oh yeah, the mind reading. As you do. My best friend is also a mind reader. Finished the dub of the Steins Gate show. Oh, nice. I enjoyed it. Can't find Zero on any streaming services, but the movie has S-tier dubbing. Best dub I've ever seen. Yeah, the dub of Steins Gate's really, really good. There's lots of easy ways to watch Zero on the internet. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. Lots of ways to watch Zero. It was on my favorite streaming service. Actually. Anyway, he can read minds. Like I know. That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out. People in Shibuya that can read minds are few and far between. They could either be a gigomaniac, or perhaps the people at Nozomi. She cannot sail the 7 seas. I do it without a VPN. Do you need a VPN for it?
Nozomi?
Nozomi?
Nozomi
Technology, a company that's trying to control the world using Project Noah. Who is this Noah guy, by the way? Did we ever meet Noah? What does Noah stand for? I don't remember. I'll tell you what, I'd give this Noah guy a piece of my mind. What was she on about? It sounded like some kind of conspiracy theory. But could Shogun be a member of that organization? By the way, the most paranoid man in the world is about to, like, give someone a negative connotation of, like, ugh, you believe in conspiracy theories? Says Takumi. Literal conspiracy theorist 101. I go raw, who needs a VPN? Same. I always go raw. And I don't use a VPN. I use he. Okay. Gotcha. Help me. Please. I'm begging you. I felt myself rapidly sinking further into despair. I wanted something, anything to cling on to. Something that would save me. She took another bite of her crunchy-kun, then furrowed her brow, and said, "Get on your knees and beg." I already told you. If you keep going but half-assed, your delusions will devour you from within. That's, like, not helpful. At all. What? Also, to answer your question from earlier, Alpha, I think what they do for this, like, sprite is I think they just, like, erase the top half of the popsicle so it looks like she's, eating it. I think that's all they do, is they just, like, erase a curved line into it and then, like, darken the popsicle. I don't think she's actually, I don't think they, like, do anything different. Knowing that, do you have the resolve to move forward? No way! Of course not! That's why I'm asking you to help me! I can't take this anymore. Why does it always have to be me? Sapped of all my willpower, I fell to my knees. Don't do this to me. Just protect me. That's what she wanted. She just wanted him to get on his knees. What do you want me to do? I don't want to do anything anymore. Honestly relatable. So you don't have any resolve. That's how I like my men. Resolveless and spineless. I felt her cold glare pierce through me. I could clearly tell just how pathetic I was being, so all I could do at that point was hang my head in shame. This Shogun person bothers me. If they're from Nozomi, does that mean they're one of the people behind New Gen? If so, I can't ignore it. With a frown, She muttered that to herself as she looked out the window. She seemed to be deep in thought, but she kept chewing on her Crunchy-kun regardless. Yeah, ISPs do suck. I don't even know if you need to get the VPN, Jupiter, honestly. I mean, I guess you would if you're trying to watch it through a legitimate service. Hello? Not long after I said something, Sena suddenly got up from her seat. She was now standing in front of me. You want me to protect you? Damn it. She was always looking down on me. Did this bitch have a dominatrix fetish or something? See? I was right. She totally does. Takumi has diluted it now at this point, so it must be true. They suspended our internet recently. We just got it cleared. It was our second suspension for copyright stuff. Wait, really? I didn't even know they tracked that shit, honestly. I've done a lot of stuff on the internet, and I haven't gotten anything like that. If Comcast perused my internet browsing for a while, they'd probably ban me. Despite insulting her inside my head, I gave her a meek nod. Can she not read minds either? In other words, this means we'll be working together from now on. That alright with you? As long as you protect me, anything's fine. Protecting myself from Shogun's attacks was my highest priority right now. In every route, Takumi is a selfish asshole. If you really protect me, then no, I don't have any objections. It's settled then. She extended her hand towards me. I stared blankly at those delicate fingers of her, unsure of what they were trying to convey. Growing impatient, she grabbed my hand and pulled me up. Our eyes met, if only for an instant. Having our gazes intertwine at such a short distance made me frantically avert my eyes, and she let go of my hand. Alright, let's move. And then, as if to spur me onward, she turned her back to me. Huh? Move where? To Nozomi Technology's head office. We're going to infiltrate it. Infiltrate? Like into the enemy base? No, what? What was this stupid bitch thinking? Did she have a death wish? Well, this is game over. God, I was such an idiot for thinking I could rely on her. Well, you could just not follow her. Also, does that mean that, the anime takes place on this route? Like hell, I was going anywhere near there. I wanted nothing to do with this. How many choices do you guys have when it comes to your ISP? Like 2. I don't really have many options either. ISPs are kind of a scam. I wasn't the person to just waltz right on into my death. I was the type of person who'd tell someone, wow, that plan fucking sucks, and then ditch them. Ignoring my look of disbelief, she strolled briskly out the door. However, I, meanwhile, stayed right where I was, refusing to budge an inch. Suddenly, I realized I could no longer move my arms. I glanced down at my body. What? Before I could blink, a white chain had coiled around my body, and on top of that, it was wrapped around me very, very tight. Even when I tried to force it off, it refused to budge an inch. What? Who the... What? How did this even happen? Uh-oh. You are out, flashbacks. Stop wasting time. She poked her head out of the window, then urged me to come quickly. Yeah. That's definitely what she urged him to do. Absolutely, that's probably what she told him to do. I felt the chain wrap around my body being tugged. I tried to resist, but I no longer had full control over my body. Yeah, that makes sense. The chain led outside the train's carriage and ended when it reached an Owie's hand. I totally misread that full sentence. The chain led outside the train and ended when it reached Owie's hand. It's like a tongue twister. He's probably into that. Yeah, Takami's totally into that. Hey, what's up, Devin? Hey, Calliman. Welcome to your lunch break. Sweet thumbnail, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. I was pretty happy about it. She was holding it. She was the one pulling me. Honestly, that would probably be more realistic if it was just like a dog collar and she told him to crawl along her. So this is the Queen and Slave exhibitionist humiliation roleplay is like. I see. Wait, no, it was nothing like that. What the fuck? I think it's exactly like that. Is there not a CG of that? Ugh. God damn it. I was such an idiot for thinking I could rely on Sena. I'd clearly picked the wrong person for this. Someone help me. I can't take this anymore. I can't believe that's not a CG. A wasted opportunity. Of all the things to get a CG in this game, it's not that. Nozomi's main branch was apparently within walking distance of Shibuya Station, but my mental strength had already been completely drained before we even reached it. After all, Sena had been parading me around right smack in the middle of Shibuya. It went without saying that practically every cell phone in existence had been pointed at me. And with that, my dark past had grown even darker. I choose to believe that she also real-booted the chains, so everyone can see them. There was definitely a thread about it on @channel by now. Esper Nishijo indulging in puppy play with black-haired beauty in Shibuya. Is that what it's called? Puppy play? If I Google puppy play... Yeah, that's what it's called. That's funny. I didn't know that. The DQNs were never gonna let me hear the end of this. No matter how much I pleaded with Sena, she refused to remove the chains. Why does she have... Why? Does she just not think he'll come with if she doesn't do that? Right now, it's imperative that you stand out as much as possible. This is doing just that, don't you think? Wait, why should he stand out as much as possible? I hope she gives him a GIMP mask next. That'll probably really make him stand out. She was constantly spouting all sorts of nonsensical reasoning like that. Seriously, what kind of bullshit logic was that? That's what I think literally every time she opens her mouth. Anzai Sensei. I want to be a man who stands out from the crowd. Had I asked anything like that? No, I fucking hadn't. What is that? Who's that? Coach from a famous basketball manga. On the internet, users parody a certain quote from the manga in order to express a desperate desire. Anzai Sensei, I want to... Another oft-quoted line, this one spoken by Anzai Sensei. If you give up, it's game over. Is that a real thing? Or is that like a thing that's been quoted? Or like been changed slightly? Well, no, it is a real thing. Well, what? That's just some old man. When you give up, that's when it's game over. So they didn't even like really change the name of that at all, like they do for the JoJo references and stuff. I think this route has some of the most CGs. Oh, nice. That's what I like to hear. Strolling right into the enemy base. What the hell was she thinking? We could be killed at any moment. Well, especially if she's making a spotlight on us like this for some reason. Completely ignoring my complaints, she casually entered the fancy building, dragging me right along after her. After all, the chain had given me no choice in the matter. The grandeur of the expansive lobby standing before me took my breath away. The Nozomi Group. It had apparently become one of Japan's leading conglomerates. A place like this was far removed from the life of a student like me. It felt like a completely different world. Large corporate entity, formed by the repeating merger of companies from various industries that are not directly related. Also commonly referred to as a monopoly. Just enjoying the best streamer in the world. Thanks, Calvin. Appreciate it, man. The gate guy interrupted your lunch? Tell him to shut up. It's lunchtime. You can't be spoken to. It's illegal to talk to people on their break. I'd never set foot in a building quite like it before. The size of the lobby, the practical enshrinement of the hot grills at the reception desk. I had to take a moment to breathe. They look exactly the same, and they have no face. I can't tell if they were hot. Wait. We were in a company workplace. Shouldn't have been off limits to unauthorized personnel. You'd be surprised the amount of buildings that you could just fucking walk into if you just act like you belong there. Most places don't actually have like real security in place. If you just walk into most places, you could easily do it. Like if you walked in here with like just a suit on and just kept walking, like nobody would stop you. Both Sena and I were wearing Suime uniforms, so we were very obviously high school students. Not only that, but I was wrapped up in a chain, too. We were practically screaming that we were intruders. For Sena to disregard this and enter the building like she owned the place, I began to doubt her sanity. The moment we entered through the automatic doors, I made eye contact with one of the receptionists. Let's go back. I was hesitant to go any farther than we already had, but Sena didn't stop moving. Stop worrying. We moved past the reception desk and headed towards the elevator in the back. Nobody said a word to us. What the hell? Sena didn't get on the elevator, though. Instead, she chose to go to the fire escape near the hall. Beyond the door was a dimly lit emergency staircase, and that was where she finally stopped, because she wants to make him crawl up the steps. You dirty girl, Sena. You dirty girl. Everyone in the building's convinced that we're Nozomi employees. Oh my god, the anime absolutely took this from this route. They exactly do this in the anime. Hey, Joe. Where's the cooking stream? I haven't really gotten it ready yet. Or worked on it all that much. I'd still need some help setting it up, to be honest. Or gathering interest in it. What game is winning the multiplayer poll? I'll tell you right now. Fall Guys. Looks like Fall Guys will be our next multiplayer stream. A Throne of Lies? What's a throne of lies? That I told you I hadn't set anything up for the cooking stream? Why would I lie about that? Or are you asking, why is Fall Guys winning? I don't know why. People like Fall Guys, man. Gaming moment. Actually, no one's voted for Among Us. Why did you say over Among Us, Joe? No one voted for Among Us. You haven't even voted for Among Us. Caught. Exposed. Get in the Discord and vote for Among Us then, Joe, if that's what you want. Though it might be too late to swing the vote in your favor, I'm not gonna lie. I've always wanted to do cooking streams myself, but your camera won't work. Yeah, that's tragic. I still don't really know how I would set up the cooking stream, or what day I would do a cooking stream on. I didn't vote. Well, I know that. Well, that's what I mean. Why are you surprised that Among Us isn't winning? Remember, you can vote. Every Saturday I do a multiplayer stream where we can all play games together on stream and hang out and chat. That's every Saturday at my normal stream time, and you can vote for what game that we play together in my Discord server. So if you want to vote for that, go ahead and join the link in the description below. And then you can vote. And then Saturday, show up and play games with me and other members of the QBI community. Right now, Fall Guys is winning the poll for our next multiplayer game, though, so just keep that in mind. Actually, on that, hang on one second. I will be right back. I returned. I saw outside as I was walking back to the stream. It's fucking snowing like hell out. There's like 3 inches of snow out. It's still snowing. Snowing for anyone else right now? Anyway, anyone's convinced we're in the Zombie place. Suddenly, before I could even blink, the pressure on my body disappeared. When I looked down, I saw that the chain around me had vanished without a trace. And the next thing I saw was the D sword in Sena's hand. The guard looks like it would cut her wrist. I don't think so. Your like range of motion would have to be really weird on the sword to... Actually, no, you're right. If she didn't hold the bottom of the sword, it might cut her wrist. A little bit. Was that chain just a delusion Sena had real booted using her giglomaniac powers? What kind of question is that? No, she just had a chain randomly in her pocket. What? Of course that's what she did, my bro. You guys get snow? Yeah, I mean, I live in Illinois, though. A lot of snow here. So, Sena had sent antiparticles into my dead spots, this time making the real booted chains instantly disappear. Oh my god, I feel like we haven't gotten this description of the delusions in a long time. They kind of like skimmed over this as like the bullshit reason as to why delusions happened and then like didn't bring it up again. Like definitely one of those typical like anime don't overthink it moments. Like, how do delusions happen? You send antiparticles into the dead stones of people's eyes. Don't think about it. Whatever. Moving on. Like how a lot of anime, like, will give random, like, bullshit descriptions to character superpowers. They'll just be like, yeah, this is how it works. Anyway. Why would they think we're Nozomi? Because I made them. Them being everyone that observes us. She made them? She could do that? She then looked up at the top of the staircase. Something resembling a surveillance camera was installed there. It had a red light affixed to it, and it let out an eerie sound as it surveyed the room. Can you make the cameras believe it too? Maybe if I tried to. I've never tested it before. Either way, there's no need to. If we get one drop of snow, everything shuts down? Yeah, now my area, you gotta... The whole world, or every cloud in the sky better have fallen for us to close down for snow. Why not? Won't they catch us? This is ridiculous. Destroying the cameras is one of the first things you should do in any stealth mission. Everyone knows that. Also, why is this a stealth mission? Didn't she just say a bit ago that we wanted to, like, attract as much attention as possible? Didn't she say it was important we cause a scene? Or stand out? It's imperative you stand out as much as possible. And what? Now she's creating disguises for us? Like, what? Well, anyone who's played a video game before knows that's what you do in stealth missions, at least. But yeah, how is this a stealth mission? She was literally just saying we should be spotted. Like, not even 20 lines ago. You know, why did she make us these disguises? Wouldn't... What? I already told you. You need to stand out. Okay, yeah, but then why'd you give me a disguise? That's exactly what I don't get. Aren't you contradicting yourself? Okay, yeah, this is what I said. Good. Good, good, good. Aren't you contradicting yourself? You made them assume we're Nozomi employees in order to camouflage us. But then you turn around and say you need to stand out? Which is it? What exactly are you trying to do? All everyone does is speak in riddles. So true. Do you all think I'm an idiot or something? What do you think to yourselves? Even if I try to explain it, you won't get it? You are, aren't you? Fuck you. This is actually just speaking to me directly. The first sentence is me speaking, and the second part is me reacting to chat. The most relatable line of dialogue in the entire game. Damn it, I'm smart, people. My IQ is absolutely higher than Sena's, no doubt. Hang on, wait a minute. I'll have you guys know, I have a very high IQ, okay? It takes a very high IQ to understand the plot of Chaos Head Noah. And I'll have you know, my IQ is absolutely higher than yours, okay? So if you can understand it, then no doubt I can understand it, alright? It's just that simple. As I bit my lip in frustration, Sena took off her own. took off on her own up the stairs, leaving me behind to continue seething. Takumi definitely seems like a guy who just seethes all the time. Just in constant, like, seething. Did this girl have any interest in protecting me? No, she didn't. After all, she'd already put me in harm's way by dragging me into this building. I wear my glasses so infrequently that I actually get, like, weirded out when I see things normally. When I wear this, when I wear my glasses. It's like the lack of blur on things throws me off. Regardless of her intentions. I just wish she'd stop rushing ahead on her own. She could at least tell me where she was going and what she was trying to do. Just give me some sort of explanation, please. How different is your vision without glasses? It's actually really not that different. I think my vision's like -1 or something. I can't see things from really far away, but it's a pretty light prescription. -120. Fuck, I don't actually know how to correctly say it. I think that's what they classified my lenses as like a -1 prescription. Of like not wearing glasses, I can pretty much operate like normally. I really don't have any vision issues. But like, I can pretty much see everything fine. You're nearsighted? Yeah, like things get blurry to me if they're far away. But they have to be pretty far away. I can still see things up to like, I guess the -1 means like I can see things up to like 19 feet away, right? Is that how 20/20 works? Like normal vision is 20 feet. I don't know. I'm talking on my ass here. I really don't fucking know. I like barely paid attention to when I was talking to my is it optometrist? I just did the test and like I got what glasses they told me to get. Like I didn't like question her. Like what was I supposed to do? Be like, well, actually, I understand my vision much better than you. I just took the vision test and then whatever glasses they said to get, I got. I don't know. What does a glasses? What does -1 glasses prescription mean? A minus sign before the number indicates you're nearsighted. A plus side means you're farsighted. Lens power is measured in diopters. The higher number, the stronger the prescription. For example, -5 written under the sphere means that you're very nearsighted. What's a frame of reference for a diopter? What the fuck does that mean? Diameters? No, it's spelled like this. Diopters. Footstep sounds. She's actually doing the staircase climb from Final Fantasy VII right now, as we speak. Dio, thank you, Calliman. 20 feet from what others see, you can see from the same 20 feet away is what 20/20 vision is. Yeah, that would make sense, right? Chibai's wearing glasses. It shouldn't be that unusual. They are my glasses. My glasses. Was there like a scale for this? Like, I genuinely don't know. I've never bothered to like look into what the fuck my vision is. Why are you wearing glasses? Because Takumi was talking about what a high IQ he had. So when I looked at how bad my prescription is, -1 is pretty much the lightest prescription that you can have. There's like 2 other common prescriptions that are a bit weaker than mine, but -1 is like basically what the Google results on WebMD says is that you would barely even need to wear your glasses for -1, which is true. I like never wear my glasses. And the larger the negative number, the larger your lenses would be. So a -1 prescription means like my lenses are really small. Anyway, random glasses tangent that I decided to go on there. But yeah, I was just wearing my glasses because Takumi was talking about how high his IQ was, so it felt appropriate to put on my glasses. They say lens size correlates directly to your IQ. In this case, cube eyes is -1. Fucking exposed. Regardless of her intentions, I wish she'd stop rushing ahead on her own. She could at least tell me where she was going and what she was trying to do. Or just give me some sort of explanation. Please? Why are we using the staircase instead of the elevator anyway? I sucked at exercising. Takumi does a lot of fucking running in this game, though, for sucking at exercise. I feel like Takumi's, like, constantly fucking running across town in this game. Riding the elevator would be a dangerous move. Sena's voice rang out from above me. Had she read my mind again? With a sigh, I started heading up towards the stairs, towards her voice. My friend got glasses for his son. His eyes look huge, poor kid. I feel like glasses always look really weird on younger kids. Like, the older you get, the more normal glasses look. I don't know why that is. I also think it's weird that we always associate glasses with intelligence, too. I always wear my glasses in, like, important, if I'm gonna have, like, a business meeting or something. Like, on my normal day-to-day work, I never wear glasses. But then, like, when I'm about to go into a meeting, an interview, or anything like that, I put glasses. I wear my glasses. Just so people will be like, oh, he's serious right now. Or if I need to, like, talk to somebody about something serious, I'll put my glasses on. I weaponize them. I go all out when having a meeting and put pants on? Alright, well, don't be drastic. I sound like a nerd with my retainers on. Do you wear your retainers? Like, you just normally wear your retainer? Is that a thing? I, like, never wear my retainer. Well, I don't. My mouth wouldn't fit my retainer anymore because it's been so long. But I when I got it, I, like, never wore it. Like, ever. I had, like, the dumbest reason to not wear my retainer, either. And, like, that's why it eventually got to the point where it didn't fit my mouth anymore. But, I had a girlfriend that would take off glasses whenever she didn't want to see people. That's funny. But yeah, I just didn't wear my glasses because I was too self-conscious at the time. Or my retainer. Because my, like, my girlfriend would stay the night at the time, like, when I was in college, so I would never wear my retainer. Because I was, like, too self-conscious. Like, what if my girlfriend saw me with my retainer? She wouldn't like me anymore. And then, so I fucked up my teeth all because of that. I don't even date her anymore. What a fucking waste. You wear them 22 hours a day? No way. Why? I was told to only wear my retainer like when I went to sleep. You had to wear. You have to wear them all day. Man, for a girl, yeah, it was absolutely for a girl. I mean, my teeth are still much better than they were before braces. Like, not having the retainer didn't fuck them up that bad. But that was absolutely why I did it. I didn't wear my retainer at night. Because, like, even as soon as I got my braces off, I got my retainer, and they were like, wear this every night when you sleep. And I was like, cool. And then I got to college, I got a girlfriend, and I was like, well, I can't wear my retainer because she's staying over. It's so dumb, but you do stupid shit when you're 17 and 18. Anyway. She was waiting 2 stories above me. As soon as I caught up, she started climbing again. If we rode the elevator inside the enemy HQ, we'd just end up getting cornered, wouldn't we? Yeah, but if we're going up the staircase when we open up a door, couldn't they just be waiting for us? I suppose that's true. More importantly, Nishijo, tell me more about the Shogun. When did they initially start coming after you? About a month ago. Like, since I paid for them, I really want to take care of them. Yeah, I mean, if you get the braces, right, you should absolutely just wear the retainer. Like, that's what's worth it. But I'm not, like, self-conscious about my smile anymore. My teeth are still, like, fine. They're not perfect, but they're, like, reasonable. There's not, like, a huge gap in my mouth like there used to be. There used to be, like, gaping holes in my teeth because my mouth was so fucked up. But when you live like that for so long, like, even, like, slightly crooked teeth are, like, no big deal to you anymore. You've talked with Shogun before, correct? When I nodded in response, Sena stopped dead in her tracks and looked at me from the stairs above. I can see your panties from this angle, Sena. I averted my eyes at a reflex. What did they say? A lot of things. I took a moment to tell Sena about everything Shogun had said up to that point, as well as the fake kidnapping he'd staged to try and scare me. Oh, he still thinks the Nanami kidnapping is fake in this route, Lamau. Does the name Hatano ring a bell? No. Shogun might have mentioned him. Think harder. You're straight up missing a tooth? Damn. Are fakes expensive? They probably are, right? Because it's a medical procedure in the US, so why'd I even ask? I was gonna say, like, why not just get a fake tooth? But probably because it's expensive. I don't even know why I asked. How much is a fake tooth? Wow. Yeah, pretty expensive. Holy shit. I have dental from work now, though, so I'll have to look into if they pay for a fake. I bet you they would, yeah. If you got dental insurance, it probably isn't much. Did I tell this? I've probably told this story before. Part of the reason why my teeth even got slightly crooked, honestly, I think even without the retainer, it probably would have been fine. But the reason why... See you, Kellyman. the real reason why my teeth got messed up is because my wisdom teeth like grew in and crowded my mouth up. Honestly, I think even if I didn't wear the retainer, I would have been fine if it wasn't for the wisdom teeth. But I waited several years to get my wisdom teeth pulled, even though they had grown into my mouth, because I wanted better dental insurance, so I wouldn't have to pay for it. Because at the time, it was like right after I had like graduated college, so I was pretty broke. So I lived with my wisdom teeth like fully like grown, like emerging from my gums for like a year. Fuck, that was miserable. I had to eat like for like an entire year. I had to eat like really soft foods because my mouth hurt so bad all the time. So I'd wake up, I'd take an aspirin, and then I'd only eat like fucking peanut butter jelly sandwiches and noodles and stuff for like a year. Because I didn't want to pay. Because even with like the low level insurance I had at my job, I knew if I got a promotion, I'd get better insurance. So I waited until I got the promotion to get my wisdom teeth removed. So I just lived in pain for a year. But it was just because I was so broke, right? Like my first level of insurance, it would have been $200 a wisdom tooth. But I knew when I got promoted, I would get better insurance, and that reduced the cost down to $25 a tooth. And so because I was so broke at the time, I was like, that's super worth it, bro. If I wait a year, I bring the cost down from like $1,000 to $100. So I did that. Probably not worth. Honestly, should have just spent the money. But that's easier to say now that I have a more comfortable amount of like disposable income. Where at the time, like when I had graduated college, I was fucking rubbing those pennies together. But now I have a comfortable amount of money, so it's something where like, yeah, right out of college, I definitely would like fucking save for. But nowadays, luckily, I live comfortable enough where I would be like, this shit fucking hurts. Fix it. Like, and I would just go and like get it done. But yeah, I mean, I was like what, 21 at the time. I had to fucking scrounge those pennies, which is funny because I mean, I just like held out on not spending that much money on a medical procedure so I could buy any game I wanted. Like for stream. I just wanted to be able to buy any game without having to budget my money. So I could keep streaming. This is what streaming has done to me over my life. Jesus. Alright. Did Shogun mention Hatano? No, I'd never heard the name before. Who is Hatano? A man affiliated with Project Noah. I didn't know him. I didn't even know what Project Noah was. Fine. If you don't know, forget it. She's like, why would she get mad at him? She turned away in a huff and resumed her climb in silence. Why not just explain? God, she doesn't even explain shit in her route. I bet you when we finally start learning stuff, it's going to be another character explaining shit, not her. There's still more? It really is the Final Fantasy VII scene. We'd gone up at least 20 stories with next to no breaks. I'd probably never climbed so many stairs in my entire life. Do you not have money not working? I got my contract bought out at my last job. So I just pretty much got months of salary up front. Must be hard not being a cajillionaire. It's true, Devin. I'm sorry. I only wish. I was exhausted. I didn't want to climb anymore. Sweat trickled down my forehead, stinging in my eyes. I wiped it off over and over again with my hands. But it continued to bead no matter what I did. My legs felt heavy. I couldn't breathe. I felt like I was going to suffocate. I planted my hands on my knees in an attempt to catch my breath. Drops of sweat fell from my face and dotted the floor. How much farther? The presidential office is apparently on the top floor. Floor 31. 10 more floors to go. Hold on. Why was I even going along with this in the first place? All I had done was ask Sena to protect me. So why was this happening to me? This is why I randomly stopped talking in the middle of that sentence. Oh, is this supposed to be Polnareff from JoJo? But they just censored it to be funny? Yeah, it is. Okay, that's funny. Polnareff's face appeared in the back of my mind. Why? Oh, because of the stairs. My heavy breathing reverberated through the quiet staircase. Surprisingly, Sena didn't try to go on ahead after I caught up this time. Instead, she leaned against the wall and stared at me with a blank expression on her face. She's like, damn, bro. You live this unathletic? Seemed like she was finally letting us take a short break. The official translation didn't censor it. COZ mod L. Mounted above Sena was another one of the security cameras. They were installed on every floor. There was no way they hadn't found out that we'd been climbing the staircase by now. Security guards could arrive at any moment. The real reason I didn't tamper with the security cameras earlier. Suddenly, Sena began to murmur something. It's because if this Shogun is a member of Nozomi, he could very well be in this building. I thought we could lure him out. Then why did you give him a disguise when we first walked in? So what you're saying is you're using me as bait? Yeah. I initially had no interest in Nozomi. Even deciding to infiltrate this building was an irregularity. I obviously plan to destroy Project Noah at some point, but now isn't the time. I have something else that takes priority. She'd become awfully talkative all of a sudden. Was she finally going to explain why we were here and what the fuck is going on in this story? But Sena didn't reveal what that something else was. From what you've told me, the Shogun knows something. It could even be something about Hatano. For a split second, her face stiffened upon saying that name. Were they really that terrible of a person? Relax, Nishijo. You're getting something out of this too. In exchange for you being the bait, I'll protect you. She's the only one that calls him Nishijo. Everyone else just calls him Takumi. And also, you want to learn this Shogun's identity, right? To eliminate the threat, you need to go on the offense. Sena abruptly stopped, then frowned, and stepped away from the wall, and readied her gigantic D-sword, right in the middle of this narrow, cramped stairway. It's the sound of the terminal. Also, it would be incredibly hard to use her giant fucking sword in this, like, cramped stairway. I'm reminded of, I've often chat on, Sorry, I just got a message. I shit on the Final Fantasy VII Remake a lot, but one of my favorite scenes in the Final Fantasy VII Remake is when Cloud goes to swing his sword one time in a building, it, like, bonks off the ceiling, and he, like, can't swing it. So he's, like, mid-swing, like, to swing his sword, and it hits the ceiling, and then he, like, fucking wobbles and loses his balance because he can't swing the sword in the, like, narrow corridor. And then he, like, tries to swing it from the other direction, and it, like, hits the wall, so he can't complete the swing either. It's just really funny. Where he just, like, can't fucking use the sword at all, because it's so big, and he's in such, like, a small, like, room. And so that's what I think would happen in this moment, is, like, literally that scene. If she tried to fight anybody with the D-sword, she would just fucking bonk off the staircase. What's going on? Sena didn't answer. She peered down the stairwell and then up, only to freeze in place. That voice. Where's it coming from? A voice? Who the hell are you? She suddenly shouted. I thought she might have been shouting at the security camera, but her gaze was directed farther upward, toward the ceiling. It couldn't be. I had a bad feeling about this. Unable to resist the bait, I looked up at the ceiling. Naturally, there was nothing there. After all, I couldn't hear the voice, but I had a good idea of what it was. Shogun. He was reading our minds using some satellite way up in the sky. He was making Sena hear some kind of voice.
Sena!
Don't listen!
Sena!
I promptly grabbed hold of her shoulders and shook her. It doesn't seem like Shogun is a part of Nozomi. I was right. She had heard Shogun's voice. Is that true? You're being tricked. He's an enemy. Don't believe anything he says. I hear something. How was she able to conclude that Shogun's not part of Nozomi? My hands are still gripping her shoulders. She responded by grabbing my wrist tightly. Her nails dug in deep, and shooting pain went throughout my entire body. My face twisted in. Nishijo, I hear something. Be careful. Hey. A flash of light burst into my head, and from that light an image came forth. A dark room. A puddle of blood staining the floor. A modern art piece resembling that of a crucifix. Someone was bound there, with their head lifelessly hanging down, their clothes stained in blood, their right hand cruelly severed. Ah! I'd seen it. I'd seen it clearly, without a doubt. Nanami. Nanami's here! Somewhere in the building! She had been kidnapped by Shogun. Her wrist wasn't a delusion, it was real. I had to find her. I wasn't able to save her before, and now Sena was suffering too. So I had to find her. This time for sure, I had to do something. Calm down, Nishijo. The likelihood of this being a trap is... fucking everyone keeps cutting her off. Just a minute ago, you also believed what Shogun said, didn't you? What did he say, though? I violently shook Sena's hands off me. The presidential office was on the 31st floor. Seriously, listen to the sound! It's a different delusion than Shogun's interference. How does she know that? Wait, what? I ignored her and sprinted up the stairs. Wait, how does she know what Shogun's interference sounds like? Also, yeah, how does she now know that Shogun isn't a part of Nozomi? Sena just, like, got access to the script. What just happened? I ignored her and sprinted up the stairs. There was no time to complain about my exhaustion. I was desperate. Nanami was suffering. And it was my fault. It was all my fault. I failed her back then. I'd run away. She must resent me. Forgive me. I'm a pathetic excuse for an older brother. Damn it, I wanted power. I wanted a D-sword like Sena. Why? Why couldn't I get my hands on one? It was all I asked for. Nanami, don't die. I'm begging you.
Nanami!
I made it to the giant 31st floor. There was only one entrance to it. Wasting no time, I flung it open and dove straight through. And just like that, I was in the very same room I saw in the vision. No, you weren't. This is a very different room. Several monitors hung from the ceiling, each displaying the word Nozomi on a white background. I looked all over for Nanami. The room was so dark I couldn't make out anything clearly, but
Nanami.
there were no signs of life. No movement, no breathing, nothing at all.
Nishijo!
Nishijo! Chasing after me, Sena flew through the open door. She forcefully grabbed my hand.
今すぐ出るぞ。
We're getting out of here now. This is a trap.
だって。
But Nanami is...
聞こえないのか
Can't you
この音
hear the sound? Suddenly, the door that we'd left open slammed shut all on its own, and the room grew even darker.
しまった。
Shit! Sena ran to the door and wrestled with the knob, but it refused to budge. Then the outline of the D-sword in her hands suddenly faded to nothing. It was almost as if it had completely dissolved.
閉じ込められた。
We've been locked in.
だったら
Can't you just get us out of here using your powers?
うま
I
く
can't form delusions properly. Wait, why? Sena's face twisted. She rubbed her temples and weakly shook her head. I was getting a headache. I only noticed it when I regained my focus. It wasn't severe by any means, but the minor faint pain. It seemed to reverberate from the very center of my head. An ache that throbbed and throbbed and throbbed. I feel kind of lightheaded. Nanami, where are you? Is this one of Shogun's traps? Is Shogun my ally? What? What kind of company is Nozomi Technology? Where would this "is Shogun my ally" thought even come from at this point? What? Why would what? Weird. Okay. What kind of company is Nozomi? Hey, what's up, Alpha? Sena has such small tits. Damn, roasted. But does she have big feet, though? Who's Hatano, anyway? Weird. I'm losing my train of thought.
バイオ周波数攻撃
We're
を受け
being
てい
hit
ます
with biorhythmical attacks. The display of the two monitors overhead changed. In place of the Nozomi logo, the faces of two middle-aged men appeared, one on each monitor.
まったく最近の若者は恐れ知らずだな。
My word, the youth of these days knows no fear. Of course, it's meant entirely in a negative sense. Indeed. Perhaps this is the result of the lax education system you implemented, Mr. Inohana. I was merely executing the plan as specified by the Committee of 300. As a single link within the chain of the worldwide human domestication project, it was a serviceable program. I also realized that the Somnium Files games also kind of reference the Committee of 300 as well. I think it's named something different, but... that sounds familiar to me. It's a real-life conspiracy theory. Yeah, I remember reading that it was real when we did Steins Gate. I remember looking it up. But this is also referenced in Somnium Files. And Nirvana Initiative, I'm assuming as well. But I think Somnium Files and like Spike Chunsoft and Psy Adventure, I think they all kind of share like similar writers, right? I have to imagine there at least a couple of the writers from like Chaos Head and Steins Gate also worked on like Somnium Files and Nirvana Initiative. I don't have any proof of that, but I would just kind of imagine. Because I know Somnium Files was made by the like people who ran Danganronpa and Zero Escape as like a project they wanted to work on together. So I would imagine some of the like writers cross over. But I know Somnium Files is like the love child from like the maker of Danganronpa and Zero Escape, because they made those two games like simultaneously for a while, and they both like fanboyed with each other. I remember reading like how Somnium Files came about, but basically the Danganronpa writer and the Zero Escape guy like met each other, and then were like, "Oh my god, I like your work. I like your work. Do you want to make a game together?" And they were like, "Yeah!" Like they just had like a bro moment, and that's how Somnium Files came together. I remember reading that from an interview. Is they just like fanboyed all over how much they liked each other's games, and they're like, "What if we put it all together?" And they were like, "Yeah!" And that's how it came about. Which is kind of why it's like a lower budget game. Because it's basically just the two of them being like, "Hey, we want to do something together." And Spike Chunsoft was kind of like, "Well, I mean, we want to keep you guys happy, so I guess we'll let you guys make a game together. But here's your budget. It's limited." And they're like, "Whatever. We just want to make something together." And then they kissed, yeah. But like, I recognize some of the themes like from this game and those games, which is why I brought it up, because I feel like, yeah, they must have some similar. Some of the like, the writers must be on the same team. What was going on? Who were these people? The fact that you were also the one to shut it down proved quite amusing. I imagine that fell quite outside the Committee of 300's expectations. What AI? I was referring to the game AI, the Somnium Files. Not like an AI program. I was saying that the writers of Steins Gate and Chaos Head must also have worked on Somnium Files. Yes, Mr. Kuramochi. Ignorant to our ambitions, they fully intend to rule the world without a shred of opposition. To them, such an action served as a declaration of war. I was referring to the game. Wait, then why'd you say what AI? I don't understand your question then. Conquering the world does not require the power of 300. The two of us are more than enough. You know the Committee of 300 is a popular conspiracy theory, right? Yeah. Did you just miss the whole tangent and are now critiquing my tangent? Bruh. What are those two talking about? Right as I was thinking that, the two men on the monitors turned their stares to me. Placing the matter aside for now, it all went exactly according to Norose's predictions. I never would have thought anyone would be foolish enough to wander directly into our nest. We'll leave them here for a week. They'd grow far too debilitated to resist. After which, how about we return and treat ourselves to a rousing torture show? We've already collected and stored Hatano Sena's code sample in our database. Hatano Sena? Who was that? We would be better off brainwashing her. Once that's done, shall we make her our soldier? I propose we not only make her our soldier, but our plaything as well. Enslaving our own little giglomaniac girl sounds like an even better option. Welcome back, Vibe. I see your tastes are just as refined as mine, Mr. Inohana. You're cultured. Well then, our dear little giglomaniacs, please enjoy your confinement to the fullest. Does the company have the same name as Nozomi, just convenient? What? 1 week from now, Project No will have brought a drastic change upon the world. You have my greatest sympathies for not being able to bear witness to the moment of reform. The old man disappeared from the monitors, and the room was covered in darkness once again. It'd been a trap! It all been a trap! Like Takami's sister is named Nozomi, right? No. What? To think 2 grown men, one of which I was sure was a member of the House of Representatives, would join forces just to trap some random otaku freak like me. This couldn't be real. It had to be a fucking joke. Nanami wasn't here. She'd been imprisoned somewhere else. I felt absolutely pathetic for playing right into their hands. If I had known this would happen, I would have just listened to Sena. To think, the founder of the Cosmic Church of Divine Light and a member of the Diet would both be part of the Committee of 300. I mean, wouldn't that make sense? Wouldn't the Committee of 300 be, like, powerful members of society? Sena slammed her shoulder against the entrance again and again, but it refused to give in. It had probably been locked from the outside, and seeing as it was extremely sturdy, trying to burst it open was likely impossible. The Committee of 300? If I remembered correctly, wasn't that the name of that organization which occasionally popped up in conspiracy theories? Did it actually exist? If you think about it, it all adds up. After all, the Committee of 300 were the ones who originally founded the theory of silent weapons. What was that Project Noah thing those old guys were just talking about? Having given up, Sena stepped away from the door in defeat. She surveyed the dimly lit room with a sullen expression. How come she can think coherent thoughts now? Just a second ago, Takami could barely fucking think straight. Was thinking about her tits, and now they're talking about the Committee of 300 rationally? It's the silent weapon development program that Nozomi Technology's been pursuing. It's a silent weapon? To put it in layman's terms, it's a mind control device that operates over an extensive range. Mind reading, visual projection, and control over the senses. It doesn't harm you physically. It has no sound, color, or scent, and it's invisible to the naked eye. That's not true. It has a very distinct color. Or a very distinct sound. I hear it. However, it's sure to slowly and quietly contaminate the minds of the masses. Silent weapon attacks can be executed without anyone noticing. Isn't that just like the powers of a giglomaniac? Of course. Silent weapons originated from the idea of artificially creating giglomaniacs, after all. It was so insane that it didn't even feel real. But in the end, that was just the way things were. I was no hero. Even if I was told that an insane conspiracy such as that was true, and it was currently unfolding in Shibuya, I wouldn't feel the slightest urge to stand against it. How come they can think normally now? What's happening? Even if I were to go out and fight, I wouldn't be able to help anyone. I'd just leave it to someone who was actually useful. Maybe, just maybe, the new gen incidents, as well as the endless string of bizarre events that have been plaguing me, were all related to this Project Noah. No. If that was the case, I would need to leave Shibuya as soon as possible in order to protect myself. All I wanted was for Nanami to be safe, for me to be safe, and for us to live in peace. That was what I wished for. For that to happen, I needed to find a way out of here. I couldn't stand the thought of being stuck in a place like this for upwards of a week, especially with there being no sign of food or water anywhere. So that's what the old guys were talking about. If we didn't eat or drink for an entire week, we'd inevitably start to break down. Worst case scenario, we could die. This is Sena.
なんとかここから
Find a way to
脱出する方法を
get us out of
考
here.
えてよ
I feel like this song could be like in Halo if it wasn't for like the beeping noise in the soundtrack. Like the ambiance in the background is a really nice track. It sounds like something straight out of Halo. But then you got the beep boop boop bop beep beep boop bop. Oh, I guess even with the beep boop bop, it's definitely Metroid Prime. You're right, Alpha. This would play in Metroid. But just the ambiance would be Halo.
扉は開かない
The door won't open. Senna looked utterly exhausted. Well, that's why we should have taken the elevator.
ディソードは
What about your D-sword?
なぜか
For some reason, I can't
出せ
summon
なかっ
it.
た
My powers are being blocked.
力を
This
封じ
is
ら
a
れた
silent weapon attack, Nishijo.
沈黙の兵器で
A silent
攻
weapon
撃され
attack?
ているぞ
The hell? Are you saying there's no way out? With a look of pure exhaustion, she slumped to the floor. Are you okay? How come this is affecting her way more?
そう
Damn it. My body
体が
is so heavy. I can't believe Taco and Senna climbed 100 floors while you were power washing a motorcycle. Yeah. That was the explosion I heard. It was the silent attack. It was actually not silent outside of the room. Never forget my Final Fantasy stream last week. People loved it. It was really good. If you want to see my Final Fantasy VII stream last week, just make sure to click the live stream tab on my channel. Go back and check it out. I got lots of positive feedback, I think. I think people were just overall really happy with the stream. I think it was a great idea. I'm really glad I did it. That's for sure. And there's some
なん
kind
だ
of
か妙な気持ちだ
weird feeling. I can't believe you managed to defeat Sephiroth blindfolded like that. Well, it's easy when it's turn-based, you know what I mean? You just gotta memorize your Excel sheets and you're good to go. Oh, I forgot. At one time I made a reference to JRPGs being like Excel sheets, and people got really fucking mad. I think that was the hottest take I ever had. Well, I guess not hottest take, because I'm sure it's not a hot take, but people got really mad when I made that take. How many dislikes? Still 3, actually. What did you mean? Honestly, don't remember exactly what I meant. I think I made a reference that you could like play a JRPG if you like. I felt like if you coded a if you like made a macro in Microsoft Excel, it could play most JRPGs that are turn-based. Because basically, like my theory was like if there was like a like an element like you needed to match with, right? like, you could just write a script where if enemy water type, like, use, or, like, if enemy fire type, use water type ability, and, like, you could just, like, match that shit up in, like, a lot of turn-based games. And it would work. Like, I don't really know how to code exactly, so I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly, but I made a reference like that, and people got really mad. Based on how some RPG Maker things are programmed, that's not entirely wrong. Yeah. People got really mad when I said it, though. But I said it in a JRPG stream, so probably shouldn't have done that. Because people were telling me, like, how much skill it required, and I was like, is it skill if you could just, like, get an Excel sheet and know what to do? Anyway, me and making JRPG players, man. Let's continue. There's some kind of weird feeling.
胸の奥が
Like my chest is
締め付けられるよ
being constricted. Well, it's because your boobs are so small, Sena, obviously. Her breathing shallow. Sena undid a few buttons of her uniform. Oh, are we about to figure out why Wandering likes this route so much? Even in the dark, I could see her skin was drenched in sweat. Despite her situation, I found myself getting flustered. Come to think of it, it did feel pretty hot in here.
な
Hey,
あ水を
do you have any water? Hey, babe. Is it hot in here? Is that a D sword in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Of course I didn't. But I was getting thirsty too, and fast. The thought of spending a full week in this heat without a drop of water made me feel utterly hopeless. I'm gonna live stream the Mario movie directly in the movie theater, and I'll be screaming about noids. You should do that. Oh shit, the Mario movie comes out like soonish, doesn't it? Just real boots some water, duh. Sena was staring fixedly at me. I knew there was no way I'd be able to maintain eye contact with a 3D girl, so I desperately looked away. But I could still feel her gaze piercing through me. She's like, "You dipshit, you got us into this mess. Don't look." Every route he says that to the girl he's doing his route with. Don't look at me. No, I don't. When I answered, I took a quick glance at Sena. Our eyes met. Hold on. What was up with those shimmering eyes of hers? She almost looked like a love-struck maiden or some shit. Well, I was both a virgin and had never had a girlfriend before, so I didn't know if that happened in reality. Lamau. No girl has ever been attracted to anyone before. Sorry, Takumi. Panicking, I turned my back to Sena and gulped down my building saliva. Gross. Like, I know people do this in real life. I've done it before too, but just mentioning gulping saliva really grosses me out. Because that's not how I would ever describe when I, like, swallow a spit in my mouth. I would never be like, oh, I gulped it down. Because when I hear gulp, I think of someone, like, drinking, you know? Like... like, that's a gulp. I don't do that with the spit in my mouth. What is this?
気をつけろ西
Careful, Nishijo.
感情を
It might be
操作されている
manipulating our emotions.
え
Huh?
どういう
What do you mean?
お前を見ていると切
When I
な
look
い
at
気
you,
持ちになってくる
I feel an unbearable longing.
ふざけた攻撃
Damn it. What the hell kind of attack is... That is kind of a weird attack. You would think if they really wanted to fuck with them, they would make them both paranoid or scared of each other. or something? Why would their first instinct be like, alright, villain A, here's my master plan. We're gonna trap our two Giglomaniac friends in a room together, making it completely impossible to escape. Alright, villain B, that does sound like a great strategy. I would like to capture the heroes of the story and make them vulnerable. What do we do then? Well, I think I'll make them both incredibly horny. What? Yes, that's it. When they're trapped in the room, I'm gonna make them both super horny. They won't be able to keep their hands off each other. What? But couldn't you just... Can we make them feel sick? No, it's gotta be horny. We gotta make them really horny. They're gonna look at each other and just... feel urges when they look at each other. It's gonna drive them nuts. But we could make them, like, paranoid and untrusting of each other, so you'd be locked in a room with... And then we could break their trust and make them like paranoid about each other and want to work with us because they hate each other so much after we fuck with them. No, they gotta be horny. They gotta want to fuck, and then we're gonna watch them. We're gonna watch them fuck in that room. Okay. You do that. So the attack involved making Sena feel like she'd fallen in love with me? Or could it be that she'd already had feelings for me to begin with? Yeah, no way in hell. Use your brain, Takumi. What the hell are they using to manipulate our emotions? In the end, human emotions are nothing but electronic signals flowing through our brains. But when my dad brings this point up to me later on, I'm going to absolutely break down and have an absolute panic attack. Technology to interfere with those signals is being researched all over the world. In the worst case scenario, it may have already been put into practice. And if we're being hit by a silent weapon, like Noah 2, doing so would be child's play. The voice reminded me of how it should have ended. Thanks, Vyvan. The voice I was going for is that one YouTube series. What's it called? Pitch Meeting, I think is what it's called. Let me look it up. Yeah, Pitch Meeting. That's the thing I was going for. Do you get it now? This is what I meant back when I said the world was an electronic device. I'm glad we're finally explaining that. Just kidding. Does that mean it's like a program? Lines of ones and zeros? It'd be incredibly easy to tamper with something like that. It's a scientifically proven fact that electronic signals run through our brains. So in reality, not only our emotions, but both the mind and the soul are reducible to mere electronic signals. I mean, yeah, you can also influence someone's, like, thoughts by putting in different hormones and chemicals into their body as well. You can artificially make someone depressed or not depressed. Any sorts of emotions can be manipulated, but usually not through the signals. It's usually by the endorphins and shit you would add. Wait a second, that's no different from 2D, is it? For example, let's look at a heroine from an eroge. Lissolette from ESO, the anime version of Sera and Sena. What's the difference between the four of them? If what Sena says about everything in the world being an electronic device is true, then there are no differences. They're all the same. Mere electronic signals running through a device. I felt like I finally, albeit vaguely, understood why Sena had used the word error. If all that's true, then this Noah 2 weapon could be like some super deadly virus. Or someone using cheats in order to PK. PK. Not even Nineheart could win against those kinds of people. And not only that, but compared to Nineheart, I was a ridiculously shitty playable character. Do you think Sarah's show is actually good, or would it be mid? An excellent question. Is there any, like, parody Bloodtoon, like, let's see, if I search Bloodtoon anime, does something come up? It would be a generic show, like a Sailor Moon knockoff, right? There's a light novel? Okay, that's funny. So they actually did go and make a fucking light novel out of it? Wow, what? There's all sorts of lore to this, I found a, Chris said it's a generic show in anime, and she's a secondary character. Yeah, I just found, like, there's a whole wiki of it. I found another character from the Bloodtoon anime that's got a full, like, digital representation. Sena is a bounty hunter. Aaron is another character, yeah. That's really funny. Anyway, Takumi is a shitty playable character. In the end, being trapped here and starving to death like a pathetic loser, that was a pretty fitting game over for me. Not if you get to make out with Sena. I mean, it probably like evens out if like your death involves making out with Sena until you die. Like that's probably a fine way to go. I'd probably like be willing to go like that. It's not my fault. No, it did. I hope Sena snaps out of the delusion just long enough to be like, no, it absolutely is your fucking fault, Takumi. Everything's your fault. You suck. This is a blatant death flag. Because of the person controlling me. It's all their fault. Fuck my life. Alright, first of all, Takumi, you're gonna blame me? There's no fucking choices in your stupid visual novel bullshit. I don't get to do anything. I didn't get to choose for you to not go up the stairs like a dumbass. It's not my fault. Don't blame this shit on me. You otaku freak. Cradling my head, I curled into a ball. Yeah, you think about what you just fucking said. You curl into that ball, you little bitch. There's not even a CG of us making out with her? Jesus. Bad route, honestly. Not redeemable. Around 28 hours had passed since we'd first gotten locked in here. During that time, I had dozed off and lost consciousness countless times. I had been overwhelmed by a surge of uncontrollable emotions, depression, mania, and other similar feelings, leaving me mentally exhausted. So I was going to suggest originally that they were maybe implanting, like, different emotions that they wouldn't normally feel to, like, fuck with their mind. Like that's why she was getting really horny, because she's not normally horny. So like her being horny would like set her off balance, because she'd be like, "What the fuck is this?" But the fact that they're making him depressed and manic, I feel like he should be very used to those emotions. Those are like his baseline emotions. Is Takumi being depressed and manic. Sena and I hadn't said a single word to each other the entire time. She'd pretty much been completely and entirely useless ever since we'd gotten locked up, really. It's because she's just sitting there horny. Bruh. Have you ever been useful while horny? No. The final ray of hope was the PC. Aside from the ones that showed the detestable faces of the Diet member and that religious founder, there were a ton of other monitors decorating the room. And every one of them was connected to a single PC. Since the PC was connected to the internet, I tried posting a bunch of SOS messages on various boards, but it had all been in vain. I hadn't been able to post anything at all. The PC could download just fine, but uploading was completely throttled. Any attempts at sending chat messages or emails were snuffed out. Under the orders of those two old guys, someone had to have been watching us. But why were they letting us access information at all? I would soon learn the answer to that question. A few hours of starting to gather info online. I checked the articles tab of Taboo on a whim. Riot breaks out at Shibuya Scramble Crossing. An article with that title caught my eye. And immediately after, it happened. It all began with a tremor from below. The floor, no, the very building itself started to shake violently. No makeout CG. We just got Sena horny and then did nothing about it at all. And I guess that makes sense for Takumi, but still. The very next moment, I was struck with a violent ringing in my ears. It was such an intensely shrill, resonant sound, my head felt like it was about to burst open. I looked at Sena, who was covering her ears in agony. And then, a thunderous roar. The entire building thrashed around violently, as if the world itself was trying to make a gigantic milkshake. Unable to stay upright anymore, I tumbled over. My back crashed against the wall. Sena was crouched down in the corner of the room, curled into a ball. Unbased and Takumi pilled? Wait, what? Taku's controlling himself, so he's not wrong, saying it's their fault. True. Above her head, the monitor affixed to the ceiling was swaying back and forth like a pendulum. The world suddenly went into slow motion. Did my other message not send? I don't think so. I don't see it. That was the last message you said about Taku's controlling himself. He ignored it. What? No, that's the last message you sent. Unbiased and Takumi pilled, but the last message you sent in the chat was Taku controlling himself. I'm on live chat too. The swaying of the monitor slowed down. With a dull sound, the aluminum pole holding the monitor snapped, and it fell down, ever so slowly, towards Sena. Made his own mini fanfic? Where? What? It was a feeling I had experienced once before. It was exactly like when Fez had jumped off the school roof. She was going to die. If that giant monitor fell on her head, Sena would die. I couldn't make it in time. There were roughly 5 meters between us. Besides, I didn't have the courage to risk my life to save a 3D girl anyway. I literally don't see it, though. It doesn't show up in my feed. I swear. Did it show up above me? Did you guys see it show up there? Anyway, Takumi literally just letting Sena die. Wild route. Even so, a delusion flared to life inside my mind. In that delusion, I kicked off the shaking floor, bolted over to Sena, and threw my arms around her in a magnificent save. And all that happened in an instant. Just the blink of an eye, my body teleported over to Sena, threw its arms around her, and tumbled to the floor. Sound of the monitor crashing to the ground echoed right beside my ear. Even though the room had been so dark before, my field of vision was dyed white. Along with the ear-splitting sound of an explosive, I was slammed with an even greater impact than before. And with that, my last thread of consciousness was severed. I think this is the first route where he actually, like, does something to save the girl. He could do a delusion this whole time. Yeah, I mean, he's done them before. How long had I been out? My consciousness drifted in and out of a deep slumber. I felt a ticklish, slightly annoying tingle on the top of my nose. And upon noticing that faint, ever so slightly warm sensation, I opened my eyes. Kind of, I guess. She's not doing a great job at protecting us so far, huh? Sena's face was only a few inches from mine. Her long hair draped over my cheeks. Her faint breath blew right against my nose. Her eyes were closed, but her eyelashes quivering. That's in live, but not top. Honestly, I don't... If Alpha-ish sent another message, I don't see it. Like, I don't see it in live chat either. And I have it set to live chat, not top messages. Like, the it shows up on screen as top chat, but I have a tab set up for live chat. And I don't see it. It doesn't show up on my phone chat either. Weird. Takumi's definitely a bottom, absolutely. And Sena's definitely a top. We were really close. If I wanted to, I could have easily moved in and kissed her. I'll just let you guys know right now. Don't kiss an unconscious woman, fellas. It's a bad move. Don't do it. Why does yours goes to top? I didn't see you say anything either, Kyler. If you copied what Alpha wrote. It doesn't show up for me either. I frantically tried to skirt away, but my body wouldn't move. That was when I finally realized what exactly had happened. Keeping my head completely still, I tried to survey my surroundings, but it was pitch black. I couldn't make out anything. That's so weird. I don't see it in live chat either. It's blocked to me. YouTube chat is a mystery. Keep my head completely still. I tried to survey my surroundings, but it was pitch black. I couldn't make out anything. It felt like a thin film had been draped over my field of vision. But there was no film. It was just a cloud of dust, buried in rubble. So it wasn't that I couldn't see anything around me. It was that there weren't any gaps in the rubble at all. No matter what direction I looked, I couldn't find a single opening. We'd been lodged into an extremely cramped pocket of space beneath the rubble. Whenever I tried to force my hands or legs to move, I would hear the sound of pebbles crumbling to the ground. Most normal QBI stream. Yeah, I'm pretty confident YouTube's, like, fucked with my chat in some way, shape, or form. Or, like, shadow banned my channel or something. I have no idea how to check that or verify that at all. Maybe it's just my own fucking paranoid delusions. But I'm pretty confident. YouTube's got me. Wait, what showed up on the stream? Start making out. Oh, there we go. You start making out, the screen goes dark, you open your eyes. It's Nanami. God. That sound made me realize I couldn't move or do anything at all. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead. Had there been an earthquake or something? Shibuya had experienced a lot of those recently, but maybe they'd all been foreshocks. If so, this could have been the biggest earthquake to hit Tokyo since the Great Kanto earthquake. Did that mean the Nozomi building had collapsed? The terrorist attack that had happened in America several years back came to mind, bringing an intense wave of hopelessness with it. The fact that we hadn't been injured yet, despite being struck in a crevice, was probably nothing more than an insane stroke of luck. Yet being the key word. The rubble was just barely holding itself together. Maintaining an extremely delicate balance, I had no way of making sure, but it was definitely possible that dozens of tons of debris were piled on top of us. Also, I mean, once a building collapses on you like this, just the sheer, smoke from the debris would absolutely fuck your, lungs up for life anyway. You would be screwed. It wouldn't matter. Like, maybe you didn't get crushed by debris, but welcome to the long and slow death. If I made a single wrong move, that balance would be lost, and then that massive pile of rubble would crush us in less than a second. A building collapses and people just walk around like it's fine. Yeah, right, like you would just absolutely be fucking dead anyway. Like, cool, you didn't get smashed. Now you just have to go this long and miserable way of dying. Like, if this much smoke, it'd already be game over. Imagining that as my last moment, I instantly froze in fear. I didn't want to die. I couldn't handle the idea of being crushed to death in a place like this, where no one would ever know. Honestly, that would be the mercy killing. As long as it happened instantaneous, like if just a chunk of the building smashed your skull. That'd be a good way to go. At least considering the circumstances, anyway. Hurry up and rescue me! A rescue squad, the self-defense force, I don't care who, just get me out of here. I tried straining my ears to see if I could hear any people around, but there was nothing but silence. A deafening, eerie silence. All I could hear was the sound of Sena's breathing. Damn it, sleep like a goddamn baby, why don't you? I have a feeling that she's not sleeping, Takumi. Just a thought. She's probably not conscious. It's like how video game characters can breathe in space but not underwater. Yeah. The Great Kanto quake killed 100,000 people? Jesus. Unlucky. Sena was lying sprawled on top of me, our bodies tightly pressed against each other. I mean, she's like somehow keeping herself propped up above you, though. We were perfectly complementing one another. Her chest, her stomach, her legs. Nearly her entire body was right on top of me. She was heavy. Probably don't tell her that. She was heavy and being forced to feel the softness of her arms. And how slender her legs were. Oh god. Why is she wearing a lacy red bra? That's actually funny. Is that what she wears in her Sprite? Naturally, I could still feel Sena's breath heating my cheek. And within it, I could smell something sweet. Perhaps because of the crunchy coons she was eating? Her breaths were deep and steady. They followed a distinct rhythm. Each time she breathed, I could feel her breasts faintly moving up and down directly against my body. I like that this kind of dialogue gets like several lines, like several dozen lines of description. Actual plot relevant stuff, though, we're not talking about that shit. We're talking about Booba. I did not watch the Sonic fan dub. Was this some kind of torture? An attack of this magnitude would cause all sense of reason within me to crumble in 5 minutes. Tops! I need to wake her up somehow in order to avert this crisis. Wait, I'd have to wake her up? Would it be right for me to do that? I mean, if I woke her up, and she saw the state we were in, how would she react? She was the same girl who regularly scowled at everyone and everything. So even though it was an accident beyond my control, there was no doubt she'd labeled me a pervert anyway. Considering she wouldn't be thinking clearly, there's a very real possibility she might rip out my throat. And at this distance, taking Sena's position into account, not only could she easily do that, but I would be completely defenseless. That was probably a bit too extreme to be realistic, but if Sena really were to wake up in a panic, she could very well end up causing the rubble to collapse on top of us, and that'd be the end of it. What the hell am I supposed to do? If I could have ripped my hair out, I would have. What the fuck? Oh, I thought he was like punching her. But since I obviously couldn't do that, I resorted to banging the back of my head against the rubble. Through that, I was able to suppress my instinctual lust for Sena. What the fuck? I don't know if I could fucking get horny in this situation. And a building is absolutely collapsed on me. Crunchy coons probably smell like sweetened tap water. Probably. They did a Shadow the Hedgehog dub of like what, the movie or something? It really says something about Taco. He's able to get hot and bothered in this situation. Yeah, right? It's Takumi, so you don't have to relate, I guess. I don't know. Don't pay this wench any heed. I'm not and never will be into 3D girls. The girls I love are all 2D. Sena appeared before me. Sena, appear before me. Drive these worldly desires from my mind. I'm not into stuck-up bitches like her, so I won't give in to lust. I mustn't give in to lust. I mustn't give in to lust. I mustn't give in to lust. I can't control it anymore. She is unconscious, isn't she? Surely no one will mind if I make ample use of her. Fuck. How can be so annoying and unlikable? How about I taste those arrogant lips of hers? The same ones that do nothing but spew self-righteous bullshit. I shouldn't go straight for the lips. I'm not mentally prepared for that quite yet. In that case, how about I aim for her cheek? What does the skin of a 3D girl taste like, I wonder? Does it taste sweet? Does it taste like sweat? Or perhaps it does taste sweet. Ad. Ad time.
Did that work? I don't know if that worked. Probably not. Did it? No ads? Damn it. Did what work? Well, it said ad here, and then I said ad time, and I clicked the button. There's a button on the stream where I can insert an ad. And it said that it added an ad when I clicked it, but it didn't seem like it worked. I thought it would have been funny, but I don't think when I hit... I think when I hit ad, insert ad, it doesn't do anything. Right? I don't think anything happened. Maybe it only adds it to the VOD. Or maybe everyone has ad block. That's true. I doubt it adds it to the VOD. Because it's supposed to be a thing where, like... You know, when most streamers, like, walk away for a bit, like, they just run ads... I think that's what it's supposed to be able to do. Like, if I like walk away to go get a drink or something, like I do sometimes, you're supposed to hit the insert advertisement button, and then like an advertisement plays while you're not there. I typically don't do that to you guys. I just like let you guys listen to the game music or whatever. But that's what you're supposed to do. I didn't get it on PS5. I'm on mobile, so I would have been hit. I'm not using ad block, and I'm still not getting it. YouTube just absolutely gaslighting me. It says that it played the advertisement, and this just straight up didn't. I'm telling you, something's up with my YouTube channel, man. I'm fairly certain I got shadow banned. I'm, like, positive. Because it said it added the advertisement when I clicked the button. And so I stopped for a second to, like, let the ad play. I am being gaslit by YouTube. Unreal. But hang on one second. For realsies this time. And let's see. I'll hit the advertisement button again. I gotta step away for a second. I bet it doesn't work, though. What an awesome ad, right? This is a sad day for QBI stream. It's always a sad day. But yeah, if someone can figure out how to tell if my channel is shadow banned, that would be dope. Do you guys think granola expires? Probably not, right? So basically, I'm gonna eat this granola bar real quick. I'm really fucking starving. Just granola, is there other stuff with it? It's a Quaker Oats granola bar that has like chocolate on it.
But basically, so I took a nap earlier today because I pulled an all-nighter last night to make that Fire Emblem video I posted today. So I didn't sleep. But so I also didn't eat food. So the only food I've eaten is like I had a bowl of cereal around like 8 or 9 a.m. And it's now 10 p.m. and I haven't eaten since that bowl of cereal this morning. So I'm like fucking starving for this stream. But I'm also, it's like towards the weekend, which is like when I go grocery shopping. So there's like not any food left in my apartment that I could like eat without cooking. Like I've got like dinner food and stuff, but like nothing to really snack on. So in desperation to keep the stream going, I'm eating a granola bar that has been in my cabinet for like a long time and I was too lazy to throw out. Does it have an expiration date? November 2020. So it's a little old. But probably fine. Food poisoning stream? Maybe. I mean, I imagine that this has to have so many preservatives in it, it probably doesn't actually expire. I searched QBuy on YouTube, you show up. Probably not shadow banned. Oh, maybe. If you search Chaos Head logged out, do I still show up? I searched Chaos Head blind, and you're the first result. Oh, okay. So I guess that would mean I'm not shadow banned, right? Mid-roll ads only go to some viewers. Oh. I apologize if anyone's watching the VOD and they just get too, they get two ads back to back. I don't think you should be able to stream if you're shadow banned. So shadow banned is a different term. Shadow ban is a term where you're banned, but you don't know it. If I was banned straight up, I wouldn't be able to stream. But shadow ban is a thing where it like lets you like exist in your own world. So I'd still be able to stream. I searched COZ patch and your playlist is the second result. What shows up first? Triggered. How is it not me? I have YouTube Premium. Yeah, I also use YouTube Premium. The COZ trailer. How dare those committee of 0 people? I'll unsub for a second. No. That's too traumatic. You can't. My number goes down. The dopamine. Those fucking guys at COZ stealing my search results. No. Yeah, you're not shadow banned. Are you able to verify? Like, you just looked.
You have 8.4k subs? What are you talking about? I've had like 8.4k for months. What do you mean? Didn't you just pass 8k in December? No, I passed 8k like a year ago. Maybe longer. When did I pass 8k subs? Yeah, I'm probably not shadow banned. Let's see. Analytics. Yeah, I think I hit 8.4 during Chaos Head. Yeah, it's been over a year since I hit 8k subs. But yeah, going back to December, yeah, I've gained, in the last 90 days, I've gained 80 subs. Which is down 50% from my previous 90-day period. Oh no. No, the dopamine. It's going down quick. Someone, make the numbers go up. If you think about it, this whole thing is a Q by ad. Very true. The whole stream is a Q by ad, really. Anyway, ad time. No. It wasn't funny the first time you said it, Kyler. I started cutting off the delusion inside my head. Sena's voice leaked out of her mouth, mixing in with her breath. It was quiet as a whisper. Her voice was soft and frail. I would have never imagined it could have come from someone who was normally so fierce and unapproachable. Dad. Her eyes were still closed. It didn't seem like she'd woken up yet. She had been talking in her sleep. I instantly felt a pang of relief, realizing she hadn't read my impure, perverted thoughts. From behind her closed eyelids, a tiny drop fell. With a barely audible plop, it landed on my cheek. It was so very warm, and yet after only a fleeting moment, it went cold. Even Sena cried sometimes, I suppose. Now even I was starting to feel sad. Had something happened between her and her father? Hey. A little worried, I timidly called out to her. With a twitch, her body started to stir, and her eyes gently opened. Oh my god, whose eyes? At point-blank range, our eyes met. The drowsy Sena stared at me. Her eyes were still sleepy. She didn't seem to be fully awake yet. Don't look, it's embarrassing. It didn't take long for her face to instantly turn beet red. Her eyes shot open and her gaze raced from side to side. What's going on here? Don't move. We'll be crushed by the rubble.
They didn't give her the, like, pupil treatment
瓦礫だと
that they gave the other girls in their routes, where they, like, made her eyes normal by giving them pupils, like, just the black line, line in her eyes. They just didn't do that. Rubble. I explained to Sena how we'd all been buried alive by the earthquake.
そうか
Right. There were those
確かあの
violent
時
tremors.
すごい揺れが来て
Then a large monitor fell from
上から
above, and
大きなモニターが落ちてきてお前が
you saved me, didn't
私
you?
を助けてくれたんだったな
Oh yeah, that did happen, didn't it? Though I don't have a clue as to how.
礼を言う
Well, thanks.
私が守っ
And
て
I'm
や
the
る
one who
約
was
束だ
supposed
った
to
んだ
protect you. I never would have
ま
thought
さか
I'd be the
日
one
常
getting
に助
saved.
けられるとはもっとダメなや
I
つ
thought you'd be a lot more helpless, but turns out even you can step up and be a man when you have to. Lamau. She's like now less into him. You saved my life? Now you're not even a pathetic sub. Get out of here. Thanks. Odd compliment. I would have never thought I'd get complimented like that in a million years. Must have been the first time in my entire life I'd gotten a compliment from a 3D girl. Granted, Sarah told me I was totally amazing all the time, but still.
だが
Unfortunately,
この状況は
our situation doesn't look great,
良
huh?
くない
Yeah,
してるもんね。
we're pressed right up against each other. That's what's not great, dude? That's the only good thing about your situation.
バカ
Idiot.
そうじゃ
That's
ない
not what I meant.
ここで
I'm talking about how we've been
生きて
buried
ることは
alive. Baka. Sorry.
まあ
Well,
密着してるの
being
も
pressed up against each other like this
良くない状況
isn't great either.
だが
セナの
Try doing something with your giglomaniac
なんとか
powers.
してよ。
You should be able to, right? I thought this was... I thought that was, Sena reading that line. Whoops.
難しいかもしれないが
That might be
やりた
difficult,
くやってみよ
but
う
I'll do what I can. Nishijo,
Nishijo.
look into my
Watashi no
eyes. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Eh?
What? Why?
なんで
お前と私の間で
We have to
周囲
establish
共通認識
mutual
を作る
recognition
ため
between us. She just asked me to look into her eyes? Being squished together like this was already embarrassing enough. But doing that would completely smash my sense of reason. I'd go feral.
グズグズするな
Stop wasting time. I know you heard me.
私の
Look
目
into
を
my
見ろ
eyes. Urged on by her voice, I reluctantly obeyed. I gazed into her eyes. Then those eyes turned directly toward me. Whose eyes? They kind of cut that from like all of the routes, huh? Okay, this is really embarrassing. How is it embarrassing just to look a girl in her eye? Do you guys not look at people in their eyes when when you're talking to them? I guess talking to me wouldn't. Never mind. What am I saying? I'd never made eye contact with a girl for such a long time before. I never even looked people in the eye while talking to them in the first place, so I wasn't even close to comfortable with this. Lamau. Making eye contact essentially meant that you were the only thing the other person was looking at. Right now, I was reflected in Sena's eyes, meaning I was the only thing she was looking at. I was monopolizing her field of vision, and we were so close. One thing I think is funny is I'm like so used to making eye contact. It's a habit of mine. Every stream when I talk, instead of looking at the webcam like I should do, to actually like make eye contact with you, I look at the chat window that I've got up. Because I feel like I'm talking to you when I look at the chat window. Because I'm like talking at your names in chat. You know? It's really weird, but I like talk to the chat window. But even though the webcam would be me actually like looking at you, I look at your names in the chat like I'm talking to you. It's really weird. Hi. Hi. Upon realizing that, I couldn't help but think that this embarrassing act was just as erotic as any hentai scene ever was. Curse my eroge brain. Shit, I need to stop thinking these idiotic delusions. We were making eye contact. What if Sena were to see right through me? You wouldn't normally be able to read someone's thoughts just by looking into their eyes, but Kozupi could, and Sena was a giglomaniac as well. Will there ever be a yellow eyes gray dragon? I think that's Ra, right? I couldn't do this. Making eye contact with a girl was impossible.
西条
Stop looking away,
目をそらす
Nishijo.
な
Despite her saying that, her gaze wasn't pointed in the right direction either. I can't do this.
無理
Oh my god.
そう
Oh.
か
Actually,
実はその
I can't do it
私
either.
も無理だ
What the fuck? Why? When two antisocial people get locked into a room together.
こんな
Being this
近い距離じ
close is embarrassing.
ゃ照れる
Seeing Sena stained beet red breathed some life back into me, actually. Where'd all this moe come from? Was this girl not actually 3D? A girl this cute couldn't be 3D. Sena, you're so cute, Sena. It's hot in here.
熱いな
Sena's forehead, face, and even the nape of her neck were drenched in sweat. With how close we were, I could smell it. There was no wind or anything either. The rubble burying us had no openings. Was there even a way for air to pass through it all? If not, we're gonna run out of oxygen pretty soon. This sounds like a generic modern anime title these days. I know, right? Annoying. Upon thinking that, I realized that Sena's breathing had become really heavy. The rhythmic movement of her small chest on top of me had gotten much faster than before.
あのまさか
Are you
息
suffocating?
苦しい
うるさい
Shut up.
It's
It's just hot. Damn it, what was I supposed to take from that? Whatever, just use your giglomaniac powers already. Shouldn't you be able to make all this debris disappear like magic? That's a reference to the common route. Get it? Because that's what he did.
西条
Nishijo, can't you do something?
なんとかならこの状況
I
じゃ
can't concentrate like this.
うまく集中できない
The hell are you on about? Don't tell me you're gonna start relying on me now. How exactly do you expect me to do anything? Materializing a flower bed beneath Fez and saving you earlier were both just coincidences. It's not like I did any of it on purpose, let alone consciously. Don't rely on me, I'm supposed to rely on you, Sena. Also, please stop breathing all this warm air on me. It's torture. A drop of her sweat fell into my mouth. It was salty. Gross. God damn it.
弁して
I was on the verge of tears. What? Why? My sense of reason was this close to flying out the window. It was in my mouth. I was holding it in my mouth. Sena's juices. Oh, fucking Christ.
おい西条
Nishijo. Her face was still beet red, but she seemed to be a lot more angry than she was before.
お前
I'll fucking kill you.
殺すぞ
What? All I did was taste your sweat. You can't kill me for that. Besides, it's your fault for letting it drop into my mouth.
この状況で
Taking advantage of this. How dare. In the middle of speaking, she buried her face in my chest, unable to bear the embarrassment. There was no way she had done it intentionally, but for me, that was the strongest blow out of anything so far. What? So cute! Her breathing. It was passing through the gaps in my clothes, and directly onto my skin. Man. Imagine getting this excited in this situation. Like what? Shit. Quickly realizing what she'd done, she pulled her head back. Aw, couldn't it have lasted a little while longer? Stop it! What the hell are you thinking about? She was obviously shaken. Maybe she was just used to being the tough person in the room. So someone else taking control really left her flustered. Takumi is not taking control over this situation, by the way. He's literally just existing, and this situation is happening around him. It's just, the only thing it's doing is Sena's freaking out and reacting, and Takumi's just literally there. That's not taking control of the situation. What? Cut off your delusions right now, Nishijo. Your crotch. Crotch. This is hard. It's touching my thigh. You idiot. What? Oh yeah, I did feel something there. Her soft, pillowy thighs. I said stop it! Suddenly, I found my face on the receiving end of a brutal headbutt. And since it was a surprise attack, and a mighty strong one at that, the single strike knocked me out like a light. Bruh? A wildly poor decision. I have no intention of returning to the Cosmic Church of the Divine Light. That is truly most regrettable. I very much valued your skills as a scientist. I believe took advantage of is a more apt description. I believe in your words no longer. I'm fully aware that your role as founder is nothing more than another farce. Do you not wish for the Divine Light's salvation as well? I did wish for that once, but not anymore. Then what exactly is it you desire? Atonement through death. Once one has come into contact with the Divine Light, they can no longer part from it. Even if you plan to distance yourself, the Divine Light will not abandon even the most estranged soul. My reliance on a god has come to the end. As someone who's created something on the level of such a being, I have no right to cling to such beliefs. Wake up, Nishijo. I could hear an extremely pompous conversation between two unfamiliar men. Sena's hushed shouts jutted in between the two voices, causing me to open my eyes. Unsurprisingly, we're still squished together, enclosed in rubble with no way to escape. You chose this future of your own volition, leaving the responsibility all upon you. That burden is too much for one man to bear, wouldn't you say? If the salvation of the Divine Light were to be bestowed upon you, you would be provided moderate relief. Indeed. This is the future I chose, under the Divine Light's guidance. Or rather, your guidance. Kuramochi Yudai. Someone's here. You can hear them, can't you? I nodded. I could hear the voices of two men. It seemed like some Cosmic Church of the Divine Light randos. At the very least, it definitely wasn't a rescue party. It's him. He's close. I could vividly hear the sound of Sena gritting her teeth. Save your embellishments, Kuramochi. I refuse to fall victim to your silver tongue anymore. That's most regrettable. However, despite your absence, Noah 2 has already been completed. All that remains is to transmit our will throughout the world. Not our, but yours in Inohana Koizu's, correct? Indeed. Now that the third melt experiment has proven a success, Project Noah has now completed its trial phase. A third man joined. What were they talking about? Where was the noise coming from? The fact we could hear their voices meant that they had to be at least somewhat close. Maybe there wasn't as much rubble on top of us as we thought. Sena shifted slightly. Her hand gripped my uniform tightly. So tightly, it was like she was enduring an intense pain. Her gaze pointed downward, but she didn't make eye contact with me. From this day forth, the ones who shall control the world will fall from 300 to 2. Today marks the dawn of a new world order. That's when the song from Danganronpa would start playing. My field of vision was suddenly overwhelmed with light. The small pieces of rubble surrounding us began to crumble. New World Order is a good track. Yeah, it's the best Danganronpa track for sure. Sena raised her head in shock. A hand reached towards us from above, peeking through a gap in the rubble. Are you alright, Sena? You! The hand began to pull Sena up through the debris. As it did, the crevice beneath the rubble widened, and once her weight was lifted off me, I could finally move again. What an epic CG to have ended. Thank you. I crawled out of the gap that had been made by Sena's body. It was the room in the Nozumi building, the very same room we'd been trapped in. To think that you, just like Nerose, would refuse our generous offer. Do you truly wish to live as livestock rather than on the ruling side? Almost all of the monitors that had been hanging from the ceiling had crashed to the floor, leaving all of their screens broken. Naturally, nothing was displayed on them anymore, but the speakers still worked. Even the walls and various other chunks of the room were beginning to collapse. But all in all, the room wasn't anywhere near as bad as I expected it to be. I'd assumed we'd been buried alive, but there wasn't even that much rubble. In hindsight, I probably could have escaped if I tried. I felt like such an idiot for being too scared to move. We still haven't seen her new Noah sprite. Every girl got a new sprite in Noah, and we haven't seen hers yet. I'm guessing hers has something to do with her D-sword. Sena. Sena was facing a man I'd never seen before. He was wearing a ragged coat that complemented his clouded eyes. Overall, he looked like your typical homeless man. I had the feeling I'd met him somewhere before, but I couldn't remember where. Maybe we passed each other in Shibuya at some point. Aside from the two of them, there was no one else here. Her uniform's remarkably, unscratched for the situation we were in. The voices of the people who trapped us, the member of the House of Representatives and the Cosmic Church's founder, must have come from a speaker somewhere in the room. Oh my. I see you finally managed to reunite with your daughter, Hatano. How very touching. Daughter? That man was Sena's father? I definitely heard Sena say the name Hatano before. Please do enjoy your touching reunion to the fullest. When you're satisfied, please take your seat and enjoy the upheaval of the world as we know it. Once we fully activate Noah 2, it will be impossible for it to exert its influence over not only the people of Shibuya, but all humans who reside in this world. The network has already been fully constructed. Suddenly, the voice from the speaker was cut short. And then a series of strange sounds came through, which meant their power hadn't been cut off. Something was wrong. Just now, were those gunshots? After the gunshots came the raspy sounds of a man breathing raggedly. Impossible! This can't be. I was to be the ruler of... A final deathly scream. Then with a dull click, the audio was cut short once more, and the speaker fell silent. The weird thing here, though, is I feel like it's implied that it's Sua that did that, but, like, isn't that the church's founder? Why would Sua kill the church's founder? Maybe I'm reading too much into that. An oppressive silence covered the room. What just happened? Were they killed? Killed? By whom? I don't know. The two voices were being broadcast from somewhere else, and the audio was coming out of the speakers. So how close were they to the room we were in? At the very least, they had to be somewhere in the building. I don't know if that's true. Taking that into consideration, the culprit who killed those two had to be close by. Let's get out of here. There could be a crazed murderer on the loose. Like New Gen. Just who exactly is this crazed murderer? Why were those two killed? Hold on. How do you know they were killed? Do you have proof? What? What do you mean, do you have proof? I don't know. Did we not hear the same gunshots? Calm yourself, Sena. I'm not talking to you. You heard the scream, right? They had to have been killed. Who killed them? Shogun? But wait, wasn't Shogun supposed to be a member of Nozomi? Bro, I swear to God, Takumi just like randomly makes up like different statuses for Shogun every single time he brings up Shogun. It's actually almost irritating how inconsistent it is. No. That was just an assumption on my part. There was no evidence proving he had anything to do with them. Running away might prove slightly difficult. This building's on the verge of collapse. There are cracks appearing everywhere, and the walls are starting to warp inward. Immediately after I entered the room, the entrance was sealed off by rubble. It was just as Hatano said. How did he come here and find us, by the way? Was he just, like, in the building? Welcome back, man. I have this nagging feeling. One that told me that, considering the way the walls and everything around us had collapsed, there was way more debris than there should have been. I had a bad feeling about this. It wasn't like I'd ever been to an abandoned building before, so I couldn't exactly judge the relationship between the way a room collapsed and the amount of rubble produced. The only thing I knew for sure was that we managed to escape being buried alive, but the fact that we were still locked in hadn't changed. It was Shogun who peed my pants. We managed to escape being buried alive, but the fact that we were still locked in hadn't changed. We could destroy it with my D-sword. It finally occurred to me that the bizarre resonance sound from earlier had stopped. Maybe the earthquake had destroyed the device that had been the source? I think it was called a porter? If that was true, then Sena might have been able to get us out of here. I breathed a sigh of relief, then waited to hear Sena's brilliant plan of escape. I'm sure it's brilliant. However, she didn't take out her D-sword. She simply continued to glare at Hatano. What were you talking about with those two? We were unable to come to a mutual understanding. A tale as old as time, wouldn't you say? You couldn't come to a mutual understanding. Is that true? Are you not still in contact with them? Oh, her voice sounds familiar. Who voices her? Hitomi Nabatane. Who's this? She also voices a character called Sena in Konosuba. That's funny. I don't really recognize any of the characters she voices. Is she, like, not a big name actress? That's so weird. Oh, she voices Symmetra in the Japanese dub of Overwatch. Konosuba is a very funny show. I fucking love Konosuba. I watched the English dub of it, and I like that everyone in the English dub of that show just sounds like they're having an absolute blast. Like, every line in the dub is like them just like almost riffing on the show. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, I mean, she's got a massive list of like characters she's voiced. I just don't recognize any of them. Which is crazy, but I've been scrolling this entire time. Like, she is a very prolific voice actress, just in, like, literally everything I don't watch or play. Like, incredibly prolific. But she seems to be super prolific in all, other than Konosuba. I feel like everything she does is, like, very niche. My god, yeah, she's got like 100 fucking roles, and I don't recognize like anything. She voices some Pokemon, which is funny. I mean, like, I recognize Pokemon, but I mean, they just make noises, so not really a big role. Oh, she voices some characters in The World Ends With You. That's the only thing I recognize. Everything else is just, like, super niche, like, incredibly niche. At least, I mean, maybe it's just niche to me. I've just never heard of any of it, but... that's kind of wild. Because, yeah, her voice sounded so familiar, but I don't recognize a single role, really. Big forehead Kurisu argues with two men that have never taken a bath. True. She's just about to go on the offensive here. Yell at everybody. Ugh. Ow. Sorry about that. I went up to stretch and my headphones knocked my speaker off the table. And the speaker fell on the floor. Alright, let's keep going. This is a crazy scene. Alright, cool. Just fucking the cartoon thunk. Yeah, hopefully that wasn't too loud for you guys. My apologies. Fucking yanked on my ears, though. Is there anything that, like, raises your blood pressure faster? Or, like, that gets you really heated and annoyed than, like, if something yanks on your headphones? Like, do you guys have that experience? I normally don't use headphones anymore, because I have AirPods. But when I'm streaming, I still use headphones. Are you not in contact with them? Where the hell have you been? And what the hell have you been doing for the past 6 months? What the hell made you decide to appear now of all times? Have you been watching us from somewhere inside the building? For the past 6 months, I've been roaming around Shibuya, longing for death. I had no intention of returning to the Cosmic Church of Divine Light, nor Nozomi technology. Sena gave a light click of the tongue and turned toward me. What leads you to believe those two were killed? The gunshots and the screaming. Usually good things don't follow that. If you hear bang, 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 and then someone go, I mean, I don't know. It's, you know, those men have many enemies. Atano stepped in. Anyone could have killed them, in truth. Like I said before, I'm not talking to you. But there was a scream, and we heard a bunch of gunshots. Are you sure that's what happened? What if it was just an act? Were we even hearing their voices in real time? What was she talking about? In spite of Japan's very extensive earthquake precautions, the head office of one of the biggest megacorporations in the country has taken this much damage. Needless to say, there must have been an incredibly large earthquake. So why were those two yammering on and on about classified info to us through a speaker? And why now? I don't know, they're fucking evil. That's what they do. Evil people monologue for no fucking reason. Have you not watched an anime before? Sena painstakingly enunciated her each and every word, as if to make sure I knew exactly what I was claiming. Classified info? What, like Noah 2 and the Third Melt? Not that I knew anything about them either way. It all felt pretty performative. Maybe they needed us to hear what they were saying? Why else would they leak classified info to us? Is this classified? I feel like since we've completed so many routes already, it doesn't feel classified to, like, us anymore. Were those two actually there when they spoke to us? Or could they have died before the earthquake even occurred? Nishijo. Ever since we infiltrated the building, we've yet to run into those two even a single time, correct? Is this whole thing a delusion? But they were talking on the monitor. On the monitor, yes. In reality, we never actually met them. They could easily be fake. I would say bullshit, but AI voice mimicking is actually getting pretty accurate, so I mean, fuck, maybe it is just all AI. The beginning of the end is already happening. And of course, everything with the speakers goes without saying. Something is wrong here. Very, very wrong, and I... Atano, staring at me with wide eyes, interrupted Sena. Nishijo Takumi. Is that really you? Hey, this is a new sprite for him. This must be his Chaos Noah sprite. Something's really off about this picture to me, though. I think this eye feels like it's too far away from his other eye. I think that's what's off about it. Like, this eye looks like it's about to slide right off his face. I really don't like this. That's such a huge gap. Weird. It's so weird because all the other Noah sprites look really good. This one looks awful, though. I see. Don't move. Sena, in response to being ignored, called out to Hatano in a sharp voice. I'll ask again. Why are you here? I came to save you two. No. It might be more accurate to say, I came here to be killed. See, this sprite, his eyes look more normal, even though I guess this left eye is also like kind of sliding off. Or no, this is his right eye. Oh, don't worry, I'll kill you very soon. But before that, answer my question.
質問。私たちがこ
How
こ
do
に
you
いること
know
を
that we were here?
どうして知っていた？
I felt the strong call of a mind.
ギガロマニアックス
How
でも
could
ない
you,
お
a
前
man
が
who isn't even a
どうしてそれを感じる
gigalomaniac,
こ
be
と
able
が
to
できる
feel
んだ？
that?
いや、
And even
ギ
then,
ガロマニアックスでさ
only a
え
fraction
心
of
の呼びかけなんていう
gigalomaniacs
曖
can
昧な
detect
妄
a
想を
vague,
感知できるのは
undefined delusions
ご
such
く
as
一部だ
that.
けだ。
Someone like Kazupi, for example. Come to think of it, I wonder how she's doing. Was she caught up in the earthquake? I hope she's safe. I like that this confirms my theory that Takumi would be good with Kozupi. Literally, I feel like the only other character other than Nanami that he's expressed concern about at any point in the game. Just randomly being like, wow, I hope Kazupi's safe. Like, no strings attached. Like in other parts of the game when he's worried about Remy, he's just like more worried that she can't protect him if she's gone missing. So he's like, who's gonna help me if Remy's gone? But Kazupi just straight up no strings attached here. Man, I hope she's safe. I do too, Takumi. I also hope Kazupi is safe. Whatever route she's in.
本当に感じた
Did you
の？
really feel
最初
something?
から知っていたんじゃな
Or
い
did you
の？
know that we've been lured here the whole
私たちが
time?
この部屋におびき寄せられたことを。
Calm yourself. Hatred is overtaking your heart.
冷静になれ
Calm
だ。
myself? As if I could ever calm down when the person I've been hunting down for so long is standing right before my very eyes. You mustn't overthink things. Reality is not as complex as a conspiracy theory. It's far simpler.
この場にお前が現れるのは
You showing up
都
here
合が
and
良
now,
すぎるんだ。
it's way too convenient.
最初から仕組まれたこ
You
とじゃないの
planned。this from the beginning, didn't you?
この部屋にお
Us
びき
being
出され
lured
て
into
監
this
禁さ
room
れた
and
私たち。
confined. The
自身
earthquake, you
直
showing
後
up
に現
here.
れたお前と
The
いう存
performative
在。
speeches ripped
地
straight
球
out
か
of
ら
some
のこ
conspiracy
れ見よが
theory.
しの陰謀論
And that
的な演説とその
inexplicable
不可解な
interruption.
中断。そもそも
We don't even have
この部
proof
屋が
that this
望みの
room
ビ
is
ル
in
で
the
ある
Kazumi
確証も
building
な
at
い。
all.
私たち
What
が
if we
気
were
絶してい
carried
る
in the
間
building
に
while
別
unconscious
の
and
場所
brought
に運び
somewhere
込まれてい
else?
たとしたら、望みのビル
You
に
could have
内
just
装だけ模してあ
replicated
る
the
部屋。
interior from the room in
地
Nozomi.
震など起きていな
The
くて
earthquake didn't actually
散乱している
occur.
瓦
The
礫を
rubble
人為的
scattered
に配
everywhere
置し
was
たもの。
artificially arranged. Man, she's going deep into the conspiracy. The more words Sena threw out, the more unsure I became on what to believe. It felt like the very foundation of knowledge I had always relied on was collapsing. Like it was being pulled apart piece by piece. Jumping at shadows like this will be your downfall. Hold yourself together.
お前に名前を
Don't
呼
you
ばれたく
dare
は
call
な
me
い。
that.
会
I
話
don't
す
plan
る
on
つもり
having
も
a
ない。
nice conversation
質問に
with
答
you.
えろ。
So just answer the goddamn question. The earthquake did occur. The truth is absolute. All buildings in Shibuya are on the verge of collapse, and the casualties must be in the thousands. Welcome back, Liz. How did you finish the route so fast? That's wild. No spoilers, though.
それを証明する方法を持っているのか。
Do you have a way to prove that? Go on. Try destroying the wall. With your D-sword, of course. Sena threw out her right hand as if she was shaking something off. Her D-sword materialized in an instant. Sena swung it down toward the wall without hesitation. The D-sword smoothly cleaved through the wall like a hot knife through butter. The wall broke down. Immediately after, a fierce, chilly wind blew through the room. The scenery from behind the destroyed wall was laid bare before us. And what we saw was... oh my god. You buy speeds something? That's because I talked to you guys. I could just ignore you all. But I don't. That wall felt like a puppet with its strings cut. Oh my god. Shibuya transformed into little ruins of death. Just a few hours ago, it had been crowded with people. Flashy videos were playing at an insane volume from various jumbotrons, and it was overflowing with glittering decorations, things all befitting of the City of Youth. But now, almost all the iconic buildings had collapsed, and those that had survived were either leaning at a sharp incline or had violent cracks gradually eroding away at them. Not a single car remained on the road. The asphalt had caved in at multiple locations, and had risen up at many others. Pitch-black smoke billows from numerous locations and disappeared into the blackened sky. That was the Shibuya we saw from atop the skyscraper. Imagine being a streamer who looks at chat. Someone's got to be a real streamer. So it's me. The puppet string quote's so memeable. It's just because it's in literally everything. But I did complain about how much I hated it, like, right before it happened in this game, didn't I? Does anyone remember which stream that was in? I remember that. But I don't remember the exact stream. A coin on a string would solve this? Well, what if I cut that coin string? Sena had only been jumping at shadows. I was no better. There was no mistaking it. We were still on the 31st floor of the Nozomi building, and an earthquake had occurred. There was no telling when the building we were in would collapse. If the building were to fall, I'd have no chance of surviving. It would end with me being crushed under an endless ton of rubble. I could be buried for all eternity, with my body never being found. Well, if you're on the top floor, bro, just jump. Just jump as it's collapsing, and then you'll fall at the same, like, just above the building the whole time. Easy, bro. I needed to get out as fast as humanly possible. Trembling violently, I surveyed the room. Huh? My eyes instinctively honed in on an object, a monitor that had fallen to the floor. It doesn't make sense that an earthquake caused this much damage. How long to beat Chaos Head according to the internet? 42 hours, me 100 plus. Same though, relatable. I should submit my rating or my time log to how long to beat website just to fuck with their metric. Just absolutely skew the rating if I submit my Steam rating. Oh my god, I would butcher the site. I should do that. Oh, that's funny. Was it Noah 2? Yes. It was the third melt. The final trial run of Noah 2. So they can run the third melt without Takumi awakening? I thought they needed Takumi to awaken for the third melt or something. What did they need Takumi for again? What would they need his code for? Like the fourth melt? Half of the LCD screen was broken, so nothing was displayed on it. However, the remaining half was tenaciously staying lit. Dude, I always stay lit. Bruh. These streams stay litty. Make sure you subscribe for more streams just like this. Gonna be doing other fun visual novel games after this one, yo. AI, Somnium Files, Nirvana Initiative, Chaos Child, Resident Evil 4 Remake. All sorts of litty streams coming your way. Bruh. I didn't think it'd been on when I looked earlier, but I wasn't completely sure. The third melt. Does that have anything to do with you? I already told you. I've been running away from Nozomi for no less than 6 months now. Not just Nozomi. You ran away from me. mom and my little sister.
妹からも
Well,
逃
to
げ
be fair, your little sister was already dead, and your mom was, like, too busy, like, stabbing knives in her eyes or something, so, like, I don't, you know, like, that's why you ran. Yes, I admit it. Only half listening to Sena and Hatano's strained arguing, I crouched down in front of the monitor. There were 6 letters on it. Text was being displayed. What the? Takumi, are you seeing this? YN. A chat room? They said my name. Why have they said my name? What do they mean, are you seeing this? Well, obviously they meant, are you seeing the chat, bro? The whole thing creeped me out. I like that they're arguing, and he's just staring at this computer monitor. Who'd written it? Their handle seemed to be corrupted. How'd they know my name? How'd they know I was in this building, let alone this very room? Maybe it was Grimm? I never asked him before. What if he was actually some crazy super hacker all along? Oh my god, Dara reference. Or maybe it was Shogun like usual. Was he reading my mind again? Prepping to give me my next quest? The sight of Nanami covered in blood resurfaced in my mind. Right. Nanami was imprisoned somewhere. If this was in any way related to her, she'd be killed if I didn't respond to this message. I crouched down next to the keyboard that had fallen down near the monitor and let out a single groan. I had no idea whether or not the keyboard was actually connected to the monitor. All I could do was pray it would work. And so, I pressed the N key. What? Are you seeing this? Yes, no, and then he responds no. What? My input was reflected on the monitor. Seemed like I could use the keyboard to type in chat after all, under the temporary handle guest. I replied with no, since their message hadn't clarified what I was supposed to be seeing. I guess that makes sense. What was I supposed to be seeing? Since I didn't know that yet, I couldn't answer yes, until I knew more. Nanami's life could be at stake, so I had to be more careful than usual. Well, if you were trying to be more careful than usual, you would have asked a clarifying question there instead of just saying no. You would have been like, wait a minute. There's still 5 games for me to read. Well, don't worry about reading Steins Gate, because you can just watch my playthrough of Steins Gate. I already did it here on this channel. And I did Steins Gate 0. No need to buy either of those, or read them yourself. Allow my dulcet tones to read them to you. Check out the playlist tab on my channel after you subscribe. Wink. That way you can do other things while listening to me read Steins Gate to you. It's a great experience. You should try it. Even after the same playlist, I also did Steins Gate 0. And you're feeling a little bit too crazy, you can watch Steins Gate My Darling Embrace after. No, I think it might be not just you, Kyler. I think there is some lag going. Did we hit 15 viewers? Is that why there's lag? Yeah, we did. That's why. Lamau. So yeah, while the stream is lagging and catching back up, my connection will stabilize in just a second. Then I'll just remind everyone while it's lagging. I've so far streamed Steins Gate, Steins 0, and My Darling's Embrace. So if you want to go through some of the sci adventure novel experience in your own time, check them out. That way you can play a game that I haven't played, and when you're doing other things, you can listen to the other sci adventure novels. Easy. Lag's gone now? Okay, we're back. We're stable. Okay, cool. He's shadow banned because he only played one round of Shadow the Hedgehog. That's exactly it. Some Sega dev pissed as fuck that I only played through one route. So I don't know if it lagged before I said this, but since he's saying that he needed to be more careful than usual, wouldn't it make more sense for him to type that he needed clarification rather than just answering no? He didn't even reach the Shadow the Hedgehog Nanami route. Doesn't Shadow, like, actually fall in love with a human girl in his game, too? So, like, is kind of a Nanami route. You responded to our query, so I believe it's safe to assume you are seeing this. Yeah, see, wouldn't this just piss the other person off? Another message arrived. I am grateful we were able to establish contact with you.
Huh?
We are the Committee of 300. What? Isn't Maria more like his sister? I don't remember the plot of Shadow the Hedgehog, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't remember Jupiter.
I already bought them, unfortunately. That's fine. You can still watch my stream of it. Wink.
I guess I could also do LBP before we did Chaos Child. Which one would be... I don't know which one I should do next, actually. I totally forgot about LBP, honestly. But I bought it, so fuck, I should probably do that one next. LBP, it seems like it's probably not very long, though, right? Wait, so this person wasn't Shogun? It was the Committee of 300? I heard that name over and over today. I'd wait to do LBP since it's still being patched. Oh, did Chris give like a supposed release date of when LBP would be coming out? Those old guys that had supposedly been killed earlier, Kuramochi and Inohana, had both said they were part of the Committee of 300. What are you doing, Nishijo? Texting? Someone just asked me on Omegle, what's my ASL? So I'm just responding, Sena. I'm in an Omegle chat room. I probably don't want to set a release date again. Doesn't LBP not require as much work as this game did, though? Let's let Kubai have full attention for this part. You know that's not possible. You know I don't have full attention at any time. Anyway, what are you doing, Nishijo? Guys, I made an Omegle joke there, laugh. Are you guys too young to fucking even know what Omegle is? Jesus. Alright, whatever. It was a funny joke for my generation. Sena peeked over my shoulder at the monitor. What is that? I don't know. It called me by name. Sena, you too are being monitored by us. All three of you are. Takumi, Sena, and Hitano. Alarmed, both my gaze and Sena snapped to the ceiling. Are they watching us with security cameras? There were several things in the room that looked like cameras, but all of them had been destroyed by the earthquake. and therefore weren't working. The other monitors were completely silent too. Is this finally my prediction of the simulation coming true? They're sending messages to us in the virtual reality? Is it time to double down on my theory? And they're both wearing those helmets? Who the hell are you? We're the Committee of 300, as our introduction already provided. Bullshit. Can you prove that you're the committee? Nishijo, type that in. Tell them they're bullshit. Huh? Okay. He wouldn't need to type that in, though. She says type that in, but they responded to who the hell are you without him typing that in. I like that she just wants to affirm that they hear her talk shit. But before I could even start typing, another message appeared. You needn't type. You are being monitored in real time. However, not by traditional means. There are no surveillance cameras present in that room. The devices of your world are unnecessary, at least to us. To put it simply, understand that we possess the viewpoint of God, seeing all from a higher order layer of being. There is no possible way for you to verify the system, nor even the concept. In a similar manner, we regrettably have no means by which to validate us as the Committee of 300 either. You will simply have to go by our word. What the hell? Is this an attack from Noah 2? Or could it be a delusionary attack from a gigalomaniac? Nishijo. Is it possible this person's Shogun? There was no way I could figure out with how little we'd been given. I shook my head from side to side. To her, it probably looked like I was about to cry. Sena responded with an irritated click of her tongue. Could they be the crazed murderer from earlier? The one that killed Kuramochi and Inohana? Doubt it. The most likely case is that they're actually Kuramochi or Inohana themselves. They did say they were part of the committee after all. Sena proceeded to point the tip of her D-sword at Hatano. She one-handed the gigantic, viciously sharp sword with incredible ease. Or maybe you're the one behind everything. Lair, is this like an Inception thing going on? I have no motive that would lead me to orchestrate this. Squatting down to look at the monitor was tiring out my legs, and reading the text in the dark was equally taxing. To combat this, I shoved some debris off a table and placed the monitor on top of it. I like that this whole time, like, Takami's just, like, randomly fucking with his monitor while these two, like, bicker in the background. It could be a few of the members of the Committee of 300, aside from Kuramochi and Inohana. There are 300 of them, after all. If they are who they say they are, that is. Only in TV and movies do you see the masterminds reveal themselves like this. Danganronpa. Whether or not they really are the committee should not be what we're focusing on. The more pressing matter is whether or not this self-proclaimed member of the Committee of 300 is the one who killed Kuramochi and Inohana. Indeed. We disposed of Inohana and Kuramochi. They're actually the culprit? So those two really were killed. I mean, I kind of thought they were killed anyway. Only fucking Sena was the one being super paranoid about it. So there's an internal conflict among the committee members, you say? Oh, wait, what is that? Those two sought to betray us, you see. Of course, we had long been aware of this breach of faith. They were not disposed of because they were considered a threat, for the odds of their plan bearing fruit were null. It's simply necessary to eliminate programs that contain errors. This was merely some debugging, essentially. So there's an internal conflict among the members, you say? They may be contacting us from the same room Kuramochi and Inohana were monitoring us from. But if that's true, why don't they just use the speakers? I assume they don't want us to hear their voice. They don't want us to learn their true identity. Does that mean it's someone we know? The man writing this is being extremely conscious, although I suppose we cannot assume their sex. Very smart, Hatano. After murdering his wife and daughter, Hatano has decided, well, they can't cancel me at least. That's where I draw the line. Alright, well, if they're Inohana or Kuramochi, and everything that happened earlier was just an act? Oh, she's still believing her, like, tinfoil hat theory, that they weren't actually killed. Are you suggesting those two had a falling out? It's possible. But it's also possible that they're both alive and both deceiving us. If that's the case, do you have a hypothesis that answers why they would do that? Sena's like, wait a minute, don't make me think about my crazy theories. This is game theory, we don't think things through. I just say wild shit that sounds cool. We'd prefer it if you didn't misunderstand. Neither Kuramochi nor Inohana were members of the Committee of 300. They were merely under the impression that they were. And it was us who implanted this idea within them. They proved convenient pawns in our guise. The same can be said for all those involved in the Committee of 300 conspiracy theory. Us true members have yet to take the stage. Even if we were to consider doing so, that much is not possible. For we do not exist in your world. If what you say is true, then what exactly are you? Are you implying you're God? Maybe in our best interest to not argue with these people. Their intentions remain unclear as of now. We're only able to see their words. So it would be a simple task for them to weave in as much fake information as they please. The advice was solid, but the text on the monitor kept appearing rapidly. I couldn't get a read on the guy behind the... I don't know how I'm supposed to say that. Fucking gibberish handle. 3... stuff V money sign. They knew a terrifying amount of information about us, and information is power. Calling us God wouldn't be appropriate. We're the 300, each of us with our own assigned districts. We are those who administer your world. Our administration aims to erase errors and establish order. So that means... Or as I finished reading everything that they'd written up to that point, an idea popped into my head. It was something I'd thought about many times before. You're the Game Master? Bro. Game Master? What's that supposed to mean? It's a non-copyright way to say mastermind. Danganronpa probably has the copyright on that. ESO, they're the people working for the developers, or in layman's terms, they're the people behind us who control everything we do. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Rubbing her temples, a sour look crossed her face. Kids these days. Takami's explanation's accurate. We're the game masters who administer the progression of this MMORPG. You're all players, or perhaps NPCs. Lamau. They just straight up called Takami an NPC. Loser. Video game terminology, short for non-player character. A term used in a tabletop RPG that has recently been adopted into online games. As the name suggests, it's the character that is not controlled by a player. Wait, are you serious? Holy shit! It's happening! It's finally happening! My simulation theory! It only took us 15 streams! I was right! From stream 2! The theory I'd had delusions upon delusions about it had been true all along. There was a person outside my reality controlling me, just like how I controlled Nineheart. Someone was controlling me in the same way. If you're real, tell the person controlling me to remake my character right now, goddammit! Don't be so shit at controlling me this time. I shouted that at the monitor. I felt Sena's puzzled gaze land on my back. The reason we've established contact with you is because we have a request. If you agree to cooperate, we've prepared a cheat code as compensation. Cheat code? Infinite money! Fuck, what were the big cheat codes I used to use all the time were the StarCraft ones. Fuck, what was the big one? It was hard as fuck not to confirm your theory wasn't entirely wrong. I am too giga-brained. And it took several hours for me to be right, but god damn it if I didn't snipe this shit by the second stream. Easy. Anyway, there's no cow level. Holy shit! Okay, so a cheat's like an exploit. In ESO, if you input the right code, you can boost a level 1 character all the way to 50 in an instant. And, you can give yourself a super rare item with a .025 drop rate with no actual effort. Cheats in a fucking MMORPG? What? Maybe if I had a cheat code, I could stop being such a weak otaku freak. Where is the Sigma male cheat code? I might even become a real hero. I'll be able to talk to 3D girls without being creepy and weird. And Sena's sitting there like, no, you will always be fucking creepy, bro. This was the exact epic plot moment I've been hoping for. Becoming the strongest and most popular character without any actual effort. I'd be totally OP. We're getting all kinds of tips now. Short for overpowered. Used when referring to a character or ability or something in a game that's too powerful compared to everything else. Players often complain when faced with something they consider overpowered, but when they themselves find themselves using something of a similar level, they remain silent. After all, it's incredibly exhilarating to be in a position where you can trounce enemies left and right. Have I seen the name of this chapter? No, I haven't. Oh wait, nope, this one's locked. Oh, okay, cool. What's the name of this chapter? Deus Ex Machina? That's funny. Imagine how most people felt after missing out on this piece of info for over a decade. Nah. This was totally predictable. Easy. Have to have negative IQ to not predict this being a simulation. Honestly. All the chattest of players knew that this was a simulation from the beginning. Holy shit, it's happening. The Committee of 300 are actual fucking gods. But like, actually. This is so fucking awesome. Awesome sauce. Holy shit, lol, 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 lol.
それがチート
Do
コ
you
ードだ
really
として
think cheat codes
本当に
exist?
あると思う。
Apparently this person we're talking
こ
to
の
is
チャット
acting
相手
from
は
a
高知存在らしいが
higher order
そ
layer
んな
of
神のよう
being.
な存
But
在
why would
が
a god-like being
私
use
た
the
ち
same
と同じ
language
言葉
and
や用語を
terminology
使っ
that
てい
we
るの
do?
はなぜだ
Well, I mean, the god would have created our terminology, right?
これは罠
This has to be a trap. Nah. Unfortunately, your conjecture proves incorrect. I assure you, our usage of familiar terms to you is fully intentional. The words we frequently make use of do not exist in your world. Cut the sophistry. Your belief or lack thereof lies with you. Choose not to believe us. We will resort to entertaining other methods. I believe you. I want the cheat codes. Give me the Sigma male cheat code. I wanted to believe them. I didn't want to continue living in fear any longer. If I was able to get a power even stronger than Shogun's, I'd be able to live in peace. We're grateful for your cooperation, Takumi. We would like you to eliminate an error for us. What you three know is Noah 2. It has the capability to severely disrupt the balance of the game, and in the worst case scenario, it may cause crashes, or even wipe the game data entirely. If you truly are God, as you say, why is this not within your own power? Can I feel like this isn't... I don't really know another way to rephrase this. I feel like this is a statement that aged poorly, but... Alright. We'll do it anyway, I guess. It's in the game still. At the present time, Noah 2 has effectively forced your world into autistic mode. In other words, it accepts only minimal interference from us. The Game Masters cannot directly intervene in the game. In the end, we're nothing more than your administrators. In order to eliminate errors, we require your cooperation. This is giving me a headache. It's a Japanese term, but it's a real technical computer term. Autistic mode. Autism is a neurological condition characterized by an atypical communication and language development. In various Japanese sci-fi media, the term autistic mode was adopted in order to describe a situation in which all communication shut off, rendering the entity completely isolated from the rest of the world. Featuring in the sci-fi manga that popularized the term, cybernetically enhanced brains are one such entity. Yeah, that seems like it's not aged well. Feels like that's something that would just be non-responsive now. They would be called silent mode. Probably another normal or a set of names that could have said that. Could have called that. I do appreciate Sena's. This is giving me a headache. All this reeks of bullshit. If you really can't directly intervene, then how exactly did you dispose of Kuramochi and Inohana? We have other cooperators. You may think of them all as debuggers. That sounds like so inappropriate. However, none of them hold the power necessary to destroy Noah 2. For this, we require the cooperation of Giglomaniacs. This isn't cooperation. You intend to use us. Call it whatever you wish. We will not deny it. However, we're confident our interests align here. That's true. Very clever. From this conversation, you could reasonably infer that the Committee of 300 does exist, or that it does not exist. What? It's also possible this is an attack from Noah too. But isn't it true that Kuramochi and Inohana were going to betray the Committee of 300? They said it themselves. What if the delusionary attack had already started by then? Okay, Sena, can you get out of here with the delusion stuff? None of this is delusionary. It's all computer glitches. It's been a simulation this whole time. Get the fuck out. I stand by what I said before. We don't have a single shred of evidence that the Inohana and Kuramochi talking through the monitor and speaker were real. 6 a.m. and I need to wake up in 5 hours. Good night. Have fun with the ending. I will. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out, Liz. Hopefully you can make it to some of the other streams. Tomorrow we're streaming the end of the game. So stay tuned. Her tinfoil cap's thick. Yeah, you're right. Sena, you've been suspicious of everything since we got here. In a situation like this, the only thing you can trust is yourself. The entire world is an electronic device, and by simply manipulating electrical signals, you can easily fabricate what we perceive. That view of the ruined Shibuya we see from here, the rubble filling this room, the messages from the people claiming to be from the Committee of 300. The person I'm talking to right now, Nishijo. Sena shot a glance at Hinata. Even he could be fake. Can you stop? I don't stop. Get out of here. Sena. If your mind is but an electric device, and your feelings electrical signals, then the hatred you feel towards your father must also be programmed. This applies to human death as well. Therefore, you have no need to feel any more of the sadness you feel over the cruel deaths of your mother and sister. Do you deny this? She gritted her teeth. Her expression grew angrier and angrier. This is a delusion! Come on, get out of here. We're not worried about fucking delusions and shit anymore. We're sci-fi now. Get out of here in your horror. This is an attack on my mind! I won't be deceived! Okay, you're dragging this out, really. Here's our proposition. If you succeed in destroying Noah 2, we shall revive your mother and sister. What? Sena, do not be seduced by their words. You were the one who said these messages could be a mental attack. But with a cheat code, it might be possible. I mean, they're gods, so... All things that make up the world are electronic devices. You said so yourself, Sena. If you were to examine electronic devices at a more conceptual level, you would find that they're composed merely of digital data. Concepts such as life and death are fabrications. Bringing a person back from death exactly as they were, with their memories intact, would present no trouble at all. For game masters, that is. Can you really do that? The entire series been a simulation changes your perspective? I can't believe you guys tried to gaslight me that I was wrong. I fucking nailed this shit. God damn it. Fucking second stream of this game, chapter 2. I was like, yeah, this shit ain't real. Don't allow your judgment to become further clouded. They're only telling you what you want to hear. Reviving the dead is not possible in reality. Shut up! Shut the hell up! She immediately dropped the ball on her delusion theory. They're exploiting the weakness in your heart. Our opposition's extremely clever. They're not God nor anything of the sort. I have now fully concluded this. They're nothing more than a mere swindler. Well, they certainly know a fucking lot to be swindlers. A god's existence must be self-contained. It should have no knowledge of the concepts of life and death, and it should not have the capability to understand them. Wait, what? How would it have no knowledge of the concept of life and death? It's literally God. I told you to shut the hell up. I didn't ask for a goddamn sermon. Sena's D-sword once again found itself pointed at Hatano. No right to say anything at all. If only you hadn't killed Mom. I fully intend to atone for that. It makes no difference if you kill me. In truth, I'd rather you did. Okay. So please, do not be seduced by the falsehood of being able to bring her back. You running away is the real thing I can't forgive. Now, for fuck's sake, now wasn't the time for some father-daughter screaming match. Maybe I should just leave these two behind. Then I can go get the cheat code myself. Yeah. These two have just gonna be kind of dragging this scene out. I've made up my mind. I won't kill you. I'll destroy Noah too, bring back Mom, and then I'll never let you see her again. You'll regret what you did for the rest of your fucking life. You truly are a pure soul, Sena. Driven by your emotions, you continue to wish for this world of electronic devices. You're contradicting yourself. Forgive me. It's my fault you ended up like this. Try and act like a father now. For all this time. Even if you keep up this charade, I refuse to accept you. Hey, bastards watching us! Sena looked toward the ceiling and shouted out. Tell me how to get this cheat code. Hatano said nothing. All he did was stand there with a sad look on his face. His shoulders sagged. It seems you've finally come to your senses. The cheat code has already been sent to your world. However, that being said, our ability to interfere freely has been inhibited. We were not able to place it where you are now. I must ask you to retrieve it for us. It's located underground in Shibuya Station. You'll find it in a coin locker near the ticket gate of the Fukutoshin line. It's been placed in locker 1009. Oh my god. The fucking coin locker again. This is coin locker propaganda. How do we open it? Sena, you possess an IC card for public transportation, yes. The coin locker is the type which uses an IC card to lock, authenticate, and give payment. The required data has already been sent to Sena's card. Wow. So this is how God operates. They're very prepared. I like that Sena's like fully ready to believe it all now. She's immediately flipped on that shit. She's like, yes, this god seems very prepared, very reasonable. Excuse me, what form does the cheat code take? That is something not even we know. Whatever item present in your world that it has taken the form of is unimportant. Regardless of its form, once you obtain the code, the moment you fulfill the condition, the cheat code will activate. To fulfill the condition, you need simply to destroy the item it has taken the form of. The target, Noah 2, is located directly above the coin locker. It can be found in the planetarium near the east entrance of Shibuya Station. Upon obtaining the cheat code, you must destroy the planetarium. And with that, everything will fall into place. We pray for your success. The monitor immediately went black. With a dull click, the committee was gone, even though we hadn't touched a thing. I was overflowing with excitement. I met God, the person controlling me. The world turned out to be structured in a multi-layered fashion, and I was able to talk to someone on a higher layer. I could get a real-life cheat code. I could say farewell to my shitty life forever. I'd be invincible, and nobody would scare me anymore. Shogun, Yua, Nozomi Technology would no longer be my enemies. I'd won at life. I wanted to head for Shibuya Station immediately. I wanted to get my hands on that cheat code as soon as possible. But despite that, Sena continued to waste time. Fucking Christ, get a move on! She kept her sword pointed directly at Hatano. Her head hung low. Hey, Chris, what's up, man? Am I liking it? Am I liking having my prediction from Chapter 2 being confirmed correct? Absolutely, I am. I do appreciate some good old vindication. Sena, aren't you coming? Sena, hearing my call, let out a small sigh, then lowered her sword. Without so much as a glance at Hatano, she walked straight past me, and then she casually swung her sword. And with that, the rubble blocking our path was cleanly dispersed. Why, how could they be lying? They wouldn't be lying, because they would make me right, and I am the streamer man. I have to be right. So, therefore it is truth.
Equal.
Let's go. She spoke in a subdued voice, one that was far removed from the rage she had been showing only a moment prior. Hatano watched his daughter and Takumi leave until they fell out of sight, and once they did, he took a seat in the middle of the rubble. I wished to talk with God for a moment longer. As he became the last remaining person in the room, he said those words into the air. Explain time travel if it's a simulation? Easy, backed up memory saves. Rechecked, mate. His daughter, Sena, had looked like she had something to tell him, but instead she'd simply thrown a sharp glare his way, only to click her tongue, turn her head away, and leave without saying a word. Nah? Yeah, absolutely. If you revert your hard drive to the previous backup, that's literally like going back in time. Sorry, bro. You got outplayed. Nothing had escaped Hatano's lips either. Committee of 300. Are you still watching me? Explain world lines? It's like when you boot into a different operating system. Like when you have both Windows and Linux on your computer. Linux is world line A. Windows is world line B. And by using rows, you can access the data of the other operating system. While running one. So if you're on Linux, you can pull data from your Windows operating system. Easy. Hatano faced the silent, pitch-black monitor and called out to it. There was no response for a while, leaving Hatano to continue staring emptily at the monitor. Eventually, the screen roared back to life, displaying the chat log from before. Explain world line R. Mac. It responded with why, meaning yes. Of all the things this game sometimes decides to explain. Thank you. Why Sena and Takumi? With Shibuya in its current state, they were the Giglomaniacs we had the highest likelihood of establishing contact with. That's all. There is no ulterior motive beyond that. As the Committee of 300, how precisely would you define this world? A game? Grounds for experiment? Farm for livestock? The worldwide human domestication project is merely the delusion born of a certain selection of conspiracy theorists. As was stated before, we do not directly intervene in your world. The worldwide human domestication project, a term that would find its way into any discussion about the famous Committee of 300 conspiracy. Those who know of the conspiracy speculate that the Committee of 300 means to establish a one-world government to unify the world. And once they do, they shall guide the world through the creation of a new world order. Cubai won't finish Remy tonight? No, tomorrow will be the final stream of Chaos Head Noah. We'll beat it tomorrow. We're definitely clearing the center out tonight, and then at least getting to Remy. Thought you were doing AI? No, AI starts next week. My visual novel streams are Thursday and Friday every week. It's been that way for the last 4 months, hasn't it? I think. I remember you had something scheduled for Friday. Yeah, the finale of Chaos and Noah. Finales of games are big streams. Usually the first stream of a game and the final stream of a game are usually like the most viewed. So of course I'd make a big deal of this stream. I'm always, it was not Chaos. Weird. Okay. Oh, going to the gym, so I'm glad the Cubai stream is on. Hell yeah. Get those gains, Chris. Shall I send some more bad takes your way? Night, Jade. I crossed 200 on squat. And you hate squatting? I'm trying to think of a spicy bad take off the top of my head. It's probably the hardest strength exercise training. Did you like my, Oh, here we go. I got a hot take for you. Did you like my, in the thumbnail, my Sena sprite edit to make it more accurate and in line with the superior anime? The true way to experience the series. I did not like the popsicle. Which one? We both have one, Chris. Which popsicle are you referring to? Probably Sena's, right? Yes, of course, of course. Aside from a selection of chosen people, all of humanity will be subjected to semi-permanent brainwashing applied via a silent weapon, turning them into mindless slaves. Just like livestock. Their flesh, milk, labor, children, and very lives shall endlessly be stolen away by the elite. Oh my god, they're gonna milk me. I have nipples, community of 0. Can you milk me? Should this be realized, it would perhaps be humanity's cruelest, most systematic utopia of all. Unknowingly having their wills stolen from them and being automated as livestock. The remains of humanity would be constantly exploited, all while continuing to live their lives in blissful ignorance. Perfect description of Steins Gate milk fans. The line is funny-ish, but horrifying. Yeah, I don't want to get milked, bruh. No, thank you. As they would have no way to know of their exploitation, they would never raise any objections, nor rebel against their circumstances. Even if the worldwide human domestication project is a mere delusion, silent weapons are very much real. Noah 2 exists as irrefutable evidence of this fact. Not anytime soon, since we're still taking a break? Never mind. The world domestication project should be real. What do you mean, break? What do you mean, break? Get back to the milking grounds and work on the next patch. Silent weapons are very much real. Noah 2 exists as an irrefutable evidence of this fact. That is related to our current error. The error born from you, Takumi, and Orose. We're putting our best efforts into fixing this error. So the world will once again be placed under your order? One where you will continue to exploit the general populace as mindless slaves? You're translating a piece of side material that you're very fond of? Would you be able to put it in a working visual novel format? Because I'll stream it. I just assume you guys can do that since whatever, like, ghost magic that you do, that makes the, you be able to patch these games. Light novel? But would you be able to alter the text in, like, a Steins Gate-like way that would still get the sprites and the dialogue to appear, like, in this format? Or would that be much more complicated than I'm thinking? Maybe, but I don't think it's super conductive to the medium. But how am I supposed to just read something without the pretty pictures and CGs and character sprites of the visual novel? Do you expect me to just read text? That's wild. We'll have to choose music, CGs, backgrounds for each scene. Well, there's like 2 songs in Chaos Head, so you'd probably be fine. What does Matt call the songs? Angry Sax. I don't know, he had a name for like the songs. Considering it's an over 300 page long light novel. Nah. Like 90% of Steins Gate is just the Gadget Lab background CG. As Hitano spoke, a horrifying possibility stemming from his own words came to him, and his brow furrowed. Has the worldwide human domestication project already been completed? Simple project, knock it out in a weekend. I would definitely be glad to work on it, but I would need someone to actually tutor me on how to edit, like,
like the files. Like, how could I change this text? I think it would definitely be something that would be fun to like make one of the side content like novels into a visual novel, but I wouldn't even know how the fuck to make it work. I don't know if there's any like tutorials that COZ has already made to potentially do it, but I think that would be dope. I would love to work on something like that, but zero idea how to do it. You produce an interesting concept, but that's not quite the right way to put it. To correctly express it from the viewpoint of God, you were all already livestock from the moment of this world's inception. Nevertheless, this is nothing but a hypothetical. Answer my original question. As the Committee of 300, how precisely would you define this world? A game? Grounds for experiment? A farm for livestock? I really hope they just reply irrelevant. In response to Hatano, fell silent. I feel like their name sounds like censorship, like whenever it's said out loud. Fell silent. The time has come. The time for what? I must go. My people need me. The Committee of 300 must remain an entity of shadow, one that is spoken of only in conspiracy theories. Anyone who knows too much must be disposed of. Much like Inohana and Kuramochi before you. None of you are exceptions to this rule. What do you mean by... Oh no. Are Sena Takumi? You three became pawns the moment we established contact. Oh. You three became pawns the moment we established contact. Pawns fulfill the roles they're given, nothing more. That's a rule. The original had kanji, so we had to modify it to be garbled English text rather than Japanese. The idea it's garbled because it's being spoken in a language unprocessable by computers. Yeah, that's what I figured, but that's what I mean, like, the saying it out loud when it sounds like a censor or whatever. I forget what that's from, but there's, like, I mean, I think it's actually probably in multiple forms of media. But, like, when aliens or, like, the divine try to, like, talk, like, in some forms of media, and it just sounds like, you know what I mean? The monitor abruptly went black. It was no different than a death sentence.
Sena.
Clamping his teeth down on his lip, Hatanos frantically stood up. If he left now, perhaps he'd still be able to catch the two of them before they reached Shibuya Station. He had to tell them it was a trap. He did not want to let his daughter die. After killing his wife and second daughter, she was the only family he had left. No matter how much hatred she held for him, all he wanted was for her to live. For this reason, Hatano ran. And yet, in the end, he was not able to escape the Nozomi Technology Building. For before he could, the sound of an explosion combined with a furious vibration rippled through the building. It was not collapsing due to the earthquake, however. The sound alone told him it was by the hand of man. But knowing this did not change his fate. The ground beneath his feet collapsed, and as if the lid had been lifted off the cauldron of hell itself, the earth opened wide, and swallowed up the insignificant existence that was Hatano. Outplayed, bro. If it did, then why is the building still standing here? Going on a walk through Shibuya finally helped things sink in. I finally came to terms with just how horrifying the earthquake that hit the city truly was. Not a single trace of the once dazzling city remained. The city was dead. Shibuya was now a city of death. Countless unmoving bodies littered the streets, some lying alone, others piled one on top of the other. Various sections of the main road were deeply stained with pools of blood. My man got sent to the back rooms, no clipped out of life. This is actually just what happened there. Nothing was alive. Everyone was dead. Everyone. Atano had said something earlier about the casualties being in the thousands. And the sole cause of all this suffering was Noah too. This wasn't a natural disaster. It wasn't even a kind of disaster at all. This was an atrocity. A massacre. Sena, who was just a few steps ahead of me, had an intense look of sorrow on her face. If she's ahead of you, how can you see her face? Atano hadn't come with us. We left him behind at the Nozomi Technology Building. They were father and daughter, apparently, but they didn't really act like it. It felt like Sena had some sort of one-sided, intense hatred for her father. What does that mean, it didn't act like it? That's literally every teenage girl and their father. Or literally every teenager and their parents. The teenage child did not like their parents. This isn't a phase, Dad. This is my D-sword, and I'm gonna be the one to break Noah too. They had mentioned Sena's mother and younger sister in their conversation. What had happened between the two of them? Whatever it was, it must have been what led Sena's heart and mind being broken. Despite me wondering that, I didn't plan on asking for some detailed account of what happened or anything. Not that I knew how to in the first place. Besides, our number one priority at the moment was obtaining the cheat code. Once we had that, I wouldn't need Sena to protect me anymore. I'd be able to live on my own. Wah, wah, wah. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from behind me. Thinking it was another earthquake, I immediately got down on my hands and knees, but the ground wasn't shaking. I slowly and cautiously looked behind me, toward where the Nozomi main office we were just in should have been standing. Smoke pouring out of the sky. It looked like the end result of an erupting volcano, and the building that should have been there wasn't. Oh god, it had collapsed? But Hatano was still in there. How does he know Hatano was still in there? What if Hatano left like shortly after they did? A small whimper escaped her lips. She looked up at the smoke filling the sky in a daze. Dad. After a moment, she noticed my gaze and quickly turned the other way. However, her shoulders continued to tremble. She really still doesn't have a new sprite. That's weird. Damn it. If I knew this would have happened, I would have just killed him myself. If I had just killed him then, What? Well, he's dead either way, right? Well, we can just bring him back too. Once we got our hands on the cheat code, we could do that. There was no reason we couldn't, as long as we believed what it said. Bring someone back to life just to kill them?
非効率的
That's
だ
counterintuitive. She laughed to herself, but her voice was muffled by her tears. I didn't really know what to say to her, so I just hung my head. I actually wouldn't know what to say to her either. She's crying, but she's like, I should have killed him. I'd be really like, okay. She fought back tears for a while, but eventually, as if she'd made up her mind about something, she started moving forward once again. And now, not a single tear remained on her face. I hurriedly followed after her. Underground Shibuya Station was home to both the Hanzoman Line and the newly constructed Fugu Toshin Line, which has a far more complicated structure to it. There was also the Ginza Line platform, located 2 floors above ground, but it was still treated as a subway service. I don't care. Fucking every JRPG visual novel ever giving me the fucking tour of the Tokyo subway train systems. I don't care. Ask pretty much anyone. They'd tell you the place was a dungeon. And not only that, but the earthquake had caused all stairways leading underground to collapse, and now they were all buried in rubble. Sena had been able to use her D-sword to blast away rubble and clear a path for us, so it hadn't posed as much of a problem. But due the lack of proper lighting. Should this be due to the lack of proper lighting? Finding the right coin locker had been taking a lot more time than expected. And if that weren't enough, the air filtration system stopped, leaving the air disgusting and filled with dust. My coughing refused to stop, to the point where I felt like I was gonna die. Uh-oh. Sometimes foreshadowing is subtle. The stench of death wafting off the scattered corpses didn't help either. Oh my god, it's the coin lockers! Is this it? Sena had finally located the coin locker, which was somehow standing tall with no signs of any noticeable damage. To our astonishment and subsequent relief, the locker still had power running to it, something that was made clear by the bright glow of the IC card reader. Would that matter? Couldn't she just pop the door off with her D-sword? Please make a selection was displayed on the screen. Retrieve and deposit were the only 2 buttons available. Could there really be a cheat code in such an ordinary locker? The locker had been there since before the earthquake. A whole bunch of customers would have passed through here before us. On a normal day, no one would have paid it any mind. Just how many people actually use lockers like these in the first place? I couldn't imagine there'd be that many. Upon closer inspection, it occurred to me that almost all of the other lockers were buried in rubble. And behind that single closed door was something beyond imagination. Urban legends like that have been floating around for decades. It wasn't especially strange or anything like that. It was fairly grounded in reality, actually. A small container that you could find very easily throughout your ordinary life, housing something extraordinary. That was the idea behind it. When I pushed the retrieve button, a message popped up saying, "Please scan your card." What we find in there, will it give us hope or despair? Danganronpa. A lot of Danganronpa references in this one. New World Order, hope, despair. Sena dug out her IC card from her pocket and slowly approached the screen. With an electronic beep, the sound of a lock releasing came from the locker. The sound echoed ominously throughout the dead silent underground. Shove Taco in the locker. She takes out the cheat code and just fucking pushes him in there. Do you think Monokuma or Aiba would win in a fight? Depends. Is Aiba in her, like, human form? Or her, like, hamster form? Her human form probably wins. I don't think the hamster mode would. Sena and I stood anchored to the spot. Hamster? Nah, I don't think she would win. Her hamster form is cute and adorable and doesn't have any weapons. It'd be like, fuck, what's the bear called from Danganronpa 2? That one. Actually, that one's called, is it Monami? Yeah. It'd be like that again, I think. Human form would win, though. What if she had a knife? True. Who's Aiba? My waifu from Somnium Files / Nirvana Initiative. This is Aiba. My green screen filter reacts to her white dress, though. The fluorescent shrimp, exactly. If you want to find out more about her, watch my live stream playthrough of Somnium Files in my playlist tab. And I'm going to play Nirvana Initiative next week. Look at how many fun streams are up and coming on this channel. Just make sure to subscribe and hit the bell button. Sena and I stood anchored to the spot, and we both checked our surroundings. We'd at last come face to face with the cheat code. What form it'd take, neither of us knew. Please don't let it be something gross or gory. Personally, if I'd had to choose, I'd want it to be a Sarah figure. Yeah, that'd be the best possible outcome. So I wiped the sweat off her beating brow.
1009番
It was 1009, wasn't it? Da-dun, 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 da-dun. The locker we were looking at was the second from the left, third from the top. The door was fairly big. It had 1009 written on it. Do you guys feel the suspense? How come it goes 5, 9, 13, by the way? What? Oh, because it goes down in order. I just saw the 6, 10, 14 there. The locker was ever so slightly ajar. All we could see inside the gap was an uncertain, unending darkness. You feel your heartbeat starting to go up? What could it be? Oh my god! What's in the locker? Sena and I stared at the locker, frozen in place. You open it. Even though she didn't say it out loud, I could feel Sena telling me that. Granted, I was doing the same thing, so we were both equally cowardly. Come on, you do it, I told her inside my head. I thought about letting a game of rock, paper, scissors make the decision for us, but it wasn't the time to mess around like that. Sena, you
セナが
should open it, was what I was going to say, but I was interrupted.
開けろ
Open it, Nishijo. Sena took a step back and readied her sword.
もしもの場合
I'll
は
stand guard,
私が援護
just
す
in
る
case. What the hell do you mean, just in case?
急げ
Hurry up! Still felt like she was going to stick me with the tip of her sword any second now. My throat went dry from the anxiety. But my recently unearthed hope resurfaced once again. If I surpassed this trial, I could be a hero. With this adage etched upon my heart, I summoned all of my remaining courage. I placed my hand on the half-opened locker door.
開ける
Do
よ
I open it? No, that's it, actually. The end of the stream tonight. Goodbye, everyone. See you all later. Next time, we'll figure out maybe what's in the locker then. Whoa. Oh, no. Alright, back. Let's actually find out what's in the locker. Do I open it? Yeah. I slowly opened the door. It opened easier than I expected. And inside, I found... What is that? Is that her baby sister? We peeked at the locker at a loss for words. A white bundle of cloth? Bigger than I expected. But right when I reached out to touch it... Huh! I pulled my hand back in a panic at the sudden voice. It's... No way, it's... A baby? A live baby in the locker? Bloodborne sound effect? Is that the sound effect you put here? Or is that like a specific sound effect that I'm just not aware of? I mean, it's been decades since then. But abandoned children being found in coin lockers had been a fairly large social issue at one point. But for it to be happening now? Yeah, I mean, it's probably just generic baby crying 101. Right? Wait, that didn't matter right now. Where was the cheat code? I double-checked the locker number. It was unmistakably 109, so that must have meant Takumi just closes the locker again. I don't want a fucking kid. I fucking hate the sounds. This is a live recording of an actual baby. It's happening right now. Yeah. Sena gently picked it up as she continued to wail, or as it continued to wail, handling it like a fragile object that would fall to pieces if she let go of it. I hired a random 37-year-old man with a high-pitched voice to make baby sounds. There you go. She handled it like a fragile object that would fall to pieces if she let go of it. The baby's cries grew louder and louder. Sena grimaced as her body stiffened and locked in place. She looked at me with pleading eyes. Her face doesn't look very pleading. It looks kind of like assertive. Oh, there we go. Nishijo, help! What am I supposed to do? Why ask me? I think you should let it suck on your tits. Burn in hell. That face is actually funny. Her glare pierced through me. Had she just overheard my delusion? That baby is probably the cheat code. I mean, if we thought about what they said, Jesus Christ, fucking this baby noise. If the baby was the cheat code, it wouldn't activate unless we destroyed it. Destroy it. In other words, kill it. I went silent. Sena glared daggers at me. She shielded the baby with her arms. We can't. No way in hell we can do that. They survived the earthquake all alone in a dark, cramped place like this. But it's the cheat code. It only appeared here after the earthquake. You need simply destroy the item it is taken care of, or is taken the form of. Why would they give us such an obnoxious form of the cheat code? Why wouldn't they make it like a piñata or something if they wanted us to succeed? It isn't human. It just looks like one. That's only if you believe what the self-proclaimed Committee of 300 said. What if they're lying? What if this baby had been left in here originally, and those people just embedded the cheat code into them? I cowered at Sena's horrifically menacing look. Even so, I frantically shot back my rebuttal without looking her in the eye. It's not like we have much of a choice here. If we don't destroy it, the cheat won't. If I lost to Sena here, I ended up losing the cheat code, and I'd stay an otaku freak for the rest of my miserable life. And so what? Your solution is to, instead of being an otaku freak, you think more girls would like you if you were a baby killer? Yeah, I got it. It's the ultimate plan in my route to Sigma status. Just feel them, Nishijo. Feel the warmth coming off them. Are you really capable of killing a small child? Of course I can't. I'm completely harmless. That's why I need you to do it. I couldn't actually say that. Sena, you're contradicting yourself. You were so motivated before we got here. The world is just an electronic device, right? So that means the baby's just a shell, a doll. But they're crying. Sena gently embraced the baby. She had such a tender, loving expression on her face. I couldn't believe she was the same ill-tempered girl from before. The baby. They're crying, Nishijo. She was a total mess. Had she just been a complete fucking psycho all along? We have to destroy the activated Noah 2 with the cheat. If we don't, we can't bring back your family. Why are you hesitating now? Because they're alive. I can't kill them. I can't. Well then, how about I lend a hand? Uh-oh.
Huh?
Eh? A thunderous roar. He just fucking shoots them all. Unsure of what just happened, I reflexively crouched down. He didn't enter the scene with his demonic face going. Triangle Ace Attorney, yeah. Staying like that, I took a look around me and spotted a single silhouette standing outside the Fukutoshin line ticket gate. They were gripping something that looked like a gun, and they were pointing it in our direction. Sena croaked. And when I looked over at her, I saw her hands covered in blood. But it wasn't hers. It was coming from the baby she was cradling. The white towel the baby was wrapped up in was turning crimson. I imagine this is a delusion, right? I hear the terminal. They're dead. It's happening again. I couldn't do anything. Sena's entire body trembled violently. Wowee! My awesome shooting skills never let me down. The man continued to walk towards us with a most casual smile on his face. On his back, the man wore a rucksack that clashed heavily with his suit. What are you two talking about down here? Well, I'm thinking of it. What's up with the baby? Wait, don't tell me. Is that your secret love child? Did you two do it? man. High schoolers these days. Yeah, I wish he had a sprite where he was wearing the Darth Spider helmet or like with the backpack on. It's a shame he doesn't really give any sprites. Nah, none of that really matters. I came to take care of you two. If we let you two asswipes near Noah too, you'd start causing an awful lot of trouble. Was he related to Nozomi? I felt like I'd seen him somewhere before. He was carrying a gun. Normal people didn't carry a gun. That doesn't sound very American of you, Takumi. He was gonna kill us. We had to run. Well then, I guess I'll start by taking care of a hyper-dangerous spree killer hiding in the high school girl's body. The man raised his gun and pointed it directly at Sena. But she didn't react at all. Still clutching the baby, she broke down in sobs. What do I do? We've got the cheat code now. What the hell do I do? I should be invincible now. There's no way I can protect Sena. If I'm invincible, I can be reckless and stupid and be perfectly fine. Oops. Ugh.
師匠
I had shielded Sena. A fierce pain exploded in my chest, followed by a burning heat that felt like I'd caught on fire. My uniform was stained in blood. I'd been shot. Oh, that was awesome, Takumi! Putting your life on the line to protect a chick. You really are a shining example for all of us guys out there. But how much longer can you keep it up? Each time a gunshot ripped through the air, another bullet opened a hole in my body. Man, he really is fucking tanking that shit. That's a lot of bullets. My blood splattered everywhere. The pain eroded my nerves. Sena was still frozen in place, looking at me with tears in her eyes as she cradled the baby. Over half of the white towel was now covered in a deep shade of red. I could no longer tell if that blood was mine or the baby's. You're bleeding. Yeah, he's just been shot. Of course he's bleeding. If you don't stop, you'll... Well, he's not the one shooting the gun at himself. We'll use the cheat code. But what do I do? We didn't really get context for what this cheat code does, so, I mean, he's taking a lot of risks here. He's just kind of assuming what the cheat code does. I mean, what if it's an infinite money cheat code? It's not going to help you from getting shot. This isn't good. I was going to lose consciousness. It's a cheat code that makes you get shot. Yeah, it draws up the aggro. Wild, bro. It's a cheat code to get rid of Takumi. I mean, sometimes there are cheat codes that instantly end the games, and not in a good way. It hurts, 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 it hurts. I never asked to go through a pain like this. With a cheat code, I should be invincible, but if Sena doesn't activate it, I'm gonna die. I could feel him getting closer to me. I could sense a sinister bloodlust overflowing from him. What a weird walking sound. Something cold and solid was pushed into my back. It felt like my wounds were being grilled over hot coals as that cold sensation clawed through them. Minecraft swim effect? Yeah. Aren't you a trooper? But it ends here, with one point-blank bang to the heart. Pretty sure not even a gigalomaniac could survive that one. Sena, hurry! Sena only continued to cry. This was it. After all that grinding to get the cheat code, none of it mattered in the end. Burn in hell, you little shit. The sensation on my back suddenly disappeared. I thought I'd just been shot, but it wasn't a gunshot I'd heard. It was the sound of the air itself shaking. Oh, my arm! White feathers shimmered and danced through the air. But we were underground. There shouldn't have been birds here. Despite my consciousness turning foggy and the pain rippling through my entire body, I managed to turn around. There I saw. What? Remy jumps out from behind the dumpster. Remy route time. Yeah. It's happened. Clasped in her hands was a sword so elegant, so beautiful, yet its form was unendingly sinister. I'd never seen anything like it. It was Remy. Remy, who had disappeared on me before, was here. She looked at me with a smile filled with sorrow. A large quantity of blood poured from the man's arm. Everything from the elbow down had been severed. The hand holding the gun rolled around on the ground. Had Remy done that? You bitch! My hand! How dare you! With all the horrible things you did to Nana, this is nothing. Oh, get it? This is a new song, I think. She cut off his hand because he cut off Nanami's. Remy! Remy avoided my dumbfounded gaze. She simply stood in front of the man, shielding us. This is Shogun's theme? Is it really? Get out of here. I've got the gist of what's going on. Aoi. Taku. Destroy Noah 2. That sharp voice brought me back to my senses. But when I tried to move my body, even just a bit, I was tortured by unrelenting pain. Yeah, Takami's been shot like 6 times. And he's like being asked to move. I wanted to collapse on the spot. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to think. But most of all, I didn't want to die. The consciousness fading. I was fully aware of the blood flowing out of the wounds covering my entire body. Despair and the fear of death threatened to overwhelm me, but I fought them back and held on to Sena's shoulders. Let's go. Well, we still can. I feel like there hasn't really been any new CGs in this route. I mean, I guess we've had, like, the background. But whatever. Also, Sena still hasn't had her new sprite yet. I'm sorry, Nishijo. There have been kind of a lot. There's just been the one of Aoi laying on top of Takumi, right? That's been the only CG, right? You shielded me. And now you're... I mean, yeah, there's been new backgrounds, but not like... That's it. Sena's eyes were clouded with tears. Oh, yeah, Sena holding a baby CG. That's true. This is the first time I'd ever seen her crying face. I guess even level-headed women like Sena cried sometimes. I don't know if I would describe her as level-headed. If I could think of all of the delusions can't heal wounds, unless they're Takumi's delusions, then they can heal wounds. Delusions can't heal people except when they can. Yeah, there you go. That's the right description. I don't know if I would describe Sena as level-headed, but sure. I noticed something else as I held her shoulders. Her body was incredibly frail. I was sure that it wasn't unique to Sena. It probably applied to all IRL girls, really. Her body was slender. Something guys also didn't share. Did you hear that, everyone? Know your role. Girls are frail, and guys are not. You guys heard it here first. On any normal day, she exuded an aura of confidence, arrogance, and so much overwhelming vigor. Felt like she could crush me with it. But at the end of the day, she was still just a girl. It'll be alright. Don't cry, Sena. I'm sorry you're a girl. If we just use the cheat code, it'll heal these wounds. It has to. Believing that, I grit my teeth and walked forward. Takumi's really like, let me just kill this fucking baby real quick for my own sake. Behind me, I hear the sound of a strange mechanical sound, and a shrieking resonance entangling with one another. But I refuse to look back. We made it above ground. A trail of blood marked the path we walked. I'd lost a lot of blood. The intense heat I'd been feeling in my wounds had been replaced with an unbearable chill. No matter how much I tried to keep it under control, my body kept violently shivering. My teeth wouldn't stop chattering. Taco Bell. I wish you hadn't said that, Devin. Now I want fucking Taco Bell. Looking up, I saw the planetarium before us. But the moment I did, I realized something was off. The surrounding buildings had almost entirely collapsed. The ones that were still standing were covered in cracks and fissures. Yet the planetarium was completely intact. Not only that, but I thought the building was supposed to have been demolished years ago. But it still stood tall in front of me. Why? Why hadn't I realized this until now? Why hadn't I questioned it earlier? What up, Kevin? How's it going, man? Was this because of some Giglomaniac's powers? Or was it all Noah 2's doing? At any rate, the reason I noticed must have been because of the cheat code. Man, obsessing over this cheat code. Why are you still so wounded, then? Now we just need to activate it. Then we should be able to destroy the planetarium. Without me supporting her any longer, Sena fell to her knees. She was still heartbroken. Takumi has been actually shot. The one time I'm gonna pity Takumi here. Oh no, Sena's heartbroken. Takumi has actually been shot several times. Currently dying. No, don't be heartbroken. Fuck, it's that meme of the soldier who's like sitting like this and all the grenades are hitting his back and the one so the person could sleep quietly. Sena. Yep. I hope you're... I'm really sorry about that baby dying.
Anyway, remember when I got shot 5 times? Yeah. That's fine. Let's take a seat right here and wait. We don't need to keep going. Use the cheat. Even talking was agonizing now. Sena looked back and forth between me and the baby, making her look like she was shaking her head no. But all she did besides that was tremble. I was running out of time. My vision was going blurry. If we didn't activate the cheat code, I was gonna die. Ishijo, just hold on. Why doesn't Takumi just take the baby and fucking smash it on the ground then if he's so concerned about this? I can. Yeet the baby. Don't die. I'm begging you. Nishijo. The world isn't an electronic device. And VR is totally nowhere near as good as AR. I wish they'd stop making VR games. It's so lame. Just work on making actually quality content. Please. VR spin-off games are always trash. I just convinced myself it was. Valve had threw us for a loop for a little bit with Half-Life, Alex. But that's all it was. Just a single standalone okay game. The rest of the VR games are trash. I couldn't save my mother and sister. And because of that, I couldn't forgive myself. I couldn't forgive myself for feeling sick and vomiting. I couldn't... Takumi's just laying on the ground, bleeding out, like not able to hear her anymore as she's crying about stuff. I didn't want to believe they died, or that Dad did it. I wanted to get rid of all my emotions. Forever. I couldn't. I felt nothing but hatred towards Dad. I felt nothing but sadness toward Mom and my sister's deaths. I couldn't forgive myself. This is actually very tragic, but I had to make VR jokes, I'm sorry. I don't want to let this baby die. This is like an allegory for something else, isn't it? I mean, are we being subtle about it? Owie, I'm dropping the pretense. We're aborting the baby. Damn it. I couldn't rely on Sena anymore. I had to do it on my own somehow. I reached out my hand to the blood-stained baby Sena was cradling. Just give it to me. But Sena refused to let go. You can't, Nishijo! Stop! It's already dead! Then shouldn't the cheat code be activated? Taking charge, I wrestled Sena's hands away as she looked at me in horror and forcefully grabbed the baby. She broke down crying. Ignoring her wails, I clutched the baby. Cheat code activate. Lend me your power! Oh, does the baby actually just give him his D-sword? That's really funny. So the committee of 300 is like, fuck it, man. This kid's never gonna activate his fucking D-sword. He's too much of a pathetic little shit. Just give it to him. Fucking just Deus Ex Machina it. And that's the name of the chapter. Suddenly I noticed it. A strange color. Shrouded in faint light. A shining sword was lying at my feet.
A D-sword! Forgetting all about the pain, I just took it. Easy, bro. Despite being so long and gigantic, it was shockingly light. It was almost like I was holding nothing but thin air. I now knew for sure this was a real D-sword. It was no fake. Hot damn cheat code. To think I'd finally got my hands on a D-sword this easily after struggling to get one for so long. I want to believe the Committee of 300 made it a baby to prove their point that Takami's a baby. Summoning all my remaining energy, I stood up. My wounds hadn't healed, but I was invincible now. Wounds this bad just took a minute to heal, that's all. Sena was utterly useless. I'd destroy Noah myself. I felt power overflowing from deep within the core of my body. It felt like there wasn't anything I couldn't do. I had obtained a power rivaling that of God himself. I brandished my sword. My target was the planetarium, illuminated ominously by the surrounding light. I'll destroy you! That sounds like the... I don't know why the first thing that when I heard that was like I got fucking flashbacks to Mass Effect. And how in Mass Effect 1 all the characters, like their attack line would just repeat, I'll destroy you! I'll destroy you! In like every combat scenario. Like it was so common. I'll destroy you! This is the end! Does anyone understand that reference? Did anyone else play through Mass Effect? Or watch my live stream of Mass Effect? A gunshot echoed through the air. Blood spewed from my chest. Oh my god. Remy, do something, right? Soon after, I was hit with an intense pain. GG, bro. For a moment, I stopped breathing. My vision went black. I had an awful feeling writhing in the depths of my throat, and the taste of blood spilled through my mouth as I coughed violently. Where the fuck did Remy go? Well, she stayed down in the subway to fight Sua. So even though Sua only had one arm and no gun, apparently she still lost. That guy from earlier, had he shot me again? And Remy failed to hold him off? Or the twist is that it was Remy that shot him. I looked around, only to be absolutely astonished by what I saw. There were tons of people, all crowded around me and Sena. They had dead eyes. They were all holding guns. They were all aimed at me. Oh, my god, I didn't realize we came up from this subway tunnel into America. Every single one of them was whispering something. May the divine light save us. 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 Sena, get down. They all fired in unison. Countless lead bullets penetrated my body, boring out my flesh, slicing through my bones. I was assaulted by impact after impact. My body danced around by an order not my own. Like a marionette. Oh no! We're in dangerous territory here! Oh no! Don't say I fell to my knees like a puppet with my strings cut after getting shot! Don't do it! Don't do it! The pain stabbed in my consciousness. It felt like I was gonna pass out. Ew. Even still, I desperately kept standing. My D-sword was still raised high, held aloft in one of my hands. I'll destroy it, I prayed. I'll destroy Noah too. No matter how desecrated my body is, I won't die. I can't die. I swung down. The D-sword drew a trail of red light. Uh-oh, that's not finding the blue. The blue remains lost. A brilliant flash burst into the night sky. The blade of light tore through the endless night and descended upon the planetarium dome below. Bonk. Only to be deflected by some unforeseen force.
嘘でしょ
Wah, wah, wah. No way. It was like there had been some sort of invisible wall. The light emitted by the D-sword was reflected, refracted, and dispersed. Fucking all the science explanations for where the light went there. Silence. Sena, me, and the people who'd been shooting at me. We all simply stared, dumbfounded. Even with the cheat it didn't work? Was Noah too indestructible? I'd try again. I couldn't let it end like this. I coughed up blood. Greasy sweat stung my eyes. I could barely feel the pain anymore. My senses were starting to disappear. My nerves might have been paralyzed. One more swing. I'm strong. The strongest in the world. My strength stat should be so high it'd be absolutely OP. So I just need one more swing. I raised my sword overhead.
信仰の救い
May the divine light save us! Along with a woman's scream, they fired wildly once again.
西田
Sena covered my body with hers. I guess Sena had saved me this time. That seems like quite a mistake, to be honest. Takumi's already been shot so many fucking times, he's not gonna make it. That seems like a really bad move. Sena.
私
I'll help too.
手伝うよ
I'll help you. Sena tightly, ever so tightly, embraced my blood-soaked body. She grasped the hand I held my D-sword with. Her body was so warm. Hell, it was closer to hot. It had to be the heat of her blood, drawn out by the gunshot wounds she'd suffered just now. The heat of the pulse of life that ran through her body. He doesn't look like he has that many gunshot wounds in him. Also, why does Takumi's face just look off? It's like they can't draw, like, male faces correctly. Like, they keep putting this eye too spread out. It's the same thing that happened to her dad. But she looks fine. She looks good. I mean, I guess I'm not an artist, but I feel like if you could nail human faces like this, how did you fuck Takumi's up? Or it's just that they just wanted to draw her and they didn't give a fuck about his face. I mean, because really, who would?
お前の覚悟
Your resolve.
ちゃんと
I understand it
分
now.
かったから壊そう
Let's destroy it. He's literally the main character? No. Let's be honest, all of the anime girls are the main character.
その子の
For the baby, too. Oh my god, this really is an allegory for that, huh? The baby wasn't real, it's just his sword.
壊そう
Let's destroy it.
二人
The two of us, with our powers combined,
でお前だけ
I won't let you die.
死なせないお前だけ
I won't let you do anything rash either. Like getting rid of this baby.
私と
You and I, our fates are
運命
intertwined.
共同体だずっと一
We'll
緒
always be together.
死ぬ
Wait,
時
what? Where'd this come from?
戦う時も
When we die, when we fight, we'll always be together.
There was no, like, gradual buildup of her liking Takumi at all for this to be a thing. But I guess, like, he's got to romance each of the girls in each of their routes, right? But, like, in the Kazupi route, it at least made sense, because they were, like, becoming closer and closer.
もう
Let's break this chain of misery already.
復活とか
Who cares about bringing back the dead? Wait, what?
でもいい自然の摂理
We shouldn't go against the natural order of things.
するべきじゃない
I just...
もう
I don't want to see hatred or sorrow anymore.
見たくないんだこんな世界
I don't want to see the world like
見
this.
たくないんだお
I
前
don't
が
want to see you
傷つく
hurt.
見たくないだから
So let's destroy it together.
一緒にあの
The source of everything. Alright, we get it. Come on. Sena's voice rang throughout my fading consciousness. So she'd finally come back to her senses, huh? Completely exhausted and covered in tears, she shielded an otaku freak like me. And now she was covered in blood. We were both dyed a deep crimson. I really did feel her passion. Her voice really did reach me. Yeah, even his face here looks rough. Together, we raised the D sword high. You like can barely see them. Or you can barely see her. Does she have her other hand on it? No, she doesn't. I can still hear the gunshots firing around us. What? But that wouldn't stop us anymore. My power was overflowing more than ever before. I felt a strong life force gushing out of Sena. Gushing. That's all of her blood gushing out of her. So epic, glad I'm immune to bullets. Yeah. This would do nothing but slow his swing down, but sure. It feels like they should touch tips of their 2D swords and swing together. But whatever. With this godly power, we would destroy the machine that rivaled God on high. This time, for sure, we would.
行くぞ
Let's do it.
西
Now, Nishijo. I nodded. Together with Sena. We swung the D-sword down with all of our strength. And right as we did, a flash of light burst forth. A flash of light that tore the very world asunder. A red light that ripped the night sky in two. A red blade that perhaps might even reach the moon. Oh my god, guys, it's red. That's how you know it's the bad ending, because he didn't find the blue. The unbelievable power that tore the world apart. We touched tips. But I think that would have been a cooler scene. The two of them, like, raising both their swords and they're, like, combining together and I also just saw the new Fire Emblem attack, so... and engage with Chrom and Robin, so that's why I'm thinking of that. It blew away everything, turning it all to dust. Together with the invisible barrier surrounding Noah 2, the planetarium was reduced to ashes. A massive impact and shockwave burst through the city. It felt like my body was going to be torn apart. The people standing around us were blown away. Even so, Sena and I held each other upright. We both clutched the baby in our arms, shielding it. Wait, what? What babe? What? Oh, so we're really not dropping the allegory here, huh? We'd use every last drop of power we had left. We didn't think about what came next.
As long as we had the cheat code, our wounds would heal. So right now, all we needed to do was destroy Noah 2. With all our heart and soul, we let our power erupt. Wink. Crom and Robin touch tips. Yeah, I mean, that's their new animation. They got a... It's called, Giga Thunder Blade or something. It's their special duo attack in Engage. They touch tips. The sounds dissipated, and the light along with it. And in the center of that ruined city of death, Sena and I stood tall. Sena clung to my body. I leaned against hers. And between us, we embraced the bloody baby. Man, all these Japanese guns are cheap and shitty, dude. How are none of them dead? I couldn't walk another step. I couldn't make the slightest movement. I didn't have an ounce of strength left. It's okay now.
いいんだ。悲しいけど、
It hurts, but it's okay now.
もういいんだ。死んだ人を生き返らせるのなんて
Bringing the dead back to life
エゴでしかない。
is just egocentric.
チートコード
Let's return the cheat code.
返そう。
I felt the same way. And because we were alive, we had to live on for the sake of those who died. I'm sorry. Sena softly and gently embraced the bloody baby.
ごめん。
I'm so sorry.
死なせてしまっ
I'm
た。
sorry for letting you die.
ごめん。
Sena had cried a lot today. Jesus, what a little annoying bitch. But compared to the usual girl who glared at everyone and everything, the girl whose weakness was on display right now, that was far more beautiful. Sena's flowing tears were so very beautiful. As those thoughts flowed through my mind, I looked up toward the night sky. Well, I'm certainly glad that this route proved me right. That it was indeed a simulation. Thoughts? I don't know. I mean, it was certainly a route. I'm mostly just glad that it proved that I was right about the simulation thing. But I don't feel like much was adequately explained. I think there's still probably a post scene after the credits here, but like... I don't know. I guess we'll find out post this if they actually live after that or anything. If the baby heals their wounds or whatever. But I assume the baby is like supposed to be Sena's sister, like reincarnated as Sena and Takumi's kid or something. I don't know. That's kind of what it felt like. The way she was going on about having to protect the baby. We have to keep it alive. We can't. And Takumi's like, no. We must abort the baby. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. The baby was the whole trauma about her sister. I know that. Who was the bad guy? The Noah 2 machine. I'm happy to report all errors have been eliminated. I have confirmed the disposal of Noah 2 and Norose. Oh my god. Is this... Momo? The true ruler of the Committee of 300? The self-insert character? The original Takumi has been secured, although he's definitely knocking on heaven's door. Knocking on heaven's door. Just as planned, after completing their mission, both the copy of Takumi, as well as Hatano Sena, died. Oops. We'll continue our investigations, but neither Hatano Sena nor Takumi are likely to have caused any additional errors. And isn't that just the bee's knees? Less work for me, after all. Oh, right. Before I forget, I decided to take a stroll around the premises. And while I was at it, I took it upon myself to take care of those Cosmic Church of the Divine Light followers as well. Unfortunately, it does seem that Sakihata Remi was able to escape. Well, I can't see her posing any real threat to us anyhow. The schedule for the Worldwide Human Domestication Project is going to need a few slight adjustments. However, I believe that the series of errors that came from these events can be restored and put to future use in the project. Wait, if she's part of the Committee of 300, or was she the, like, pawn that, the Committee of 300 said that they had at their disposal that killed those, Kuramochi and Inohana? Because how'd she just disperse of the rest of the followers? As a result, the Committee of 300 hasn't suffered a single loss. Yes. Understood. I'll put a stop to my debugging duties for now. So from this point forward, I'll go back to my role as a surveillant. The baby's still alive. So we do have an error on our hands, then. They died for their baby. Did those two give it life? Are you telling me they chose life? I suppose I'll pretend I just didn't see it. I don't have a husband to help. Not exactly wonderful with kids. I don't even get my hands on any milk with Shibuya like this. Well, the baby's gonna just die, regardless of milk or not. If it's just left there. They healed the baby with their delusions? Yeah, that's wild, man. Anyway, the baby just sits there and dies. Because, what the fuck? What's the point of that? So Sena and Takumi die, the baby lives to just be left there to die anyway. Wait, did they die? Yeah. They died. Momose mentioned it. She said it verbatim. As expected, Takumi and Sena died. I'll take a minute to tell you about this, because it's still a little ambiguous without replaying the game a lot and knowing Japanese. Okay, yeah, maybe explain some of that. Absolute strangest and most sudden pro-life preaching I've ever seen. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, the whole theme seemed to be like a weird allegory for, that whole thing. I mean, maybe I was reading too much into it, but I was thinking the same thing, right? I mean, I made several jokes based off of it. It just seemed like, you know... That's what I said, like, when, fucking Takumi finally grabbed the baby. I was like, we're dropping the pretense, we're aborting the baby. Like, it's what it seemed like it was going for there. Yeah, I mean, I might just be reading too much into it. I mean, it's funny to joke about either way. The allegory stuff goes over my head, but in literal terms, the cheat code was the baby raised the two's biorhythms and basically made their powers stronger. Okay, yeah. I guess that makes sense. I like how they're supposed to be shot, but there's no bullet holes on this uniform. It's just like they spilled red paint on this. The dropping the pretense joke is also a DBZA joke. I got the achievement. It's almost 100 hours, yeah. Almost. So we're missing the last couple achievements here. The whole situation is still possible, even if they were lying. I mean, I guess. But that baby being there is pretty coincidental. Certainly a weird route. I mean, I guess for me it just feels like the same as like Fez's route. Like, okay. World layers may or may not be addressed in the latest entry, but I recommend not thinking too hard about that for now. Definitely intriguing. How is your ranking so far? Bottom is Yua Common. Then it would be Fez and Sena. Then Nanami. Then Kozupi. The biggest point of the route is the Momose thing, the whole story that she's been with the committee. She's known the truth all along. What does that say about her and Bon? Well, Bon got wasted, so I feel like she just talked with Bon. Like she was just using him. I don't think Bon has any relevance. Oh, my mouse just died? But it's a wired mouse, excuse me. Or did my computer crash? We're still live, right? Yeah, we're still live. Okay, weird. Her actual feelings are ambiguous, but she was definitely leading the cast around. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like the simulation thing was a giveaway. I was told this by a COZ member. Okay. Hang on one second. I gotta plug my mouse back in. Or unplug it and plug it back in. The grand old strat. Ow. Fuck. There we go. It works now. Bonked my head on the fucking desk. The number on the locker is a pun in Japanese. It's pronounced "Thank you, Bon." It implies Momose set up the locker. Oh, that's funny. The rest's up to interpretation. Okay. That's interesting. But yeah, it feels like the whole point of that route is to confirm it's the simulation, which, like I said, I felt was pretty obvious. And then to set up, yeah, that Momose is a bigger overarching character. But I didn't really feel like Sena was like a super active participant in that story. She was just kind of there. You know? Like, the whole thing was talking to the Committee of 300. Takami's like trying to talk to him on the computer while she's like yelling at her dad in the background a bunch of irrelevant shit. You know, she's just like, well, what if it's all a delusion? It's like, okay, but we're not really talking to you about it right now. So I just felt like she was like there. It didn't really feel like she was an active participant in her own route until her like baby trauma. Sena was definitely cast aside, yeah. Like, that really like feels like it's the Committee of 300 route. She's just there. Which is like, I don't know, like why I also put Fez like on a lower tier like route playthrough as well, just because it's like they don't really feel like an active participant. Like, they're just there, existing. From lore, I like this one. I mean, I guess I could see why you'd like it from a lore reason, but like I said, I mean, it all kind of felt like implied throughout the story. Like, I guess for the most part, it just feels like this route confirms that stuff more than anything else, right? The Remy route and beyond should answer any final questions. Yeah, we'll still set up Remy's route for tomorrow. Should we go into Remy's route at all, or should we just get it set up? I mean, it's been 7 hours. We could probably just get it set up and get ready for tomorrow's stream. So yeah, I mean, I thought the simulation thing was cool. It felt nice to get the vindication for that. We'll set up the Remy route before we end the stream today. So we'll get through Remy has like 3 or more pre-scenes. I guess we'll do her pre-scenes. We'll get to the chapter 7 like start thing tomorrow. Or for the end of the stream today. We'll get to when we get to the 7th the DQN new gen killing is when we'll wrap up the stream. We'll watch the Remy's pre-scenes. And then yeah, tomorrow's stream will be Remy route and True End. So if we gotta go a bit long tomorrow, that's fine. So that's what we'll do. But yeah, I liked the lore was cool. Like I said, I liked getting vindicated on that hallucination thing. Momose being a deeper character is cool. It does kind of feel like something that was just tacked on a little bit. But whatever, I mean, it was a cool thing to get tacked on. Problem that we're about to run into, though, is that... Oh, wait, maybe I can do this delusion? Remy's setup delusion is in Chapter 1. And my save is for 2, unless this is... I think this is our initial... Oh, wait, is this our initial go-through of Chapter 1? No, this isn't. Okay. I felt bad. Positive. Okay. Well, that was easy. Yeah, I got the guide still pulled up, Francisco. Give me 1 second. I'm going to use the restroom very quick before we start this. We'll do the pre-scenes before we wrap up the stream. So probably like another hour, or at least a half hour. 1 second. Her route's a bit all over the place. Nice. Her route starts a lot later. We'll still probably just go to the... when we get to the DQN murder scene. Alright, where are we at here? So her route starts at, this is when he's having the delusion about seeing the crucifixion, right? She's like grabbing him with the green hand and stuff, like warning him not to go or whatever. I had no idea why, but for some reason I felt like I knew her. While staring at the pale hand wrapped around my arm, I tried to envision what she looked like. And my delusion, she has a ribbon in her hair. Yes. Is wearing glasses. No. I wonder what she turns into if you answer these questions incorrectly. Well, it'd be cool if they did a sprite edit of her to just make her look like whatever you answered here. Is wearing over-the-knee socks. Yes. I actually couldn't remember that. Is wearing a long skirt. No. Is making some sort of salute at me. Well, I mean, normally, yeah. Not a true over-the-knee sock enjoyer. I already said that. Not a sock guy. I would prefer leggings to any specific type of sock. Socks are just lame in general. Let's be real. Socks and sandals? Not a look. 2 hours prior. Oh wow, we already got one of the pre-scenes. The light of the sunset bathed the hospital room in a vibrant orange. All was silent, as if time itself had stopped. Fingerless socks? Gross. Only a single person was present. Completely still, as if asleep, sat a boy in a wheelchair. I like the idea that that Shogun sits in his wheelchair instead of laying on his hospital bed. All socks are fingerless. The way you said that, though, made me picture a sock that, like, had holes for all the toes. That's why I thought that was gross. I wish I didn't picture that, but now you all get to picture that, because that's what you made me think of when you said that. It was around the time of day where one would find nurses rushing around the hospital, serving patients their dinners, and yet no signs of activity made their way to the room. A moment later, the silence was broken by the sound of a door opening. Casual outfit. A lone girl entered the room. The boy in the wheelchair lifted his head to acknowledge her, but did not speak. For a moment, the girl hesitated at the entrance. Looking around the room, she could sense a faint aura of loneliness emanating from it. The drab-looking room was minimal in size and reeked of disinfectant. This is where the two of them spent their days. An isolated location, eternally unknown to the rest of humanity, and not a single not a single soul, be they a doctor, nurse, friend, or relative, ever came to visit. The boy and girl rarely exchanged words with one another. The boy had been hospitalized, and for a whole year been comatose. Only just a month had he awoken. The girl had been essentially using his room as a place to stay. However, as much as she did trust him, their relationship had nothing to do with any sort of romantic or sexual attraction. Her only goal was to repay her debt to the boy. Nothing more, nothing less. The boy was intentionally cold and distant, having even told her not to return once before. Yet all the same, she remained. This was in part because she had nowhere else to go. During his coma, she had been his lone caretaker. The couch in the room still had become her bed, and even now, after he had woken, she still used it as such. I brought you something to eat. She spoke with warmth and sincerity as she held out a bag of food she had bought from a convenience store. Her words scared away the static atmosphere and breathed new life into the dead world that surrounded them. The girl surrendered herself to such an illusion, but did not mention this to the boy as she laid several kinds of bread atop the empty bed. Hey, this has been on my mind for a while now, but is food like this enough to keep you healthy? I mean, there's probably not much left to keep healthy. I don't have much time left as it is. Regardless, I'm sorry for sending you out to buy these. It's alright. I got some food for myself too, so don't worry about it. She forced herself to smile at the boy, then taking an egg sandwich for herself, moved toward the window. An egg sandwich? Like just pieces of bread with some fucking egg in it? That's weird. That seems like it'd be so fattening. Okay. Upon opening the window, the crisp autumn breeze permeated the quiet hospital. Comfortably greeted by the wind, the girl narrowed her eyes and perched nimbly on the windowsill. It's a sandwich, but you replaced the bread with 2 raw eggs. Yum. Did you guys hear that? That was like super loud. What the fuck? Probably someone plowing the snow outside or something. The room was located considerably high up. Imaginably, falling would mean certain death. This, however, hardly mattered to the girl, who simply took a hearty bite out of her sandwich. Fuck, I'm hungry. The boy in the wheelchair paid her no heed. He'd not even attempt to reach for the bread laid out on the bed. She's not gonna, like, feed him? That's kind of rude. Listen, I need to ask you again. Are you really going to try to awaken him? I am. The chat the two of us had yesterday made that very clear to me. Nozomi has been keeping an eye on him, and Noah 2 is nearing completion. We must make haste. No matter what it takes? That's right. But that makes us no better than Nozomi. Scaring him, pushing him to the edge. I should be doing the quotation marks. Him. He is all we have. But if he awakens, you'll die. I've been prepared for that from the very beginning. My death is suitable punishment for shoving all my responsibilities onto him. The girl kept her gaze focused on the setting sun, not daring to look over her shoulder at the boy. Her countenance laid her emotions bare. She looked as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Could erasing him be an option? If that were to happen, I would not hesitate to put myself through another year-long coma so I could create another me, perhaps even longer. But by the time I would succeed, Noah 2 will have long since completed. An event that shall cast the world into despair. Danganronpa. Despite his gentle tone, his words were laced with a touch of cynicism. Upon hearing them, the girl couldn't help but let out a sigh. I can't support the way you're going about this. Fuck the world. As long as you live for like the 2 weeks he's got left to live. Remy is dumb. We cannot allow Noah 2 to reach completion. I know we can't, but putting myself in his shoes, it's just so sad. There's no way I could just stand around and watch while you unalive yourself. I'm doing nothing of the sort. I'll take care of it. The boy finally moved a little, taken aback by the girl's abrupt yet resolute words. What exactly do you mean by that? Finishing off the last of her sandwich, God, I'm hungry. She stepped down from the windowsill and turned to face him. Then, for some inexplicable reason, she snapped into a pose resembling that of a salute. I swear to protect him from Nozomi. I'm gonna make an egg sandwich after this stream. Fuck. I'm just hungry. And that was the last food mentioned in this game. I'm gonna make some scrambled eggs and put it on, like, fucking a piece of toast or something. I don't know. That way, you won't have to die. But that negates the very reason he was created. And it doesn't solve anything. Noah 2. I'll take care of Noah 2 as well. Yeah, okay, we know how well that went for you. That just isn't something you can handle.
もう
I've already made up my mind.
私は
I won't let you do what you plan
あ
to.
なたを守るた
I'm
め
going
に
to protect you.
あなた
Well,
と
actually,
対
this
立
is
し
her
ます
route, so maybe it'll work out fine. She gave him a frail yet tender smile. At the sight of this, the boy lost any and all words he had.
あなたの予言によると
You predicted there'll be another incident
新
today,
しい
right?
事件が起きるんだよね
予言じゃな
It
い
isn't just a prediction.
事実だよ
It's an
彼
absolute
らの様
fact.
子を見たから
I've seen their delusion myself.
だったら
That's true. Then I can't let him get involved.
私
I'll be
ちょっ
going
と行
now.
ってくるね
She approached the door.
君が邪魔をしても
Even if you
僕は予定通
interfere,
り
I will
彼
still
を
force
目覚め
him
させる
to awaken as planned. As she opened the door, hearing the boy's words directed at her back, she paused for one final time. No signs of life came from the hallway. Not a single human being was in sight, and not a single sound reached the room.
ね
Hey, what are we exactly?
え私たちって
The two of us have been here for over a year. Oh, well, nobody even knows we
誰にも
exist.
存在を知られずにここにいると
Being here,
自
I
分
can't help
って
but
い
feel
う
like
存
my
在は
existence is nothing more than an
幻なん
illusion
じゃ
or
ないかっ
something.
て思えてきちゃうのジメジメ気分になるのは
I think the hospital's gloominess skinned into my head.
リミ
Rimi,
君
You
は
shouldn't
関わ
get
るべ
involved.
きじゃない
Despite the boy's pleading, the girl did not look back.
パンちゃんと
Make
食
sure
べ
to
る
eat the bread I got you, okay? After murmuring those last few words, the girl left the hospital room. She too had heard that sound. So I assume this is her, like, creating some of the delusion around this crucifixion thing. To, like, freak him out, right? Before, there had been a strange whirring sound, like something tearing its way through the air. Soon after she heard it, she discovered its origin. A rucksack worn nearby by a suspicious-looking person. When she attempted to pursue them, however, they escaped. Ooh, Sena wouldn't have let that shit happen. That was when she heard another sound echoing in the distance. The shrill sound of stakes being nailed into a wall. And though faint, the whirring sound from before could still be heard. The two sounds resonated in grating harmony, creating the illusion that her ears may start bleeding at any moment.
手遅れ
Am I too late? Why don't we hear the terminal right now, though? Is it so the dramatic music can play? Lightly biting her lip, she sprinted toward the source of the sound. And there, her eyes laid upon a perfectly normal crime scene. Well, normal. How would you even get this to work? Because they would have to be stabbed into his skin to get him to hold up there. Like, it looks like in this picture that they're just stabbed into his clothes, but, like, his suit wouldn't support the weight of his, like, body. He would absolutely rip through these clothes. Like, it'd have to be stabbed into his joints. Like, obviously, his muscle would support the weight of his body. But then there's no blood. It would? No way. I feel like my suit would rip. I have a very fancy suit. Feels like the material would be too delicate. To hold the weight of a grown-ass man. Like in Halloween, where one knife is enough to get a person standing in a wall. I've got bad news, Francisco. There's some things about that movie that are just inaccurate. With sci-fi magic, yeah, it's not that serious. I was just trying to picture how you'd do it. So, like, you'd hold the guy up by his throat, and then, like, stab his shoulders, and then, like, still keep a hand pressed against him, but raise an arm and then stab it in there. Because definitely one would not be enough to hold him there. Whatever. Not important. Ugh. Startled, she surveyed her surroundings. Though she loathed to admit it, the status of the victim did not matter to her in the slightest. If granted the opportunity, she would have naturally preferred to save him, but it was much too late. And now, there were more important matters at hand. She couldn't let Takumi see this place. She couldn't let him be consumed by fear. Where could he be? With that on her mind, she returned her gaze to the corpse. Okay, yeah, so this is someone else's delusion taking over now, right? She was at a loss for words. She'd only looked away for a second, and yet in that short time, countless stakes had gruesomely mutilated the corpse. Just a moment ago, there had only been a few stakes on the wall. Just enough to suspend the corpse in midair. There hadn't even been any external injuries, let alone blood. But now, a grisly spectacle lay before her. The sight of it left her reeling in horror, frantically fighting to endure her nausea, her vision distorted as uncertainty seized her heart. Is a delusion eroding reality? Huh? In that moment, the girl came to notice the changes did not end there. I feel like we haven't gotten that sound effect in a hard cut to a like gory scene in a while. It's been a couple routes. Her clothes were different. She was wearing a uniform unfamiliar to her, from a school she didn't recognize. I'm back from picking up heavy metal and putting it down. That's my favorite song. What's up, Chris? We're doing the pre-scenes for the Remy route before we wrap the stream today. Just to give a little teaser, a little hype for tomorrow's finale stream. You know, being the showman that I am. In addition, her body was stained with crimson. And in her hand was a steak. Oh my god, who puts ketchup on their steak, Remy? Disgusting! No. This is... a delusion synchro summon? Oh my god. Synchro summon is the worst fucking summoning mechanic in Yu-Gi-Oh! Don't bring that shit here, Remy! I used to put ketchup on my steak. I still do if the steak is not cooked well, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if I get it, usually at a restaurant, because I'm not a big person that'll, like, go up and complain to the chef and be like, send this back to the kitchen. Like, if I order a steak at a restaurant and they just send it back, like, not, like, overcooked or something, I usually just get ketchup and eat it. I'm not like, I asked for rare, and this is well done. I just put ketchup on it. But, like, that's, you put ketchup on a steak that's not cooked well. You eat a steak without condiments if it's cooked well. But you put ketchup on it if you gotta, like, mask the flavor. I forgot to grab water last time I got up. Hang on a second. I keep getting up this stream for, like, no real big reason. It's alright. And want more water. part of the reason I keep getting up is because in the last 48 hours, I've only slept 4 hours. And both times I slept in 2-hour bursts. I slept on my, took a nap on my couch. Now my back fucking hurts because I'm old and I can't just sleep on my couch anymore. That's part of why I keep getting up. My back fucking hurts. After this stream, I'm gonna make tomorrow's thumbnail and go right to bed on my actual bed. Delusion synchro. I already made that joke. Someone's delusion had edited the scene around her. What was the first delusion? So for the delusion synchro. What was the first delusion? The body? What's tomorrow's thumbnail going to be? I honestly don't know yet. It'll obviously be something with Remy, but I really don't know. I haven't really thought of it yet. I kind of wing it. I usually don't think of it until, like, you see it being posted, honestly. But yeah, what's the delusion synchro she's talking about? What was the other delusion? Someone's delusion edited the scene around her. The gruesome corpse, her clothes, the rich scarlet blood. Was any of it real? But what's the first one? Remember, like, 4 delusions synced here? But yeah, but how does she know that? Like, it doesn't seem like she should know this yet. That seems like something she should know. In hindsight. Because she wasn't covered in blood before. And she wasn't carrying a stake. But isn't that one delusion? The corpse not being mutilated and her not being covered in blood? That's just one delusion, right? Like, the delusion is that she mutilated the corpse. Yeah? No! Oh, I guess I was wrong. She said no. It couldn't possibly be real. There was no stench of blood. She couldn't feel the icy chill of the metal stake in her hand. She put her hand to her bloody cheek, and it came away dry. She carefully reached for one of the stakes planted in the body, but when she tried to grab it, her hand grasped nothing at all. Everything was a delusion. A far too vivid delusion. I don't hear the Noah 2 terminal, though. Or not the porter. I don't hear a porter. At that moment, the delusion could become reality. It had already taken form. Once real booted, it would merge with reality. What was she to do? The girl was overtaken by doubt. A delusional space like this, oozing negativity, was well beyond anything she was used to dealing with. Such a powerful deluder might have already taken Takami's life. She might suddenly find Takami pinned to the wall in this man's place. At this point, it wouldn't surprise her. Driven by anxiety, she let out a soft cry. And right at that moment... The pictures show consent! Takami's just talking to himself. The terrified scream of a boy resounded behind her. Nope. Yeah, I forgot what the multiple delusions there were. I thought it was just the one delusion. I mean, I know they said earlier that there are multiple delusions at that scene, but I couldn't piece them together from that scene. And I don't remember what the 4 were, to be honest. I remember that part really confusing me. Because I remember thinking that the delusion was just that she mutilated the corpse. Like, that was the delusion. But apparently there were multiple going on there. I don't really remember. Another pre-scene. The vast majority of the nurses at Yoyogi's General Hospital were making their rounds. So this is delusion, because the screen is going all wibbly-wobbly. Only one could be still found sitting alone at the nurses' station. If you want answers, join the COZ server, because Riggs is cracked at Chaos Lore. Or I could just sit here and complain on my stream. Oh, you can't see me T-posing. My arms don't stay in the webcam. Only one could be at the nurse's station. She stared at a laptop with a deadpan expression on her face. Despite not being on break, she was in the middle of a phone call. It did not seem to matter to her in the slightest that she was violating her work's policy on cell phone usage. Truly, Hazuki's most brutal of crimes. Using her cell phone while on the job. Reflected in her blank eyes was a certain chat log, shining brightly on the computer screen before her. Here he is. Takumi. To be fair, that's a fierce HIPAA violation. I know. That's how we know Hazuki's the bad guy. Obviously. Also, this route seems to be the only one that refers to the Otaku Takumi in, like, the italic text. At least that I recall. You sure it's him? Most likely. Speaking on the other end of the call was a man. It was clear from how they spoke to one another that the conversation had nothing to do with work. Oh my god, it's even worse. She's just talking about random stuff to some random guy. He's not using his real name, though. It's just his online handle. But he did know about the formula. It doesn't seem like he knew about the formula in this context. I'll copy everything and send it over. Oh wait, no, she's referring to... Okay, yeah, never mind. I forgot, this isn't her chat log with him. This is the Shogun and Nineheart chat log. With a mechanical flick of her wrist, the nurse moved the mouse with the intention of copying the log. However, she suddenly stopped, her brow furrowed. What on earth? Something wrong? The nurse ignored the man's question, narrowing her eyes as she brought her face closer to the screen. The screen still displayed the chat logs. However, something seemed different from a few seconds prior. Something had changed. An impossibility, considering that they were logs, not real-time conversations. Even though everything had felt perfectly normal a minute ago, something felt incredibly out of place now. What's out of place? Oh, in this section down here, I don't think you can see my mouse moving because of the white background. Shogun's messages aren't there anymore. But they're still up top here with the images. But Shogun's messages are gone down here. Is that what's out of place? The timestamps changed. Oh. Damn. What do you mean? The man understood how absurd her claim was, and the voice on the other end of the call became much lower.
ついさっきまでは
It's perfectly normal a second ago. What on earth is going on?
これ一体どうなって。
Chill out. We're dealing with a giglomaniac, and a monster one at that.
細工されたの
So
か
they're
しら。
tampered with? Looks like they don't want us knowing who they really are.
書き込み時間が変
The
化し
whole
たことで
timestamp deal makes it look like he's putting on a one-man show. Looking at it that way, maybe that's the goal. They turned reality into a delusion. Keep an eye out. Seems they're watching your every move. Motherfucker. Suddenly, a sense of uneasiness crept up on the back of Shino's neck. Actually, now that I think about it, none of the other routes also had the God's gaze thing happen to them either. Covering her nape with her hand, she turned to face the source of the gaze. There was nobody there. Not a single soul could be found within the nurse's station.
信仰の救い
May the divine light save us. She murmured those words of prayer to herself, hoping they would sweep the fear away. So what, that's just to, like, explain the timestamp switch thing? That seems weird. Like another example of, like, an over-explanation for a scene that I wasn't really questioning.
ミルクティーとか用意しといてよ。
We're pretty fucking far removed from it at this point to worry about explaining that. I mean, honestly, I thought the thing that was a bigger change there was the fact that Shogun's messages seemed to, like, disappear. Like, in the log. A big thing of chaos is the general manipulation of digital info. I guess. It seems like something that was already kind of inferred, though. That Shogun fucked with the whole message thing. So, like, freak with Talk Me Out. I feel like that was kind of implied the original time we went through that scene. I guess that's just, like, justifying it or, like, spelling it out for you if you hadn't realized it already. Maybe surprised how many people ask about it? I guess. Kazupi, my beloved. Oh, she's gone. Sena's the only girl that didn't have a, like, one of her pre-scenes be her going to school. You know? Push, push, push. Those noises sound so funny when you're playing fast forward. Oh yeah, Yua exists? Don't remind me, Alpha. Is this Hazuki, by the way? It looks like her. Also, this nurse is cute. Why didn't we see more of her? Tragic. Should have saved all this fast forward stuff for, maybe we should have saved this for tomorrow, so I could do my tangents over and get them out of the way. But now that we're 8 hours in, I kind of don't really have any tangents left. I'm all tangented out for today. I'm sure I'll have some more ready for tomorrow's stream. But right now, I'm kind of out of them. Oh, right. There was a different... That reminds me. Was there a different diagnosis we haven't gotten yet? Wait a minute. Sena's sword is named after fucking Fez's Chuny bullshit. Gladioli ravioli. Sena's sword is super coolioli. That's really funny. The bifurcated blade represents Sena's own fragile spirit. Despite its intimidating, aggressive design, the sword is actually quite fragile in structure, due to it being split into 2 sections. Of course, the normal laws of physics do not apply to D-swords, so in reality it's not fragile. That's funny. IC card. Card that has an integrated circuit chip built into it. In addition to being used as telephone cards, as well as an electronic payment method, contactless IC cards have recently been introduced to public transportation as a contactless alternative to boarding passes. Who uses public transportation? Gross. Debugging, the process of removing and or fixing bugs in a program. The software dedicated to this task, or the persons who do it, are known as debuggers. This sounds like an offensive term to call someone. So, Vibin, only do the first 6 for a new diagnosis, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We should call them a hack, yeah. Slightly delusional. Perhaps not everything in your life is going favorably, but you have one or more things that you devote yourself to. You work hard at them every day. For this reason, you probably don't have much time for things like delusions. If you keep trying your hardest, you should be able to live a fulfilling life. But I urge you to be careful. If by some chance you fail, or lose one of the things you devoted yourself to, you may suddenly find yourself tempted to abandon everything and escape into delusions. A word from Nanami. If you're gonna turn out like my big bro, make sure you're someone someone other people can rely on when things get tough. Even better if you stay in tune with the latest fashion trends. Oh, and it made me real happy if you make sure to take care of your family too. A word from Sena. Whatever you're aiming to do, push as hard as you possibly can to achieve it. But if you need a break, take one. It's not smart to work too hard. You'll end up burning yourself out. I recommend adding a good walk to your daily routine. That doesn't seem like anything she would say. If you need a break, take one. That definitely doesn't seem like something she would say. It's funny. I do like the diagnoses. Diagnoses. Diagnosis is diagnostically diagnosed from a diagnostician diagnostically. Show the character's personality. Well, I thought the Nanami one fit her, but the Sena one seemed a little odd, just because she said, take a break if you need one. She seemed the type that would be like, giving up is for the weak, never give up. Keep driving forward no matter what. Part of the guide also mentions doing a bad ending after the Remy route, but I assume the bad ending is just when you fuck up the Takumi D sword O front yes no thing, right?
Ne, Naito Haruto.
Bad ending is just chapter 6. Well, we already got that one. Don't worry, I speed ran that one. I like that Nanami's song restarts like every time she shows up. And fast forward, that's especially funny. Because every time it's like dun 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 dun. Oh my god, quick saved. Random goth girl, my beloved. Dun, 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 dun. I feel like Nanami is the only character that has a recognizable theme in the game. Like, they show up and then that song plays. I think she's really the only one. Which is lame, because I really like when people have theme songs. Like Fez's could have been Fez's song. Yua's could have just been a bat shrieking noise for like an entire 3 minutes straight. Ugh. I'm getting tired, but probably because I have literally not eaten any food at all today, other than that granola bar and a bowl of cereal I had one fucking almost 18 hours ago now. Oh well, the best diet is obviously just starving yourself. My bangle! I just tightened it! No! Here we go. Remy going to school part of the pre-scene. Yeah, Sena didn't have this. Oh, I missed it. Just kidding, I hate these scenes. Remy remained expressionless as she moved forward. She was walking down one of Suime Academy's many hallways, this one lined with classrooms for second-year students. She was not accustomed to wearing a uniform, as this was her first time setting foot in this place. Stimulant that destroys your appetite? But do you still feel hungry, though? Because if I didn't have an appetite, I feel like it would be better than just starving. Because I'm only on this... or I'm only haven't eaten because I've been too busy making those fucking... videos that I posted the last couple days. I've been posting hella videos the last couple days, so... I've just stayed up working on them. That's the only reason I haven't eaten. Because it was the only way I could get them out in time. But yeah, hopefully everything works out for you. She paid no mind to all the other students in her vicinity. However, her apparent composure was a mere facade. I thought I had something on my screen or something with the thing on that C. Is that actually how you write that? I always just normally write a normal C if I'm ever saying facade. Is it supposed to be pronounced differently if it has the fancy little thing on it? Facade. Her apparent composure was a mere facade, one intended to desperately conceal a boiling pot of unease within her. Her somewhat awkward march through the halls betrayed this, but as she proceeded towards her destination, she kept her head held high all the same. Soon enough, she reached a room 2C.
ここか。
This is the place. She already knew the answer. This was Takami's class. She placed her hand on the door. Only then did she realize her fingers were trembling. On a normal day, I would have wanted to come here. Such a desire crossed her mind for a moment, but she stopped her delusions from progressing any further. Taking a small breath, She vigorously slid the door open. So I'm guessing Remy's like, just by proxy of wanting Shogun to never do his delusions, to run out his life, she's going to be very against deluding anything ever as well, right? That's kind of her thing. That's why she's like, I push the delusions aside. I didn't want to be happy to be here. So she's very anti-delusion. Morning, everyone! Ohayo gozaimasu! That's the only Japanese I know. Her stoic expression faded, as if it was never there to begin with. The classroom before her was remarkably cheerful, overflowing with energy. She lifted her right hand to her forehead, snapping into the pose of a salute. Remy's greeting resounded throughout the classroom. Does it drain the life of all giglomaniacs or just Taki? So, just Taki, and technically, anyone's delusions drains their own life, but only if they go, like, excessive with it. But Takumi's delusions, like, drain his life because his are incredibly powerful. Not just, like, you know, making something look different. He's, like, creating human beings and shit with his delusions. But everyone else's, as we saw with Kazupi's route, like, it kind of wears away at their mind if they, like, do a bunch of rapid-fire delusions all at once. The classroom fell as silent as death itself. Class had not yet started, so the room was about half full, but everyone that was there was looking at her, visibly puzzled. Don't remind me of the sad time, yeah, I know, right? For good reason. Nobody in this class, nobody in the school knew who she was. For that very reason, Remy had to first make sure to draw everyone's attention. She drew her D sword, and yet not a soul reacted. The swords, with blades arranged like inflexible feathers, was still a delusion, so it was visible to no one. Her blade's described as feathers, but I thought her blade was described as scissors, because isn't it normally facing the other way? Like, doesn't her sword kind of normally look like scissors? She holds it like this sometimes, but also sometimes it looks like she's got, like, some scissors going on with it. Am I just the only one that saw that? For her purposes, however, that was enough. Go forth, my delusion. She fired her thoughts at the eyes of those gazing at her. As if it had somehow been planned beforehand, everyone blinked in unison. And then, all at once, the room's frozen atmosphere thawed. Remy looked around the room once more, and then a smile formed on her face. Yeah, in that form it looks like a bow vibing. But the other form, it looks like a giant pair of scissors, yeah? Why does hers transform like no one else's? Morning!
Ohayo, Sakihata.
Morning, Sakihata.
What's
up? Why so loud? It's way too early, Remy. This is absolutely me. I am not a morning person. I always fucking hated people, like, first class of the day. They were like, hey, what's up, guys? I'd be like, fuck you. Mind being a bit quieter when you come in next time? One after another, each student spoke to her like they'd always known her. Even though, until mere seconds ago, they'd never seen her before. But it was different now. This is kind of a cool explanation that explains how she just inserted herself into class. Though she didn't do this to a teacher, though, so I feel like this would be a little bit harder. But I guess she just carries the D-sword around with her all day, deluding people all day. Remy had planted delusions into them. Delusions that soon attained mutual recognition. Hey, guy, what's up, man? Yeah, we'll be wrapping up soon. Almost 8 hours. How you doing, man? Recognition that Sakihata Remy is a student at Suime Academy and is a member of Class 2C. 2 days prior, she had tested this trick on Takumi, but it had proven to be not very effective. As a result, she'd been worrying over how exactly it would unfold when she tried it here. It seemed her anxiety had been unfounded. After seeing the smiles of her chattering classmates, she heaved a sigh of relief. She recalled her D-sword, then approached an empty seat from a vacant row in the back of the room. This desk was another delusion she created. She placed her bag down, but rather than sitting, she turned to face the boy approaching her.
Yo, Rimi.
Yo, Remy.
Yo, Misumi Daisuke. Misumi Daisuke. Misumi Daisuke.
Hey, Misumi Daisuke. Misumi Daisuke. Misumi Daisuke. That sounds fun, guy. Remy spoke his name 3 times to ensure her certainty. Why did you say my name 3 times? And my whole name at that. I just felt like it. Daishin. Misumi was Taku's friend. In addition to being quite handsome, he clearly put care into the way he dressed. He's dressed the same as everybody else. What do you mean? Remy did not know how his friendship with Taku had come to be. Perhaps Takumi was responsible, fabricating this friendship through delusions. Remy thinking that Taku can't even form a normal fucking friendship. She's like, someone else must be aiding that. Or perhaps Misumi and Taku truly had formed a genuine friendship on their own, with no outward interference. Nah. The cause mattered not. Well, then why'd you take time explaining it? All that mattered was that he and Taku were friends. Remy's delusion had already implanted fresh memories within him. Where's Taku? He's not here yet. Then again, is today one of the days he's supposed to be? If you say his name in front of a mirror 3 times, your eyes turn to noids. Lamau. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Leave it to his babysitter to be on top of things. I don't think I could ever wrap my head around that guy's schedule. So she deluded that he was, that she was his babysitter, or like his caretaker kind of deal. Remy wore a strained smile. $25, right? Not bad. I probably couldn't get that many. It's been a long time since I read anything Harry Potter related. It was a smile formed from feelings of guilt. Everyone's memories had been altered with delusions. This would remain Remy's secret, with nobody else suspecting a thing. Except Taku. Those around her would act friendly with her. However, nothing would change the fact that these relationships had been crafted from falsehoods. She had thought she'd become completely accustomed to loneliness by now. But by placing herself in this classroom, she was subjecting herself to desolation stronger than ever before. Which is weird, because I know she's got to create the backstory for herself, but like if she just acted normally, a lot of people would probably be her friend. Like, she's a cute, nice girl. She probably would have no problems making friends. Kazupi! I think this is the only time in the game you see that Kazupi, like, crazy girl sprite, and I think that's really funny. There's only the movies? Yeah, I mean, it's still, I think I ended up not even watching all the Harry Potter movies. Like, I was watching them as they came out, but I think, the 7th one being split in 2 really annoyed me, so I think I didn't go and see that back when I was in, like, high school or something. I thought that they split it in 2 was gimmicky, so I just didn't go see it.
But yeah, I mean, it's been even years since I've even watched them. These days, you might as well avoid it. Yeah, it's definitely harder to go back to now. I definitely appreciate what the books did for me when I was a kid, though. They certainly got me into reading. But yeah, now knowing what the author's like, it's a little bit disappointing. But I probably wouldn't have read as much as a kid as I ended up doing. Because I got super into the Harry Potter books. And then my mom helped me really get into like Stephen King novels and all kinds of other like books and stuff. Although I will say since graduating college, I don't read for fun as much as I used to, though. Read real things, anyway. I still read, like, manga and visual novels and stuff. But, like, it's been a long time since I picked up a novel. Since college, anyway. Because I used to still read, like, some books for entertainment when I was in college. Like, different horror novels, and I would read, like, the Halo books and stuff like that. But, yeah, nowadays, it's been a long time since I've done that. I do audiobooks. You know, I keep telling myself to get into audiobooks, but the problem is, I wish some audiobooks were read with, like, emotion. I feel like every audiobook I ever read, like, they go through the... Hang on. Like, every audiobook I listen to, it feels like the person that's speaking is like, although she had not expected one, there was no sign of a reply at all. Oh, I picked the wrong scene to read a dialogue line on. But, like, audiobooks are like, there I was, in my beloved room 37. As I sank down into the recliner, I started chewing on my nails in an attempt to distract myself from the irritation. It's kind of like anime dubs, you gotta find the good ones. I guess that makes sense, yeah. It's the music. I think the music and the character sprites, like, also definitely help. They've kind of replaced, I'll admit, they've probably replaced, like, novels for me. Because, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, Chaos Head is definitely long enough to have been a fucking novel. But yeah, like, nowadays, with all the instant gratification and constantly being on my phone, there's not enough instant gratification in, regular novels anymore. I need pictures of anime girls, I need to click buttons, I need, you know... I need all kinds of things happening. Just read a book. Without pictures now? In 2023? I only read books subbed. You can't read Japanese. Oh my god, it's the coin. You trim your own hair? I'm too much of a pretty boy for that. I would never cut my own hair. I go to a salon to get my hair cut. Really, it's just a holdover from when I had long hair. And when I had longer hair, I needed to go to a salon, because like most barbers wouldn't just cut like long hair good anyway. And so now I still just go there. The lady that cuts my hair though is nice though. She gives me a discount on her on the haircut because my hair is so short. Because she normally only cuts like fancy hair. She doesn't do like men's cuts. Well, because I was going to her for a while, she still does my hair as a men's cut. You just stick a trimmer to your hair? Oh, okay. Yeah, I do all kinds of
obnoxious things to my hair, as you guys can tell. You know, I gotta get it layered, I gotta get, you know, the style going. I can't just take a trimmer to it. Way too pretty boy for that. I care way too much. My hair has to be just right every time. I put a gallon of product into my hair before every stream, you know what I mean. You gonna go to sleep? Alright, vibing. Sounds good. Yeah, we're just about to wrap up here anyway. Thanks for chatting and hanging out, man. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. I assume there's probably only like one more Remy pre-scene anyway. Although it might actually be done, because we did the scene where she walks into school. And that was typically for the other girls, like, their pre-scene. So, we might actually be done here. I miss you, Kazupi. I think I have an idea for tomorrow's thumbnail now. I just thought of it, but the question will be, am I good enough at Photoshop to pull it off? I don't think so. But we'll see. Oh my god. The earthquake. My save data. My porn. No. What is it? Shh. Surprises. Surprises for tomorrow. That way if I did it, it'll be cool. And if I couldn't do it, it won't be disappointing with the thumbnail that I do end up making being not as cool as the idea I just thought of. Takumi and Oto would be friends. Yeah. Is there a picture of Remy holding her D-sword like scissors? Like when she holds them out in the extended form instead of the form with like the feathers that go up her arm? You know why the sky is red when Fez is on the roof? Yeah, because she's so edgy, she makes the sky bleed. I wonder what VTuber Takumi would be into. Probably a degenerate one. I don't know. I don't know enough VTubers. Like I said, I only know the, I do like one VTuber that I watch fairly consistently, but I don't really know the rest. And I only watched them because I knew them before they were, like, VTubing. Corona's cute. Who's that? Let us Google. Oh, she's cute, yeah. Oh, she's got, like, figures and stuff? How popular are VTubers? What the fuck? She has, like, real merch and shit. What? That's insane. VTubers are huge, like casual people know about them? No way, really? I thought it was still kind of a niche thing. Like, I mean, I know they get, like, 1 million views on YouTube. Like, I know Callie... what is it? Callie Mori? Or whatever? Like I know, but she gets like 1 million views. But I mean, like that's big, but it's not like earth-shattering. Like a lot of things get 1 million views. Is this girl more popular than her? She has DLC in the Sonic game? What? That's crazy. She only does Japanese. Oh, that sucks. The VTuber I watch is Monarch. It's only in the Japanese version of the Sonic game? Why? That seems dumb. If she's so, like, wildly popular, why wouldn't it be in US releases? I didn't know VTubers were, like, that popular. But yeah, Monarch's the only one I really watch. But I know of a couple of the others. Like Mori... Callie... Is it Mori Callie? The pink-haired Reaper one. And then I know... the shark one. I think that's Gura. Yeah, we did a stream where we talked about Callie. Calliope. Actually, that's one of my highlight clips from the Steins Gate stream. Actually, it's like a. You guys can watch it. I actually just thought of remembered it. It's I uploaded it as a highlight clip, so you should be able to find it on my video tab. It's where I talked about her because someone in my apartment complex ordered Callie merch, and it was like storming outside. So I was like bringing like. Long story short of the highlight video, you can watch it. But basically, long story short, it was storming outside. People's like packages were like thrown outside of our apartment complex, so I was bringing them in to the apartment to make sure that they wouldn't get like rained on. And I saw that one of my neighbors in my apartment complex ordered a bunch of Cali merch, and I was thinking. I watched that vid. Yeah, it was just a fun moment, and I was thinking like, "Hey, must have something in common with this person. I should approach them." But then, as I was thinking that, there was like no way to like have a casual way of introducing myself to the person without sounding super creepy. Because like, what do I do? Knock on their apartment door and be like, "Sup, you like VTubers?" Like they'll be like, "What the fuck?" You know what I mean? So. Like, even though I'm sure, like, if I met them, like, on a neutral ground, we'd probably be friends or something, or have enough in common to hang out and stuff. Like, there's no way to do that, like, casually in my in my apartment complex. Like, the only opportunity I'd have to communicate with them would literally be, like, knocking on their door. Sup, saw you got VTuber stuff. And they'd be like, what the fuck? So, we'll just never talk to them. A potential friend in my apartment complex I will never meet. R.I.P. Call them a 3D person and ask if they want to see your waifus. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's like no way to... I don't think there's just any way to approach them without sounding like a fucking nut job. Hey... Do you like VTubers? As I'm like pressed against their door, looking into their like the what's that? This sight on their door, the peek hole on their door, and I got my eye like pressed up right against it. Do you like VTubers? Oh, she gets another precinct. Just turn your eyes around. Yeah, that'll fix it. Standing in the center of a dimly lit room. Dimly lit room, Jesus. I'm getting tired. Remy hung her head, remaining deathly still. Oh, this is where she takes the hand back, right? The room's owner, Taku, was not currently present. He had not locked the door before he left, so Remy had easily been able to enter. She checked the time on her phone. It was nearly 10 p.m. Is Taku still a This is how you know I'm getting tired, is because I start stuttering over random words. Is Taku still at Scramble Crossing? If she'd been able, she would have helped him straight away. She had already attempted to once before, but the closer she had gotten to Scramble Crossing, the denser the crowd became, and eventually she had been rendered unable to move. In the end, the Esper Boys show had concluded before she reached Elfront. It was then she heard Taku's voice. He pleaded with her to return Nanami's hand. It was not often that Takumi would ask Remy for a favor. Nozomi had kidnapped Nanami, and they were currently subjecting her to all manner of torture. Takumi had been able to locate her using his mind-reading abilities. Wait, he did? As she and Nanami had been acquainted in the past, hearing this news broke Remy's heart. A cardboard box saw on top of the sofa. Contained in it was a cell phone, a petite bangle, and Nanami's severed hand. My bangle! The sight left Remy at a loss for words. Concern, anguish, and sorrow overwhelmed her. All at once, memories of her own past hardships flashed through her mind. Forcefully biting her lip, Remy stared at the hand for a few moments. And then, with a deep breath, she closed the lid of the box, sealed it with duct tape, and left the room with package in tow. Remy took out her cell phone and connected to the One Seg television broadcasting service. The events at Scramble Crossing had been all over the news, so she tuned into it, hoping to confirm something. But when the channel came on, it was in the midst of a commercial break, which must have meant they were not hosting the live broadcast anymore. In other words, Taku must not have been at Scramble Crossing anymore. Knowing this, Remy reluctantly returned to the hospital room she shared with Takumi. What's up? The lights were off. The room was pitch black as it was when she left. The bed was empty, as Takumi was sitting in his wheelchair instead, something that Remy had become accustomed to. Do you have Nanami's hand? Oh, this Taku is probably who psychically located Nanami, right? I just put that together, because they have the same name. Delusional Taku was probably not the one. Yeah, I brought it with me. Remy opened the box and presented it to Takumi. Thank you. Can it be reattached? We can fix this, can't we? I don't know. But this hospital does have a cryopreservation facility. If you're asking what I'm referring to, Alpha, it's, this. Man? Man what? Takumi had been able to locate her using his mind-reading abilities. Which I assume is referring to this guy, not Taku. Shogun is who that's referring to. Of course, freezing it would be better than nothing, but there was no guarantee that it could ever be returned to her. That was what his eyes conveyed to her. What eyes? Whose eyes? Those eyes? There are no fucking eyes. It'll be fine. We'll fix this. I know we will. Remy boldly declared this with a positive flair. I believe with all my heart we'll get it back to her. No, she just gets a new hand. But first,
その前に
I gotta get her
ナ
out
ナ
of
ミちゃん
there.
を助け出さなきゃいけないけど。
ナナミは殺
I
され
don't
ることは
believe
ない
her
と
life is in danger, so there's no
焦っ
need
て
to be
動くこ
hasty.
とはないよ。
冷静なんだね。
Don't you seem pretty calm about all this? What do you mean her life's not in danger? You have her severed arm. That's like peak danger. See ya, Alpha. Have a good night, man. We're like I said, we're probably not going to too much longer. We're just finishing up Remy's pre-scenes before tomorrow's stream of Remy, because I feel like Remy's route plus True Route will be a lot. Maybe True Route's just like half a chapter or something, but it seems like that's going to be a long stream, so I'm just trying to get a little bit out of there.
ごめん。今言った言
Sorry.
葉は忘れて。
Forget I said that.
それより、
More
タ
importantly,
クは今どこ
do
に
you
いる
know
か
where
わか
Taku
る？
is right now?
この病院に
He
搬
was
送
brought
さ
to
れて
this
きた。
hospital. He's currently asleep in the psychiatric ward.
そうなの？
You serious? Emmy's eyes widened. She immediately burst out of the room. Visiting hours had long since ended, forcing Remy to conceal the sound of her footsteps as she traversed the dim hallways. She knew that both the Nozomi and the Church of Divine Light were among the hospital staff, and she could not afford to attract unwanted attention. Following along an arduous trek, she arrived at the room that Takumi had been informed of, or that Takumi had informed her of. Upon inspecting her surroundings to ensure she would not be seen, she opened the door. The room was pure white, the entirety providing not even the slightest hint of warmth. Remy silently approached the bed in the center of the room. Taku lay there, sleeping deeply. His forehead beaded with sweat, his eyebrows were furrowed, and a moan would occasionally escape his lips. Remy reached out towards his cheek and gently caressed it. Ooh.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry,
あなたを
I couldn't protect
守
you.
ってあげられなくて。
Unable to withhold her emotions any longer, she whispered that into his ear. Meow. I thought it would actually stop fast forwarding at the DQN part, but I feel like we're getting way more. Like, I feel like we're fast forwarding through way more stuff. Yeah? Maybe I just don't remember a lot of this. I feel like if we get one more Remy pre-scene, I might just wrap up. Whack, 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 whack. Whacking them. No! I remember this scene. This is where she gets beat up. We've seen that one before. She's like, I'm going to go finish this. Kazubi! I forgot. In this timeline, Takumi's the one that beats up the guys, right? Not Kazubi. Because Kazubi does in her route, but I think in normal line, it's Takumi. I like that she like never wears that dress again, even though she has it in a CG. Indeed, Matt. Indeed.
ゆか
AK hasn't been to a stream in a while. Hope he's doing good. Speaking of members, I was thinking of members who renew their membership. I think it's just you and AK. I'm trying to think. But he hasn't been to a stream in a minute. I hope he's doing alright. I'm still missing one negative delusion as well. I wish YouTube Premium offered a free subscription like Twitch does. Oh, that's a good idea. Very true. I wonder if I can like send that to the community newsletter thing as a suggestion. Because YouTube sends out to like people that make content and stuff. YouTube sends out a newsletter, and they said they were improving. There more improvements were coming to YouTube Live. That's a good suggestion. I don't know if mine would ever get read, but that would be cool. Oh shit. Is this a new negative delusion? I wish the YouTube algorithm wasn't BS. Same, bro. Same. Oh, I think is this a good spot to wrap up the stream today? And then we start tomorrow's finale with one of our last negative delusions? I think that'd probably be good. I think that's the play. Wrap up the stream here. Tomorrow. We start the negative delusion, start the Remy route, get to the true end. Yeah. I think that's what we'll do. You can't even search anymore without it giving you 50 results that aren't what you searched for. Yeah, that shit's pretty annoying. Okay, so IR2 is the chapter we're on. Oh wait, I feel like it's definitely gone farther than where we'd been before. But yeah, I feel like that's a good spot to wrap up for today. And then tomorrow, we'll come back. So yeah. We'll wrap up today with what could possibly be our last negative delusion. We'll see all negative delusions tomorrow, for sure. If this isn't the last one, we'll check out what other ones we still need to get. But yeah, stay tuned for that. Tomorrow, the finale of Chaos Head Noah. See you at the stream. We'll wrap up. I already said all the things already. I'd love to repeat it for the 100th time. Remy route. True end. Whatever negative delusions I've got left. We'll see it all in the final Chaos Head Noah stream. It's been an adventure, so stay tuned. Be there for the end. How will you not miss the end tomorrow? I'll tell you. By subscribing and hitting the bell button, you'll get notifications for all future streams. If you subscribe, it shows up in your subscription feed. If you hit the bell button, you get notifications sent to your devices that I'm going live. Drop a like on the video if you can. I appreciate any of those likes. I think helps the YouTube algorithm, but what the hell do I know? And of course, you should join our Discord server. Link to that in the description below. Come chat, hang out. All kinds of cool stuff. Fear not, even though we'll be wrapping up Chaos Head Noah, we'll be doing whatever other adventure games have a COZ patch. So stay tuned. And then after this, the next visual novel will be AI Nirvana Initiative. Lots of fun things coming up on the channel. Don't go anywhere. Just subscribe. And with that, good night. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.